I can't, Winston. That's as long as I can go.
That was too much. That was too much. I hate silence. I hate silence. It worked out though. Welcome everybody. Hello.
Hello, Twitch chat. It's been a while, and I know people haven't seen me and Winston in a room in a while, and I know we're not in the same room. Soon, TM. But Winston, I'm glad to catch you here. Oh, sorry guys, I don't know if you just heard that, but it sounds like the building is breaking. But unattended Numedan, what a game to kick this off with.
Yeah, we're opening up EGC Masters Fall. We're finally in the main event. We are here. We've gone through our qualifiers. We have our invited players, which would be Anatan, based on just past experience and results in tournaments. And Numedan, who made his way through the first qualifier. He beat Recon on his way here, so certainly no small feat. Looking forward to seeing him take on Anatan, though. Anatan, a veteran of the scene at this point, and we got a draft ahead of us. Game's just a few minutes away. This is looking exciting.
And the thing is, when we look at this draft, and I know we only have a minute, so I'll quickly talk through this one. We see Katie. Katie being priority. People do not want to deal with Katie. They don't want to deal with House of Lancaster. And Marlians, both of them getting the chop with that ban on each side. So I haven't been playing the game as much, but I haven't seen these civs on ladder in a while either. So Winston, how's the balance been in the last while for these civilizations? Are they still that dominant?
I mean, Chinese is still like a very strong civ. Biz obviously still very, very good on land maps. They've been very consistent, I would say, for the past year, and the recent changes to them in the last season update, I feel like just sort of kind of cemented their build order, made it a lot more clear. And I think that didn't have a huge impact. It made them maybe a little more reliable, especially in that early game. But yeah, Chinese, we've been seeing some play around not using prof scouts, but realistically, I don't think we can expect anything else here still. It's still just the bread and butter of both Chinese and Jushi. So I think we're just going to have to see that here. Looking forward to it. See how Biz handles it. See what Anatan's got cooking, because he loves his aggressive strats.
Oh, and he's going to need to be aggressive. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going up against Numedan, a man who's known for those long games. And China, a civilization who loves to take them the long game. So guys, let's hop on in and all right into game number 1.
Oh, and we are here. EGC Masters Fall is beginning. We've got Anatan and Numedan here in the greening pieces. Chinese. This is Altai, Interesting map. A lot of players complain about Altai sometimes, right? Because it can have some dubious spawns, but it looks like we've got a pretty clean spawn here. Relatively fair. Everything's in. Trying to just check gold mines. How does it look to you? It looks...
Yeah, it looks pretty fair considering the civilizations we have on the map, right? So Numedan, he's got that forward stone, while Anatan, on the other hand, he's got both his gold and his stone back, which is quite nice to have. But looking at those wood lines, I mean, Anatan's in a pretty good spot. Those are going to be some really easy walls. Now, the thing about Altai is what I've noticed, a lot of people do like to camp, and it's really hard to actually kill your opponent. So, especially on the civilizations we see here today, I feel like we might be in for a long one.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, could definitely see this where players just sort of turtle up a little bit here, but I mean, like you mentioned, Numedan's stone being so far forward means that, in those transitions, it could become a problem if Anatan is able to get some sort of forward position. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. No, I mean, Biz kind of like to get that slow roll into that big burn later in the kind of early castle age, right? That's when they really hit their stride, late feudal even.
Of course, but with these civs, you also have to consider what are they good at. Now, Byzantines is a civ that a lot of people have been going for that early stone. Of course, we want to get our second system out pretty early on in the game. Well, when you're playing up against Chinese, you are on a timer on whether you did enough damage for that economy difference to actually matter. Now, I know that Twitch chat is already complaining about Altai. And guys, it's just because we haven't seen it be exposed enough. We need to see what these top players can actually do so we can learn to enjoy the map ourselves. Winston, when you play on ladder, do you ever veto Altai?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was a very clear-cut answer. Wow.
What did you expect? I mean, I'm an Archipelago enjoyer, so, I don't mind a water map every now and then, because everybody else is banning a lot of the water maps. I don't know. You don't always have to. you can kind of pick and choose your land maps.
So with the
But I mostly
limited
play
amount
team
of
games.
Altai on team games, the
Oh no, yeah. That's I don't even know. It spawns in very odd ways in team games. Not that it's bad per se, but I don't even think it's in the team game map pool, like ever.
No, actually, we're seeing a grand winery here from Anatan. Anatan has been
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of a hippodrome enjoyer now and again, but considering again we're on Altai,
This
we're not
map.
going to really find the damage, to do with those horses that are trying to dive in under a TC. So getting the grand winery, this makes a lot of sense because he wants to get as much oil as can be offered here. So yeah, pretty standard opening. I think it takes us back a few seasons already, seeing that standard old Byzantines opening. And now from China, probably going to be getting pretty normal Song Dynasty following up here. Now, we talked a little bit about the pro scouting. Now, considering you're on a map like Altai, is pro scouting still something that you see as a viable strategy here? China?
Not really. I mean, it can work. I mean, it used to be like kind of good on every map, right? You just any map that existed, it was good on. Here, with the way that the sheep spawn for Numenor, maybe he doesn't need to. You do like having the sheep though underneath. Sorry, the deer underneath the mill, right? So it's just so bread and butter. It's just so simple, and like it just works so well with China that it's hard to imagine we're going to skip out on it the whole game. I mean, maybe an alternative is if it's not a very aggressive game and you're not spamming a ton of feudal units, maybe you can get an early granary boom going, and that's like kind of the trade-off is you get your granary set up a little earlier. But I don't know. I feel like you just go for it eventually. Definitely not rushing it in this context here for Numenor, taking his time to get there.
And getting a lot of wood in preparation as well. The man is patient, but with Anatan now getting onto his third cistern, this does feel like Byzantines has that pretty good timing, especially in this early game, to handle anything that China has on offer. Be it someone trying to be greedy, but both of them opening with a stable on each side. So Wheelbarrow instantly queued up here from Anatan. He wants to make sure he gets those upgrades as quickly as he can. With 2 on gold, he's not going to be rolling in on upgrades as quickly as we usually see with Byzantines. But now I think a big question... Yeah?
This just might be a few horsemen to try and deny the prof scouts. Just get a little map control, and like we mentioned before, like kind of taking control of the center of the map could really limit Anatan's options later in the game until until Numenor is able to really control the stone mines again. I'm really thinking this forward stone mine could become very critical if Anatan is able to sort of exploit this a little bit.
Now, usually with Byzantines, the question is, how many systems do I go for before I stop? But Anatan has answered, I know how many I can afford to greed out on before I actually have to answer to this. Now, with the Horseman opening, he's already giving himself a pretty good answer to what Numenor has on the field, because you would be expecting Spearmen, usually, from your opponent. But now, Numenor already making those archers, he's invested in an archery range, but we know archers just don't do as well against those horses. And now with this mobility, this is going to mean that those deer are going to be a lot harder to bring back, especially now with the third horseman coming onto the field soon as well. And having 3 horsemen, I mean, it's a pretty big investment, but you are going to get your value. That first deer pack definitely going to make it back, but let's see if anything else makes its way through.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And Anatan getting up to that first decision with mercenaries. We'll see. I'm assuming longbow here. It's sort of kind of a classic here. It's also quite good if your opponent makes too many Shuknu. Tends to be the option, but we'll see. Oh man, going out to the second berry pack as well. So really trying to get some oil in. Longbows it is.
And longbows is a pretty amazing answer to have, especially when your opponent is just going for those archers. Now, there are a few horsemen in the mix as well. Numenor not greeding out in the scout department too much. He only has 3, casually bringing those bad boys back. But now more horsemen on the way from Anatan. And it just doesn't feel like... It feels like Numenor's army is going to need to be prepared for this. Because once you get to that point where you have more longbows than your opponent has archers, it's definitely going to be a lot harder. And with all that olive oil that he's going to have access to for the next while, he's going to be pretty much okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Numenon's going to be fine, though, here, right? He's got tons of units out. He's got equal number of horsemen. He's keeping up with the archer numbers. It might be a bit tricky matching into the longbows, but unless Anatan finds a really crazy angle, like we're seeing almost identical blacksmith timing, so it won't be like there's a huge advantage for one player, And it just sort of seems like we have differing investments in economy, right? Anatan spent, around 350, 400 stone on a little over 400 stone, right? On the 3 cisterns and the walls. Meanwhile, Numadon spent that on a few scouts and off scouts, right? So just a differing economic investment in mirrored armies. I think you're right when you called it at the start. This might just be a bit of a long one. Might be some time until we really get some meaningful action here, because I don't see Anatan really doing too much with these horsemen here. The base is just so tight for Numadon here.
I guess what you want to be doing with these horsemen is just force your opponent to keep on investing, so you can ensure that you respond accordingly to what they're doing. With this, he sees that there's not a lot of investment there on the gold, so he realizes, hey, this might actually be a little bit of a longer feudal game, and that information for him is so important to have, especially in the opening match, because this sets the pace for how this series goes. Both of these players, Anatan has been a player that wins a lot more in recent times, but Numadon comes out of the dark, and when you give him the late game, he's a happy camper. Villagers have been acrotoid, and they do have their spears out fighting back against these horses, but that is a solid amount of horses there from Numadon.
And Anakin sitting on some oil, maybe just not even feeling the need, feeling super pressured. You saw he invested in the stone outpost on the top side of his base by those berries, and I think that just might become later a really good launching point for a Mangonel emplacement. I don't think he actually upgraded that with arrow slits. And we're seeing Numadon with a really heavy investment in the horsemen here, actually. That's 16 on the map right now. Pretty big numbers.
It did stop, though. We can see now with the horseman numbers staying quite stable, he's floating a little bit of resources here. So he gives himself that option, and we know what the option is saying, as Anatan is doing something quite similar with the food on both sides now starting to go up. The resources are not being spent fully, as they're both thinking about Castle Age. And I guess for both of these players, this is now in a very important timing, as you need to ensure that you hit that veterancy as fast as possible. Now, China, they do have the ability to supervise, which makes sure that their veterancy comes in pretty quick. But same with Byzantines, they do have the option to enable the cisterns to get those speeds up and running.
Oh, and the archers get caught out on the back here, trying to read for the wall. Not really sure what the plan was there from Numadon, but now Anatan catching himself out a little bit. His horsemen, they're getting fully surrounded. It's a little awkward, a little dicey with the longbow damage from the back here. Just going to be enough to force Numadon away, but the numbers for Anatan, they looked a little dicey there for a moment. It could have been scary, but Castle Ages are coming in. Clock Tower, really no huge surprise there. I mean, I kind of like the vision on this map. Just planting it a little forward, you really feel secure for a while. But if your opponent has a lot of longbows, I mean, one Nest to Bees here could really secure the mid game for Numadon, right?
This is a pretty good example of how just one moment of you misjudging where your units are can potentially just throw the game. Because now those military numbers from Anatan is looking pretty solid with him coming into Castle Age as well. He's got enough gold in the bank to secure that first veterancy upgrade. And Winston, in this scenario, do you go for the horsemen or for the longbows instead? If you have to choose first.
I don't know. I think as Anatan, I mean, probably the horsemen. I think I would just try to afford both. I don't know. That's like a weird question, right? The longbows maybe for the damage increase. You have that Castle Age units are coming in though, so you probably want to just invest in anything, your own knights even, right? Or cataphracts here, but interesting.
That's a good point.
Cataphracts would be awkward.
The thing is, they could be quite a strategic play here, because when you do get those cataphracts out against an army that is so heavily archer-focused on Numadon's side, it does feel like a pretty nice investment to make. But now cataphracts being chosen. Winston, you called it. And the first cataphract is going to get onto the field. Now, keep in mind, Numadon is making his own lances. So Anatan does plan to have an answer to this by just getting that +2 ranged attack to ensure that he takes down any horse that dare comes his longbow's way, as another set of longbows are also on their way.
Did we get the Mangonel emplacement on that forward tower on Anatan's kind of forward berries? Yeah. Not yet. Okay, I was curious if he was going to start getting that, because that positioning looks really, really solid for just holding the center of the map, and really, it's going to be hard to take a bad fight when your opponent is invested in archers, but we're not really seeing that investment. No, we're seeing that archer. Never mind, I lied. He was just saving some res for a minute. More archers in queue. Lancers. And the relics getting yoinked.
And the yoinking at this stage always feels so risky because you have a lot of horses on the field that can easily pick up what they need to pick up. But Numidan gets to pick up the first one, and Anatan now only having one on the map, second one now coming out. We do need to see a little bit more horse movement to secure those relics, because if he just stands back, Numidan is going to get a pretty healthy amount. And we know Numidan does not mind sitting back and just letting the game play out. And with a few relics in his corner, this is not going to be too difficult to hold. Now, those cisterns are getting expanded all the way outside the base now, as he needs to start thinking about those outside resources with the golds. About now is the time when they start running a little low. You want to think about what your next moves are. And we do see the walls coming on both sides at the top there to ensure that they can secure a little bit of those resources. But we don't see these armies being mobile. They're all just standing in the base and waiting for the other guy to make the move. One horseman, though, being a little bit cheeky here, poking that villager. Not to death, but he will go back quite injured. Lancer.
Sorry, I just wanted to get excited over something, you know. Here we go. The crossbow. Or sorry, the archer's getting cut out there a little bit.
Now,
but this is just little information gains, right? Like, just trying to scout the map, make sure you don't get caught out. And interestingly, what do you think about the investment in nested bees here? Now, they are clock towers, so they're going to have that extra HP, but when your opponent has cataphracts, it always feels kind of bad to invest in early siege, I feel like, because the trample can just get the cataphracts right on top of your siege 100% of the time, right? I don't know how much I like making, 2 bees here. It might get one good hit off on the longbows, but aren't they just going to go down to a good cataphract trample?
That's a good question, but I mean, for Numidan, that is a question he hasn't asked himself because he's not aware of the amount of cataphract investment from Anatan. From his perspective, he's seen a ton of longbows, he's seen a bunch of horsemen, and maybe 1 or 2 cataphracts, but usually getting a heavy cataphract investment is not the standard. Another horseman going down, but these horsemen from Anatan, they're getting kind of cheeky. More cataphracts in queue. The next set of longbows out already. And it looks like Anatan, he wants to strike, and he wants to strike now. With Numidan securing, or almost securing 3 of those relics, this does feel like he needs to start doing some damage, especially when you know your opponent is now in Song Dynasty. And the longer this game goes, the more villages he's going to be having in that beautiful safe base of China.
Yeah, you've also invested in, 9 cataphracts, and these are expensive units. If your opponent isn't making army right now, you need to fight, right? And if they are, you have to find out, right? And he'll see here soon that Numidan has been pretty much investing in army as well. Big difference in the wood upgrades, actually. It looks like Anatan has been a bit slacking on some of those economic upgrades, although he has the gold and resources for them. Wonder if that's just making sure he saves it for a rainy day. Like, 900 gold banked is quite a lot at this level, especially for only 15 minutes in a relatively passive game.
Oh, for sure.
Just a lot going on.
Getting to that level of resources, the bag, this is not just the opponent possibly making a mistake, but Numidan being the one who puts the pressure up, and Anatan just focused on ensuring he is able to do damage to this man who loves to sit back and extend it. It doesn't look like Anatan got that damage he was looking for with all those cataphracts. One of the villagers under siege, but aside from that, he is back in his base. Now with 1,200 gold, no upgrades still. And the big question is he just going to be reinvesting that into Imperial eventually? But again, the longer this goes, this is not something you possibly want to fight against. Now,
Anatan just split up his army. He's got his cavalry on the south here, going to run into the Barbican, look at that boar, and try and maybe snipe some of these vills, but they're just going to garrison. But that leaves his archer mass pretty exposed. The rotation back to the center of the field here would take a really long time. So if Numidan moved out right now, it could be pretty devastating, but maybe just going to sack these vills for now? No reaction from Numidan? Oh, sending his own cavalry. Interesting.
Now those villagers are just trying to gather a little bit of food. Horsemen now repositioning as well so that they can get a little bit of damage done on the villagers. They are trying to repair that Barbican as fast as they can while the cavalry arrives to try and stop this from happening. And those horsemen, they are quite squishy when it comes to an army of lancers, but the cataphracts, I don't think he wants to lose these. This is definitely something he's going to need to be thinking about. A sneaky little trample on top of those vills could have been quite juicy for him to take, but we do see him pulling back the villager as well that was building that tower. he wanted to secure this, knowing that the boar is something to deny, and of course, China doesn't get to farm transition this early on. Being out on the boar is a risky move, and he
Oh.
knows it's something he should be targeting. But the units are moving out. But like you said, this is not the full army, Winston. This could be dicey, especially with those nest of bees.
Yeah, he knows he's retreating faster from the middle. He'll think he gets there faster, but because he's pushing into the base, I actually think Numidon's cavalry are going to arrive to this fight a little bit sooner. The nest of bees launches a little half volley here, just tickling the longbows just a wee bit. And, the longbows stand still actually for a bit. Yeah, those nest of bees have to be really, really careful, right? Like, there's a lot of cataphracts on the field. A single trample right towards them will just mean the end of the siege mass, and with the fourth one on the way, this is a big investment in this sort of static defense that Numidon has on the field right now. But 18 Lancers, but 20 Cataphracts, 40 Longbows. Anatan's army looks just super scary. It's superior units.
And Winston, it seems he's noticed that there's a double broadaxe upgrade missing and horticulture also coming on in now, but pretty quickly. So I'm expecting those to be boosted by those cisterns at the back of the base. Now that he's getting those in, he spent a little bit of the gold, but another thing he spent that gold on was, again, more cataphracts. He seems to believe that this is the move from him now going out on the boar himself. That's
to the gold, actually, right?
That's the gold, yeah. I was going to say, that's a lot of villages. But securing this with another tower as well just means that probably Numidon's going to have a hard time actually shutting this down. So another tower
the
also.
cavalry!
Small raids coming on in, or one cataphract at a time just sneaking in. A keep here now in the middle does make this a little bit scarier to engage into, but these horses, again, looking for the damage on that boar. They know the villagers are there, they might as well do it, and they did see the army in the middle ready to commit. Villagers now running for their lives.
But what is Numidon going to do here? He has to make a choice. He's peeling off his cavalry when I feel like... Couldn't he have just gone for the gut of Anatan right here, right now? Am I crazy? And send reinforcements to defend this, maybe? Like, I wonder if he should have just gut punched down the middle with all of his forces. He had equal number units, and it looks like he may have just missed this opportunity, but he is going to save the villagers just in time with his cavalry.
The question you always have to ask yourself, did my opponent invest more than I did? And where is that even fight going to happen? Because that is, again, a type of play that Numidon would not take. He would not take these risks. He likes to play it safe. He's not going to go and engage into an army and he's not sure exactly how his opponent has invested, especially considering that he's floating 2,300 gold in the bank as well. So, keeping it safe, knowing that he's not the one who has to force anything. He's going to get to late game China. Although, it does feel like Anatan is still in his comfy place. He still has the big gold on the south side there too, and Numidon is already out there on the big gold himself there in the north.
Oh, well, the villagers' little dances back and forth here, but we actually saw a big granary investment now from Numidon, so I think you're right. I think he's just waiting for that granary investment to fully finish, to fully finalize, maybe build the Great Wall Gatehouse kind of right in front of it, just protect that location really nicely once he's able to get that granary food. Big fight here, a little brawl.
That is a very dicey fight here because I don't know how this ends. It feels like the cataphracts are in a position where they can trade pretty well, but it doesn't look like the trade was favorable enough for Anatan to try and stay here. Cataphracts
the trample!
in. Disgusting, Winston. That was a lot of damage going on in, and the Lancers, they're pretty much melting.
There's just more. Yeah, but there's just a lot of Lancers still, and the Cataphracts, they are really expensive losses. Each one going down is so much, but it looks like he'll have just enough to hold the line here. I wonder if he goes back and heals these, because they are some low HP but very expensive units. Yeah, he's going to exchange forces and maybe try and heal up those units, and we see the Spearman and Crossbowman composition as well back in the base, so even further slowing down just 5 knights on the field here for Numidon. He was able to get that keep up in the center, which would slow any kind of middle advance, and I think this game's going to go to Imperial Age. This Longbow army has not moved in like 8 minutes, so I don't see anything changing that.
But what I like to see is that Numidon, he knew how important that food resource was, and he went back with the villagers and tried to resecure with the Barbican too. But pulled back because Anatan knows the same thing. He knows he needs to go and do some damage to the boar, because as long as that boar is there, that's a pretty big helping of food. He knows about this farm transition. It does take a while to get back online, and those cataphracts being healed up very, very slowly. But like you said, they're expensive. We got to keep those boys fit.
Yeah, it's actually a really big pickup for Anatan. If the game really does stall out that long and he's able to, that's going to be nice for him, because that'll be a little shock, a little extra, especially when you have this Imperial Age rolling in. Being able to upgrade those cataphracts and have an extra 8 or 9 of them just because you're able to heal them all up is going to feel really good later. And Imperial Age certainly is going to be on the menu here. Anatan has just placed a foreign engineering company, and Numadon not going to be too far behind. I'd be kind of surprised if we see the Spirit Way right away. I think we're going to see the Great Wall Gatehouse. I think we see a prep stone wall there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
there it is.
so he gets. This is just something he needs to do to be his
Yeah.
best Numadon self, to ensure that he gets to get all of the food and make the late game real long. And that's exactly what this man is planning. But in what case would you choose the Spirit Way over the Great Wall Gatehouse in this scenario?
Sorry, what was the question? I was reading chat.
I was asking, when do you choose the Spirit Way over the Great Wall Gatehouse as China?
Well, if you're going any of the Dynasty units, right? If you have a Junior Mass, it can be nice. If you're going Fire Lancers, it can be nice, right? I mean, you get the techs cheaper there. That's when. Really, it's kind of that simple. I think the Great Wall Gatehouse is very standard, though. It really does help shore up the map. Its DPS is absurd. But we're having some of those spicy French cannons at the field from the Biz.
And those are so easy to protect when you have 26 cataphracts along the way. We do see those launch techs coming on out as well. Probably ones coming out of the free production buildings we get as the Byzantines. But now with those French cannons, that keep in the middle is not going to be as spicy as it needs to be. Yeah, the Golden Horn Tower, old Whammon brain just not staying up to date. And the cannon emplacement now for that keep as well. You realize that, hey, I want to get the stone, I want to secure my base, but with the cannons now rolling in, the question is, how long does he hold? Anatan's army is looking really scary. We've seen those knight-only compositions coming out of some people, but cataphract only is the next layer of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to get there, especially when you have 75 of your population kind of bottled up in these longbows. So it won't be until we see some sort of exchange. But keep in mind, Anatan's army is not only is it really high quality, but it's also like hard to replace, right? If all of these longbows go down, like things are going to get spicy. We have a interesting little raid, sort of running past the Mangonel emplacements, which I mean, he gets through. Gets a nice raid on the wood. Only 50 wood in the bank for Anatan. This is obnoxious to deal with right now.
And it's such a hard point of the game when these wood lines run out, but we can see those little lances are just going to be now open to raiding. They've already made it through the wall, and there's a bunch of juicy villages, but at the same time, we missed the keep going down with that juicy cannon emplacement as well. And Anatan, he's got his eyes set on the main base and not on those little raids on the side.
Yeah, one less keep. Crackety in shambles. Wow. Look at this. Oh, man. 4 Bs on the field. Do you see the hand cannon transition from Numadon? This little raid. Wow. I'm trying to think about what Numadon's like winning condition is in terms of army composition. And I guess it really is just trying to replace your crossbows and archers with the hand cannon mass, right? I think the spears make a lot of sense to keep, but you're going to need the economy to keep milling those, right, into the 75 longbows on the field. I don't think Lancers are going to be the answer here. I think it's really going to be hand cannons, but that's where gold kind of becomes a big issue. We do see Numadon on that top left gold. I think he's just slurping that up with like 1 billion villagers kind of in that north left corner. Yeah.
The Barbican also
North left.
being... It's okay. You'll find it. Okay.
This is south, but that's okay. Yeah, Numadon. We're Numadon. Numadon North. Okay, whatever. It's okay. Vodka, you just woke up. It's actually less fills than I thought that would be. Okay. Interesting.
Now, him securing this gold is quite critical, but the question is he actually going to have the army to survive, to spend that gold? But the STBs, they're in a dangerous position here. Cataphracts want to make a charge, but they do pull back, and STB's getting a juicy shot on those longbows. And Anatan's not feeling too confident about keeping this push going.
Yeah, especially you want your longbows to get that silk bowstrings upgrade, which is coming in, which is going to be very, very critical for engaging against these nested bees. So you just have to wait a little bit longer, but important upgrades are coming in on the side of Numadon. The economy it's just there for Numadon in this context. Things are just looking good. He's got things rolling, and this longbow mass is really strong. But again, we mentioned this, like I've said this like 3 or 4 times. If this gets traded down in a big confrontation, and Anatan doesn't come out convincingly ahead, his army just isn't that replaceable, right? It's been a slow build up to this, whereas Numadon's forces, he's been able to take a lot worse fights across the game because he's had a better income over the course of the game. Oh, man.
Now, he is picking off a villager here and there, as we do see that villager kill count slowly going up and equalizing. Numadon, that earlier raid, he did an insane amount of damage. And Anatan may realize that he actually needs to find that level of damage too. The longbow mass is looking scary, and the incendiary arrows are coming in soon as well. The singular French cannoneer at the front, I assume the next one is making his way here. He doesn't want to risk this. He needs to be so careful.
Whoa, moving forward. Just gonna focus down one of the nested bees. Oh. And this mass is just... It's just impossible for Numadon to engage into this unless he really commits everything, and really nothing Numadon is making beats this except the nested bees, right? Like the hand cannons lose, the crossbows lose, the spearmen lose. I mean, there's only 2 lancers on the field, so it's not like those are going to win. And now the longbows are outranging.
Yes, and they are doing such a good job against the siege, but with all those spears at the front, he's just not going to be able to do anything against this. The cataphracts are a little bit scared of the spears here, but a little bit of kiting, and that's going to be equalized in a second. We see those longbows making history as they're just taking down every single spearman, making his way
the
forward.
Cataphracts. Oh, and all the nested bees are gone. Now the longbows are just going to be completely uncontested here. And the Cataphracts, when will they make their charge? When will they make their stand? And Numadon realizes he has just nothing to fight these longbows. And, you know, I was sort of musing about what Numadon's comp should be to beat this mass. And I guess there really wasn't anything that he was fielding. Maybe he needed more Lancers. Like, Palace Guards certainly aren't the answer. Just better nested bees? More? I don't know.
We can see that the military value lead looks like it was edging the one way the whole time, but it didn't feel that far ahead here. At the same time, the economy, we do see where that raid did real damage, and Numadon loving his late game, but against that army of Anatan, this was just a little bit too tough. But by the end of that, I felt like Numadon had a lot of unspent resources, and he just wasn't able to get the units he needed to actually deal with that mass of longbows. Winston, you say if he loses the longbows, but I think it's pretty hard to lose the longbows if there are more than 70 of them.
Well, there were opportunities, and I think those are lost opportunities. And I think in those moments, you sort of mentioned this fits into Numadon's playstyle, but I think those lost opportunities have to be, like, discussed a little bit, right? There are moments where Anatan shifted twice. Anatan shifted his whole cavalry force down to the south, down to this Barbican. That essentially put Anatan's whole fighting force really out of the game, right? They were just no longer in the center of the map, and I'm really wondering if, as soon as Numadon had that keep up in the center, and it was the second time that Anatan shifted his cav there, I'm really wondering if Numadon should have just pushed in and gone for the longbow mass, which was completely exposed. There were barely any defenses. Anatan had no keeps to defend. He just had one mangonel emplacement there. All of his other mangonel emplacements, I believe, at this time were on the side. And what did he get out of the fight on the south? Sure, he traded against some of the cataphracts, but we saw Anatan was able to heal those up, and those came in clutch in that final fight there as kind of that threatening final blow, forcing tons of spearmen onto the field, which didn't really accomplish all that much against the longbows. So I think there were opportunities. I think just letting Biz just slow roll into their best unit composition and never trading down when you have a better income is, well, not trading down, I guess, maybe in the best way. Like this fight, right? It's like right here. Like, why are his units here and not in the middle, right? And just killing. It's kind of the question I have. I don't know. Maybe that's hypercritical, and it's really easy to make that judgment now with the perspective of everything, but it's just one of those things, right? Where I think you have to see it.
Now, as a gold chat, I think most of us in Twitch chat and YouTube chat were sitting there like, I would have executed that. But guys, you know how difficult it is when
It's hard.
There's a famous quote: everyone has a plan until there's a knight on your gold. And I think that goes for every situation in Age of Empires. But ladies and gents, we have Frisian Marshes, and we have HRE against Ottomans. Ottomans on Numidan. I'm kind of excited. I want to see those great bombards in a 1 hour, 30-minute game. Ladies and gentlemen, will this be a 1 hour, 30-minute game with Numidan on auto chads and Anatan as HRE?
I think we're going to see a lot of spearmen, right? Maybe not. I feel like this is going to be a little bit of an aggro game, right? We immediately see the drush from Anatan. It's sort of been the meta on Frisian for a while. It was the same way at the Steel Series event, right? This is just sort of how you play this map now. Is the threat of adding a dock is so high, and it's so valuable that you sort of need to have that map presence to deny that. And there's also forward resources that you can sort of punish with a tower or two. So getting enough spearmen to kill your opponent is really important.
Now, that's usually where people ask, okay, but am I going to outdo Ottomans? And the answer is yes, if you have HRE spearmen that run just that little bit faster. And I've seen a few players even pull the Prelate a little bit forward when they start denying those resources, but Numidan is on the gold pretty early on. So this spearman that lands is probably not going to be doing it too much. He is going to force Numidan to, not get all the gold that he would like, but this is not a normal Ottomans opening. An Ottomans opening that we're used to is seeing a military school or seeing a barracks. This is a very safe, I'm not going to take any risks, Ottoman play here from Numidan. But Anatan only investing in those 2 spears. We'll see if he queues up the next one, but I would be quite surprised if he does. So getting those villagers just a little bit poked out.
Wait, how much gold does he have? He just dropped off. Wait. Okay. That was close. When the first one dropped off 2 gold, and he was at 192, I was very scared. The second one had, 9 gold? Okay, so he had enough. For a second, I thought Numidan just miscounted, but he didn't. Of course not. High-level player. They don't do that kind of thing. I do that kind of thing. I'm projecting.
Sometimes we do have to believe that these perfect players can make mistakes too, so we can not be so affected by when we do them ourselves. Now, Anatan is on the gold. He's going to go for his own feudal age, but with the twin minaret Madris coming on out from Numidan, we are going to ask ourselves, what is next for this man? Because the stone is also going to be denied based on where it spawned, aka right next to the gold vein. And the secondary gold vein, a little bit to the left, is also going to be hard to reach. So Numidan is probably going to have to find some other answers and delay that usual Ottoman steam that they build. But this is feeling pretty good for Anatan because he's setting the pace of the game already.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world. You just build a single archery range, you get 1 or 2 archers out, and the spearmen are forced back, and then you can get your resources again. It just matters, like you said, it just sort of gives Anatan, I love it when Anatan builds the Minework Palace. I love it. So we're going to see a very aggressive game. Oh, I'm so excited. So Horseman Spearman might be even the idea here for Anatan. That's exciting. That's
especially... You know your opponent is going to need to go for something like archers, so you already naturally transitioning into horsemen is going to make this a lot harder to handle now. So now Numidan getting a lot of resources ready to deal with those spears so that he can get back on out there. But with the Minework Palace coming in not too quick, he's taking his time, ensuring he has the resources to actually use it. So leaving a few out there on gold does feel like he's going to make sure that this timing works well. He does have the vision, and Numidan knows exactly what is cooking exactly, but minus the Minework. I don't think he spotted it with that scout. It doesn't look to be the case, but he's about to. And does the tune change? He has 2 archers.
Does the tune change? Do you think Numidan's just singing a little song in his head, and now it just changed like record scratch, and now we're just on a completely different song altogether? Okay, what song do you think we now are listening to if we are Numidan's
I'll sing it for you guys here. I'm going for archers. Very good. 2 archers. Nice. I can go on map. Good. And now I can kill spearmen. Oh no, mine work, big problem. And now he's going to need to find more resources quickly because he knows that this is a ticking time bomb. When those upgrades come on in, it's not going to be trollolo anymore. It is just going to be, I need to respond. And his response here, he says, I need more food. I need to make units right now. And that is probably the best course of action here. He does get his own stable so that he can make sure he gets his Sapahis to make the life of Anatan a little bit less colorful.
Did Anatan already research all pikes? Did I miss it? Maybe he already got it. I'm not actually sure. I mean, he's got Vils on gold, so he'll get the tech. Oh, not quite. Okay. In a minute.
Now, that stable.
Spicy stuff.
He's already got the food in the bank, Winston. This man, he wants to make an army and he wants to make it count. But Anatan, he gets his own dock. He says, you dock, I dock, no problem. So, because I can make Anatan's accent. That's my favorite. No problem. I will make a good units and we will attack. And I will get good more food. And what then? Then you are dead. I know, I am HRE. I'm best player.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. That was a very good Anatan impression this time around. So Spahi Archer, I mean, the Archers aren't going to be produced anymore, right? I mean, maybe just a few. You're going to need a few. I don't know. Spicy stuff for Nimrod to have to figure out. Like you said, no middle school, still just completely ignoring the stone. So kind of missing out on, in air quotes, like a really strong, like, part of Ottomans, right? Sorry, the words just evaded me there. Wheelbarrow as well. Okay, interesting stuff. It's a morning. It's a morning, everybody.
It's okay.
I love tournaments.
Winston is using all 16 of his English words to do it today. And I mean, when you're playing the Ottomans, the vocabulary is going to take its time to get on out.
It's not 16. It's 23.
Okay, sorry.
Get the numbers right.
Anatan getting an upgrade. At least I was going to say he's the only one, but no. Numidan says, I need some wood myself. I'm going to be making more docks. And another dock is placed. Anatan, yes, I make more docks as well. So these guys are really leveraging the food on the map and trying to get that army as chunky as possible. But Mindwork Palace, ladies and gents, there is one special upgrade already coming on in.
Owl pikes. All pikes. All owl. I don't know how to say it. I just say all every time, and no one's corrected me ever in my life, so I feel like I'm getting away with that.
You're perfect, Winston. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But those Sapahis, Winston, they might be even more perfect. As they're making their way towards Anatan's base, and we know those sticks are pretty long, they're going to try and take a trade or two if they can, but with the amount of horsemen now on Anatan's side, he decides to back off. And he makes another Spahi. He realizes, hey, this might be a little bit too risky for me. Because now this is not the usual Ottomans ramping up. This is not a military school Ottomans. This is a, I have to pay for my units Ottomans.
Yeah, and it's tricky too, because you're not just against normal horsemen, right? Like, Mindwork horsemen are no joke, and I think they just sort of beat Spahi, especially if you have like one or two spearmen in the mix. I think you just beat Spahi like outright, right? At least in small numbers.
Yeah, with these small ones, definitely. Anatan, I like this. I really like this. A lot of players, from what we see, is they run in, they see, I can't get any villagers, I'm not doing any damage. Anatan's just like, no problem, I burn house. And he just forces the army.
Or he finds a bunch of villagers?
And surrounds. Disgusting. Scout.
He's going to sack a scout.
But it's worth it. One villager kill, definitely worth a scout. He goes down, visioning as hard as he can, sends the message back to the base. He knows where the villagers are. He knows what the wood line looks like. And Anatan has got the information for later.
Oh, and I think he just spotted that villager there, too. Maybe he's going to send around to loop. Maybe, mayhaps. And the threat here really is if you ever lose a fight too poorly, the game's just sort of like over, right? Like if you lose a fight and you can't contest the map, your docks are just going to be instantly destroyed, right? And I think that's just kind of the end of the game. So we're going to see pretty heavy investments into Feudal Age for a while. I don't think we're going to see any greedy Castle Age clicks here for a little bit. And we see some upgrades. Oh man, Blacksmith, the Minework, just churning out techs. So hot.
Winston, I don't know if you saw that, but there's an archery range coming out from Anatan as well. Ooh, and a fight with these horses. They are taking a really good one. As a Asapahi maybe paying the price here, but that is a very awkward position to lose yourself in. Villagers now, they are running a little bit low on the food as the sheep is running out now. The Spahis, their reinforcements have arrived. But what I wanted to point out is Anatan went for an archery range. So now possibly going into archers against the Sipahi mass, it does feel pretty risky, or maybe he's just setting himself up to be able to do so if the spearmen arrive.
I think it's a just-in-case situation. I think maybe he built it getting into his head, thinking, oh, Numadon will react by making spearmen, not realizing that Numadon might just be feeling comfortable doing a mirror here with the horsemen into Spahi. But we'll see. I mean, it's important to have the mobility, but we did see the imams for Numadon here, so getting some of that feudal healing, those little skirmishes actually worked out a lot in Numadon's favor. He's able to keep a lot of his units alive, and now we're finally seeing the space and time being committed to those military schools, so the ramp is here for Numadon. It took him a little bit of time. Ooh, did a villager go down? Yeah, another vill died.
That is pretty massive, considering Anatan's economy is pretty chunky here, 45 to 37. I mean, when you're looking at the resources of Numadon as well, he's thinking about castle. Well, Anatan has the same thought. They stopped investing that heavily into the horse mass, but Numadon, he's got a little bit of extra food. He needs to ensure he keeps spending it. We do see that one more spy in queue, but that could just be military school pumping out now. And that is the position for Ottomans where they feel pretty good about this, because they are happy just letting the free units come on out.
Did Numadon just sort of like forget about Metters? I guess maybe he doesn't want to train one, but couldn't you just queue it up from the mill school? Not like sort of the plan here? I mean, you don't want to train one here because you're so close to Castle Age. I'm actually surprised that the players are feeling gutsy enough to go for a castle at this stage. Feels a little gutsy to me, because if you just... one little mistake here, and feels like you could lose so much.
I think for both of these players, they feel like they won't die if they go up while the other one doesn't and keep making units. So with Numadon in his position, he's got a lot of Sipahis here. He sees the horse mass. He's like, okay, I could deal with this. He's got the archers, so he knows I could possibly survive if I do get attacked. But at the same time, Anatan feels that way too. So I think both of these guys with the same thing in mind, they are now edging up at the same time. So not going to be a massive surprise, and I think both of them will be very thankful to see that castle age going up, because it means, hey, I'm not going to get pressured to death right now. I do have a little bit of time. Let this economy do the talking. And for Anatan, this is to let the prelates go on the map and capture some of those relics. Now, the army from Numadon is mobile, but Anatan, he's got the army to escort those prelates to the right positions themselves.
Yeah, he's got the imams. Numadon himself also has imams, so he's actually going to get a little chance here to snag 2 of the relics, but maybe not feeling confident enough to be on the map while aging up. Not realizing that the timings were identical. I mean, how would you? You don't know until you know, you know?
Mm-hmm. So for this few
it looks
seconds...
like knights?
Doesn't know. But yeah, knights, ooh! That could be a pretty heavy move to make, because all that gold in the bank is definitely worth investing.
Yeah, we saw 3 stables now for Anatan, and you also have the mineworks, so the knights can get that extra armor as well. So you can have lots of options here, upgrading, of course, the spearmen and the horsemen as Anatan. And knights are the answer. I love me some Regnitz knights. You know, you just have so much gold float. Feels good. Mm-hmm. Feels good. You know?
Usually a Regnus knight is accompanied by a chapel with farms around, Winston, and I don't think Anatan is heading that way anytime soon. We can also see he's not even thinking about wood for a while now, but he's getting those very unique upgrades, so it is going to make it a little bit harder for Numadon to handle, and Numadon does not have the units to deal with this. He's getting more Sipahis, he's getting that free Mangonel, but an answer to knights? I just don't think there's something in his arsenal for this right now. He does pick off this imam pretty big.
That's a big deal, especially because those are the free imams, so you have to build the mosque and everything as Ottomans and get everything up and running again. Oh, this is dicey. And MIA into just knights doesn't feel great. Like the Mangonel, like sure it does a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be like the biggest thing. We already see the Barding armor tech coming in from the mineworks, so these knights are going to be chunky. Look at that, 5 in queue. This is a lot of lads.
A lot of lads, and there can be a lot more coming as well. As we can see more
Yeah,
in
7.
with Winston. This feels like a repeat. He saw how well those cataphracts worked, and he says, I will do it again. More knights, knights.com. We are getting all of them. And Numidan now just making more Sipahi. Now, how will Sipahi handle this in a straight 1-to-1 fight?
Against the knights? Terrible.
Yeah, I'm feeling that way too. Maybe he just doesn't want them to take him head on. Maybe he wants to run around instead. But for an Ottoman
they
with
frontline.
Sipahi, yeah.
They frontline for
Especially
the
with-
Jans just for a little bit, I guess.
Just need a lot more
Right?
time to get the Jans going. Because when you're playing against Ottomans, you always feel like, okay, they're great against cavalry. I'm going to struggle when they get Janissaries out. And maybe Numidan is just waiting for that. He's trying to get as many out as he can before the fight happens.
Anatan could sneak an imp here, and I think Numidan would be shocked. Like I could literally see an Imperial Age, because one thing when you don't do Aachen, that like kind of the earlier you get the Swabia, the earlier you sort of fix in air quotes the error of your ways, right? The mine work is sort of like this investment in aggression and map control and all these things, right? And it gives you superior units, but your economy suffers so much, like you said, you don't have that Aachen boom behind it, and these shorefish patches on all these docks are going to start running out soon, so you kind of want to use the timing sooner rather than later to sneak in that Swabia, so that's going to be a big thing to look for. Does Anatan try and sneak in a Swabia? And if he does, is it going to be one of those situations where Numidan just has to go? Or we're going to see a more classical Numidan style where, okay, you're Swabia, I'll just go in too, right? We'll have to see. Could be really scary, though. Oh,
does
finally,
fo-
Metters. Metters. They matter. Metters
Yeah.
matter, people. Metters matter.
I feel like Anatan had the choice to go Imperial already so many times, and he's also just not sure about whether it's the move to make. And as I say that, he's starting to ramp up more and more and more gold. Because I was going to say, he was running quite low on the gold, spending every little bit he could on getting a few extra prelates out, possibly to move forward as well and inspire those warriors themselves. And then we know those fights just go so much better. Now, Anatan actually using that mobility to shut down this food income. And like you said, these docks are limited edition. Fish runs out, but once they do,
Also,
thanks.
the Spahi just do not win that fight straight up alone. They need the support of their ranged units here, whereas those knights will just clap Spahi so fast. So while the numbers look very good for Numidan on paper, it really is going to require Anatan running the knights into a front line while the Jans are shooting from behind. Like, 10 of these are vet archers, which are going to have very minimal impact in the moments to come. There's 2 crossbows on the field, a couple siege pieces, which what are they really achieving here against all these knights? Tricky stuff here for Numidan, I think, going forward. He has the mass, but does he have the quality? I mean, maybe. That's a lot of Jans. Maybe I stay corrected. That's a lot of Janissaries. I'm just seeing it, you know?
When we had the conversation the first time, he was on 4 Janissaries, and now on 23, this is a much different conversation. Yes, there's going to be a 1 or 2 pick.
22.
Here, and he'll get back there, Winston, don't worry. This man knows what his backline is going to need to look like. But Anatan knows this. He knows, he cannot just take this on. And he pulls back a little bit, just ensuring that he splits off this army. This push now, though, from Numidan, this is going to be quite tricky to stop. And it doesn't look like
His
those
base,
5
though.
villages. In his
But
base.
Anatan has units in his own base to defend, but now Numidan's base, he's going to have to go for the YOLO conversion to try and hold. Does Anatan react correctly? Yes, of course he does. It's Anatan. And what's scary here is if Numidan stays in the center of the field here, in the center of the map, Numidan, if he stays here, at any point, it feels like Anatan could just come for a surround. He's got armies on both sides, and they're scary armies. That's a lot of knights.
He's also remade that choice, the one I talked about with, I can go Imperial. He's made the choice yet again to stay in
12
castle, making
and Q.
12 knight. Exactly. This man,
12.
he's made the choice again and again. He realizes, I'm ahead. I just need to get a good fight now. When you're up against Ottomans, you don't want to fight them in Imperial. You don't want to give Numidan a moment where he can be like, I will follow into Imperial. This is not what you want to face when you're playing against Ottomans, but What Anatown wants is he wants to keep Numidan making units. He wants to keep him in castle, and he wants to take this army at an unfavorable point. Another Sipahi fight coming on in, but the knights are chunky. They're doing work.
Oh.
And it's raiding. Winston, he's raiding.
The raids, the raids, the raids. How many times can I say that before it's annoying?
We'll find
Probably
out.
that was it. 14 knights in queue. Just build more stables, maybe. It's starting to like stress me out seeing the number that high. But I mean, it must feel good to play with. Moving on though. Resource bank looking comfortable. Population still at 150, so he can't be that sad about the situation. Maybe even looking up to an imp soon.
Now, honestly, he's starting to take a little bit of damage here on the sides.
Whoa.
Anatown,
Whoa.
that is. But this
Whoa.
could be a very dangerous fight. That's a lot of Janissaries, though. And
Whoa.
there is Sipahi to frontline just a little bit. Looks like the Mangonel. and
No,
the Spinels
that's
will
not
find
enough.
the knights.
I can tell you that is not enough Janissaries.
And they are melting
Oh,
the
it is so
horses,
hard to
but
get cleaned up.
they are destroying them. The Janissary mass now
Bye-bye.
going down. But the backup has arrived just a little bit too late. Mangonel now.
The backup runs away. And the backup's like, hell no, get me out of here. Yeah, that's a lot of knights. 41 on the field. And we talked about that Janissary mass sort of being Numidan's protection here. And now Anatan is going to have full control over the map to do sort of whatever he wants. Am I lagging? Or is the stream?
I think it might be Yusa, but it looks
no.
like this is going to be another relic going back to Anatan as he lost it a little bit earlier. Numidan was not able to snatch that back, and now Numidan needs to sit back there with a dwindling population, but a lot of resources in the bank. So he could try and make this an imp situation, but he should know this is going to be too risky. I lost a major part of my army, and Anatan's still thinking like, hey, I've got 2 knights in queue. Do I go for imp now, or do I just keep making knights? And we'll see. It looks like he's veering towards going imperial.
Yeah, upgrade the knights. You got 50 on the field. You want to get those bad boys elite. And we'll see that coming in pretty soon. Macro's a little off, but I mean, it's not too bad. And Numidan not going to be too far behind. I love seeing that army. Look at that. Ain't that a thing of beauty?
Now, the difference is, usually when your opponent, when you go imperial, you feel like, hey, I will survive the next 5 minutes. But Anatan, he's got the army to kill Numidan, even if he goes for imperial himself. Palace of Swabia being clicked initially. Mind may have changed, as we now see he's getting more and more food in the bank. Alsbach Palace is the weapon of choice. In the middle of the map, he's going to ensure that he pushes this thing out.
Yeah, also just sort of controlling the essential wood lines, just controlling some of the minerals in the middle, and also notably controlling the sacred site, right? Which could become a win condition later on if Numidan does somehow create a really sticky defense with this Imperial Age, which, can I be real, I don't see it happening. I think Elite Knights in just a move, and I think Numidan dies. But we'll see. I mean, Numidan, he might have a trick up his sleeve.
Yeah, Anatan
Right?
now with 52 knights, he has enough gold to ensure he gets his singular upgrade he needs to get into elite. But Numidan already queuing up exactly what he believes is going to keep him alive. And we'll see if that's going to be the case, because now Anatan 13 on that landmark. It's not going to be too far off. Numidan knows I need to live now because the attack might be imminent.
Janissaries do get like a pretty nice boost early Imperial. They can get some of those techs really early, the trench gun tech, right? Like you kind of a lot of good stuff early on. Great bombards kind of hit the field, but I don't really see what the Great Bombard counters in this context. And now there's just this annoying tower just shooting at this gold mine. Oh, that is cheeky. Well, there's another one behind it.
That thing being reinforced just means that Numidan is engaged for a few more seconds, and Anatan has the ability to get that elite upgrade before he takes any damage. 5 bonds also in queue there, but he is going to have the army to do something about this now. He's going to have more than 60 knights, and honestly, I don't know what stops 60 HRE knights.
Yeah, like, and it's not
anything.
just it's not Aachen Chapel, right? It's the mine work. They have the barding. They have that extra armor. The +2/+2 is so huge against so many different units. That's a lot of lads. Can I just say that one more time? That's a lot of lads.
That's another one.
That's a lot of lads.
And
I'm gonna say it again.
These
Do we wait for
lads are gonna be
biology?
looking for damage. Oh, that's okay.
I think we're waiting for biology. Right? It's a lead knight coming in. I mean, he hasn't clicked it yet. I'm wondering, like, are we just waiting for a university in biology? Ooh, nice little raid. Numenon's pop is sad right now. 137.
Yes.
It hasn't recovered since that loss. Like, the Jan mass really hasn't gone up. Oh no. I'm starting to get nervous for Numenor.
Feels like Anatan doesn't realize how far ahead he is right now. He doesn't realize how scary his army is going to be against Numenon's. So possibly he's just being careful about this because he knows that Numenor is a defensive guy and he doesn't just die to anything. Now, Numenor, though, he's getting more and more Janissaries and they're going to be great, but 1-to-1, these knights are still going to be pretty awesome to have with you. These guys now, they're just standing still. And this might just be showing us
resting.
he needs to be safe. We want
It's a
to be
rest
safe.
day. They just did leg day. It's a rest day. And Anatan knows.
He's resting his heart out here. Anatan making more knights, though.
So
Oh
wholesome.
my goodness. Honestly, Winston, I don't know when the knights stop. Is it just going to be a full pop of knights and now culverins? Because that could be a little bit hard to handle, even for the Civ with the Great Bombards, the greatest in all of the land.
I'm a little nervous. Like, he still just hasn't clicked biology. Like, I feel like it's such... Maybe I'm obsessing a little bit over it here when I shouldn't be. Like, Anatan knows better than me. I think. Like, definitely, right? But why not prioritize getting this in queue right now? Because it feels like it would just be such a big win condition. And we're sort of letting Numenor build up here, too. Anatan does have the Sacred Site timer on his side, so maybe he's just thinking, I don't want to have to dive into that defensive structure, right? So, like, Knights, obviously, really good in those open fields. We saw that fight in the center earlier being so decisive. Maybe he's just like, Numenor, I have the Sacred Sites. You have to come out and fight me on my terms, right? And rather than try and get in the choke point where the Janissaries are going to do really well, he's saying, okay, fight me in the open field. It's an open invite. The Duel of Kings. Anatan posturing in front of the Sacred Site. Now biology in queue, so maybe that will be the go signal.
The thing is, there's no go signal needed here, Winston. If you look at that timer, it's 5 minutes 50. This is going to be something Numenor has to do something about. But again, Anatan has the advantage of controlling the army of Numenor. Numenor just has to follow where those horses go. And with the amount of horses he has, he could very easily split those apart and try to do more damage in the base. That base completely being reinforced by farms and villagers.
And this army, you can see they're all huddled up. They're like, make a tight little circle, and maybe the knights won't see us, right? If we're all really close together, they're huddling for warmth. Even though it looks like a summer day here in Frisian Marshes. Must be a lot of mosquitoes in a marsh.
Mm-hmm.
You ever think of
with
that?
all those little lakes. Oof. Winston, I grew
Yeah,
up
it probably
in Africa.
sucks. Like, that sucks right now.
We have lakes everywhere. Mosquitoes are our national animal. These poor guys, those Bahis, they've lived through hell, let me tell you. Those guys, I've seen all their Janissaries go down. They've watched another population of Janissaries come on up. But now, less than 5 minutes on the timer, and this feels pretty tough.
Is this EGC Summer or EGC Fall tournament, or is this like part of Outback Octagon? Like, how many knights are on the field right now? This looks like a free-for-all army. 85 fully upgraded elite knights with minework upgrades as well. The Spahi, are there enough to frontline? And we even seen the deletion of the Springalds, and I think that's a genius move. Like, they are achieving nothing for your population right now. Another Bombard I don't fully love. I kind of feel like a Randy here would be part of it, right? A couple Rebalds are like kind of part of the answer. But maybe not. The Jans are pushing up, the Culverins taking their shots onto the Great Bombards. The Great Bombards, ooh, he had a little weird retreat there. And just slight raid, the peel off from Anatan. He has so many knights, he can afford to have a few in the base of Numenor behind this.
And I love to see that he's actually doing this, because he was a little bit passive about this. He was just standing here at the front,
3
trying
minutes.
to keep this going. And he got the Great Bombard too. This is a massive pickup. He's got the villagers there to protect it, but with these culverins, he's able to snipe off one of those. And like you said, 3 minutes. You need both of them to actually keep this going, but the villagers in the base are going down. And now, down to 91 food. He's not replacing anything, Winston. This man is cooked.
I think Anatan, please Anatan, just fight. Fight. Give it to us before you win with Sacred Sites, because it's clear Numadon isn't going to be able to do this anymore. He's just letting these raids take him out because he knows the only way I win is by taking out these Sacred Sites. All focus has to go into the middle. The players, it looks like a clash is coming out. The Janissaries moving forward. The Spahi trying to front line for them, but they will absolutely melt in a single charge here to all of these knights. And could we see the turn now? Anatan is just toying with the prey here. This is playing with food.
Anatan is turning his face straight into victory. He doesn't need to take any fights. The Great Bombard is desperately clawing away at the keep. The Janissaries finally connecting. And the Culverins, they just have one target, but horses are melting. The Janissaries, they are next. And that is moreknights.com, 11 more in queue. When the handful of these go down, more will be there to replace. And they are destroying everything. Numadon going out with a bang. Anatan giving us what we have been waiting for and what we all deserve: destruction.
Yeah, the fight just wasn't there for Numadon. The Spahi frontline, it's just not reliable enough against those armored cavalry from Anatan. And yeah, lacking sort of that full gold combination right here. In an ideal case, you're able to sort of like trade as Ottomans in this state of the game and get Lancers and Janissaries together. And that's sort of your dream comp, if you will, against maybe what Anatan was fielding. But having Spahi in the front line there, it's just not going to be enough. And Anatan makes that a very convincing 2-0 at this stage.
Oh, Anatan looking really strong. But Numadon, he's the kind of player that he doesn't mind being 2 down. He can still find his way to the top. So I'm not counting Mr. Numadon out here. We've seen some pretty miraculous plays from this man. But Anatan, he was the favorite going into this game. We have to keep that in mind. I believe, I can't remember what the head-to-head is. I actually have it here in front of me. There we go. Series count, they are 9-1, which tells you Anatan has been favored for a very, very long time. So definitely not a bad showing. Numadon hasn't looked like someone who is 9-1 against his opponent. However, guys, we have Coastal Cliffs coming up soon, and that is going to be a Delhi versus Ayubid, which honestly, I'm so excited for.
Yeah, Coastal Cliffs, it can be really spicy. I'm actually really curious to see how they play that. This fight was so critical. I think Numadon maybe overestimated his position a little bit. Maybe underestimated the power of these knights. Got cut out a little bit too long in the center there, and that was just so crazy. And that wasn't what's crazy about that fight to me is, sure, that wasn't all of Numadon's army, but that was only like half of Anatan's forces in that first fight. And then we have the big engagement coming up here where like it's just such a thunderous sound when you see that many knights. That's what I was asking, is this Outback Octagon or something? Are we in the wrong tournament, Wayman? Did we just show up? Is this the wrong game? Like that is a free-for-all army if I've ever seen one, right?
For some reason, the name Puppy Paw just pops into my head whenever I think of a lot of knights. I can't remember what Puppy Paw did to get a piece of his name stuck in my brain for the rest of my life whenever I see this amount of knights. But I feel like it could have been traumatic for any player that played against him there. And we see here on the screen that final fight looking like there were no Janissaries in this army. Those poor Janissaries were not doing anything against these horses. In those big numbers, the feet or the legs matter. I always say, you just count the legs and then you know who's winning. And there were a lot more legs on Anatan's side.
Yeah, a lot of legs. A lot of legs indeed, yeah. And yeah, it's Jane's. They feel awkward sometimes in that late game composition, right? Especially when you're looking at them at that stage. It can just feel a little weird, but I'm not sure what else Numadon should have done. I mean, I think Spearman maybe could have been more useful than the Spahi to frontline. It's kind of hard to know, though, because at those numbers, the Knights just sort of will roll most things. You just sort of need to meet power with power in that context, which is why I like the Knight and Gen combo, but it is so expensive to both tech into and to sustain. So it's just a very expensive thing. It's more of like a team game comp that Ottomans can do. It's very hard for them to achieve that in a 1v1, which is why it's impressive that Anatan was able to get that many Knights on the field in the first place. But that aside, we can take a look here. Next game, Coastal Cliffs. Thoughts? Ayubids?
Well, Coastal Cliffs with Ayubids and Delhi, I feel like it's a map that still sees usually a lot of pro scouting, but neither of these civs are very renowned for that type of playstyle. Ayubids, I feel like they might be quite difficult to handle for Delhi here. Now, they do have Ghazi Raiders, which is great because those boys, they are fun, they're fast, they're fantastic, they go back, they heal up, they do more. But at the same time, Ayubids has so many cards that they can play. And it used to be one of those cases where you could instantly tell, like, hey, this civilization beats that one. But with Ayubids, we've seen some of these pro players be so creative. I cannot predict this, Winston. And it might just be because I don't play enough. But I do play a lot recently. But Ayubids, I don't know where to place them because every single time I watch a pro game, there's something else coming out. A different order of wing. Sometimes it's the chicken wing. Sometimes it's the casino wing. We're just getting all the types of wings. And honestly, I'm an enjoyer. But I do want to touch on just for a second for the rest of this series. Numidan still has some pretty good answers for the maps that we do have in front of us. Although Anatan,
Oh, yeah.
it's got Zushi and Rus.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good too. So what about you? Ayubids and Delhi, where do you land?
Was it? I'm really. This is recall here, and I could be wrong. Was it Anatan versus Louis, where Anatan did Gamba Wing in Copenhagen at the Steel Series?
That might be.
Was that that? Was that it? And I just distinctly remember Louis' face when
Yes.
the third hack of units came out, and Anatan basically hit the Gamba 3 times in a row for the fully aggressive thing. I don't think it worked out for Anatan, but I think that just speaks to the creativity he is willing to bring to Ayubids. And I think we saw Anatan playing very successfully with Ayubids. A lot of players were on a lot of different maps. You can play a ton of different styles. They can play really aggressive. They can deal with aggressive civs really well. So I'm just looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Numidan, though, I'm curious to see how he handles Delhi, right? Because these past 2 games, it seemed like he was a little bit on the tempo back foot in terms of strategic ordering. And I'm wondering if that's going to work out, because I feel like Delhi, a lot of times when I play them at least, I feel like I need to be kind of in the driver's seat as the game commences. And so we'll see if he's able to maybe shift gears here and change the tune in his head. If you want to demonstrate that again, feel free. That's an open invite.
I have to wait for the right moment, Winston. We can't do this on demand. But
It felt right to me,
Anatan-
okay? Sorry.
Now, Numidan, you just mentioned he needs to be in the driving seat, and I completely agree. I think Delhi is a civ that thrives when they decide the tempo of the game. Based on what Anatan does, we'll find out if he's going to allow anyone to take the tempo. But again, it's Delhi. They don't need to ask for permission. They do a pretty good job at getting it at the start of the game. But with the usual Desert Raiders, you don't have those one-to-one trades as we're used to seeing them. Now, especially when we see the Culture Wing age up, that we sometimes get a nice little dervish to heal those bad boys up. And I think in a matchup like Delhi, that could also be quite interesting, as you already have camels where your opponent doesn't, and those fights could be a little different. But then again, you just specialize in archers. So both of these civilizations just have rock, paper, scissor 6 times over for one another.
Yeah, it sort of just kind of loops back around at a certain point to just, it comes down to play, I feel like, a lot of the times, and just reactivity rather than, like, is my strategy good enough here? It's usually, at least for me in this matchup, it would be more of like, am I responding better to the game state? Which is why I love AoE4. But also, yeah, it's cool here. Let's see. Spicy stuff. Spicy stuff.
Well, that is a
I don't know why I said
very
that,
empty
but I did.
scout. It's because of the chicken wing thing, Winston. That was on me. Don't worry. You can always just blame me. It's all good.
No. Oh, that is a sheep disparity and a half.
This is not what you can blame on me, though. I think this one might be on Anatan himself. He is a hungry boy right now, and he went for the eco wing. So chicken wing was the choice. Winston, you called it by saying spicy the whole time. goes for the eco wing, just ensuring that he has the resource or the villagers to get resources just that little bit faster. Now, going for the eco wing here, it helps your economy, obviously, because you're in a state now where you are very, very happy to just stay in feudal a little bit longer and make sure that those 3 extra villages you get to make a difference in the army value. But the problem is, Numidan is going to have a lot of army very quickly, and those 3 villages, they do take a while to pay off because you're giving up the other types of control you would have had.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of help elsewhere. There's a little bit of berry boost. You know, getting a little more berries out of your map is always nice. Let's see. Can we check the berries? Pro players are generally very, very good at this, but it's easy to slip up on the berries and accidentally not leave one at one. We'll see. Oh yeah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's definitely paying attention. And Anatan's builds are very, very good. It's just always it's good to know. You know, it's good to double check because it's easy to forget sometimes in a big series. You're switching through your saves really quickly, and it can be a mistake. And sometimes that's 100, 200, 300 food that makes a big difference later in the game.
Mm-hmm. Especially with that little bit of a sheep difference between the two. Wheelbarrow now clicked up by Anatan as well. So him getting Wheelbarrow this early on tells me he is playing an eco game here. I wonder how heavy the feudal fighting is going to be. Is investing a little bit of gold this early on into Wheelbarrow. Of course, you want to make sure your villagers can get away from those Ghazis. But it does feel like, hey, I'm okay with staying here, and I'm going to fight this for as long as possible. We'll see where those villagers pop out to. 6, 5, 4 seconds until those extra vills are going to be popping out. And we'll see where they go. And it seems they go directly to the berries.
Straight to jail. No, yes, straight to the berries. Makes sense. We're going to see a stable opening here from the EU bids. Not a huge surprise. That's stable and stable.
Stable.
Ooh,
stable decisions all around.
It's just, yeah, Horseman Desert Raider kind of combo is what we're maybe feeling here. That can feel nice. That can feel good.
Yes. I mean, Anatan is coming to scout. He wants to know, hey, what are you opening with? Most of us, when we play against Delhi, we know what's coming first. It's going to be a Ghazi Raider. But this is Numidan. Anatan doesn't know that yet. And he knows that he doesn't know, so that's why he's here to find out exactly what he's going to be facing. But that's a stable. That's a stable. Never mind, guys. We're back to Ghazi Raiders. No surprises here. But Anatan investing in Horseman himself as well.
I feel like the Dome of Faith generally kind of locks you into the Ghazi because it feels like lost value going for archers and spearmen when you don't have Tower Victory for the infantry buff. So I feel like the moment I go Dome of Faith, I know I'm playing Ghazi for most of Feudal Age, right? Until you're like forced to switch.
Now, getting the blacksmith pretty early on means he is going to have that extra bit of time he needs to get the upgrades. Anatan, though, getting horticulture as well. And that's the nice thing. Guys, we just need to talk about this for a second as that scout is in dire danger. The Delhi variant coming. Are we excited about those upgrades? Because I was going through the details, and after we were at Gamescom, 5 seconds per upgrade. That means they don't get them for free like the real Delhi, but fake Delhi, they will be getting them real fast. So I'm really excited about that. Any expansion hypers?
Is this when I can say no comment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm really excited.
I feel like that is saying like, oh, it might not be 5 seconds forever, so we'll find out. But I'm not going to put Winston in a weird position.
It's like pleading the fifth. You can't just look at a no comment and then assume something. The whole point is that there is no assumption to be made.
Well, with 5 horses in Numidan's base, he is going to be making the assumption that he needs more Ghazis. Guys, we're going to need more Ghazis against all those bad boys, but more horses in the party zone, and one single camel debuff all of the horses coming from Numidan's side. So now the archery range also being placed down. That is going to be used when he does see that singular Desert Raider, but I feel like when you see one Desert Raider, it feels kind of wrong to invest too much into archers.
Yeah, sorry, I was just thinking about Tuglux again. Back to this game though. Yeah, we got Numidan. Are you surprised at all by the choice to make archers from Numidan here? I mean, it's nice to have a infantry unit to wall sacred sites, but I guess it's for Like, what? Do.
So I understand the choice of archers because, like you said, they can build walls, which is great. We love a good wall around a sacred site. You guys know, Delhi and walls, very, very nice. So this is something he needs, but he also needs to prepare for when there's an inevitable, what is it, the camel, Desert Raider, there's the word. I found it, Winston. You took one of my words. But he's getting his archers himself. So now that Anatan is investing... Oh, he cancelled those bad boys and made more horses instead. Never mind, Anatan knows. I just need morehorses.com. Knights worked out. I can't make knights yet, so let me just get their baby brother and try to shut down anyone who dares touch these sacred sites. But keep in mind, Numidan has the option to go and heal up those Ghazis. So Anatan is not going to be taking unnecessary fights here.
Yep. That's why there haven't been any of those typical skirmishes that you might see. Oh, we see little bits of poke kind of come in. Anatan, though, trying not to take damage himself until we get a full engagement of the fight. The Desert Raider is there. It will be debuffing all of those Ghazi's Raiders, so they're doing a lot less damage. Units here from Anatan. He has the melee armor upgrade as well, so the Ghazi are going to be doing very little here, actually. And is it going to even be enough? No, Numidan has to retreat from this. One of the scholars gets caught out. Ghazi... He did manage to kill the Desert Raider, so his units are dealing slightly better with this. Ooh, this is spicy.
Yeah, losing any more of those scholars is going to be so difficult to come back from. But Anatan, he took a really good trade. We can see here destroyed value on his side. He is feeling good about this. He shut down the sacred side. He shut down that momentum that we usually see here from Delhi. And now you're not giving Delhi the full control. You are the person who can sit back. You can even go on the deer, because you know that there's no Ghazis who will dare come close to your base and raid you without taking a pretty severe risk.
And I never see the scholars coming forward again, right? Nimadon's just like, all right, I'll try again. It always feels bad in this context because a lot of the reason Delhi sort of works is when you are able to get at least one sacred site, so that you can just pull vills off gold, invest more in the army, and it sort of like has a snowballing effect. But because there hasn't been a sacred site for very long, we're not getting any banked gold for Castle Age. We're not really producing scholars a ton right now, just 5 on the field, not more in queue. So if a Castle Age is eked out, it will be without a ton of scholar buildup. And just kudos to Anatan at this point for keeping things super clean on his side. And now we see a bit of an archer master from him to help deal with some of these spearmen that Numidan's building up.
Because that's a pretty big investment into spearmen from Numidan, but he knows he needs this if he's going to be fighting against all of those horses. I think the big question is, who runs out of food first? Because that usually determines how the fights will go. But oh no, the Ghazi Raiders are taking the fight. Desert Raiders just ensuring they melt and don't do much damage. Spearmen now looking to say something about this. But the archers are standing forward, ready to take a few shots here. Spearmen again at the ready, and they do a significant amount of damage here. This round kind of coming out here.
The spearmen?
It looks pretty scary.
Yeah, the spearmen didn't get a great engagement, though. They were always behind the horsemen, and I think only one spearman ever even hit in that engagement, and now they're almost all dead on the field. Just a few remain, and now they're going to the back of the formation as the retreat comes out. Oh, this is such awkward micro here for Numidan. He has to execute perfectly to not go down to Anatan's superior forces. Numidan able to hold? Question mark? It doesn't look like it.
Numidan keeps trying to put this pressure up, but we can see with the army value, it looks like Numidan is ahead, but we can see these fights are telling a very different story. And now with the amount of archers on Anatan's side, those archers from Numidan are going to fall just as quickly. You start to get to this number where you can actually deal with the horses pretty well. And yes, he has +1 range defense there on Numidan's side, so he is going to take the shots a little bit better than usual. But now we can see that army being healed up, and possibly this is where the value comes on in. But again, the food is going to be the question here. We do see a lot of villagers out here on the map on different food sources, and 2 little green dots there going to the north, trying to find a little bit of info.
Yeah, Anatan with a great read here saying, well, how are you getting food right now? And he's going to catch these villagers as they're building the tower. That might be full kills here. Oh no, I think we have textiles in. Oh, Ooh, bit of a counter raid. No Vil kills just yet on either side. One will go down, but that's not the biggest deal at this stage. It matters, of course, that the food is denied. And now Anatan has another part of the map, though, where he has to deal with it, right? Because so far he's been sort of able to control this one sacred site on the south. The moment he swings up here, that kind of opens up the sacred site on the south again, because his army is going to be over here. So things are just going to get a lot messier here, and the armies are going to collide in the center of the map. The archers a little far away, but they're going to be able to start picking off those spearmen. The archers dealing their damage. Full retreat here. No more camels in the fight for Anatan, so the Ghazi are at full power.
And it does look like these Ghazis are trading pretty well here with the Spearmen in the mix. The Archers are doing their best. Oh, the Scholars trying to heal up what they can. But the fight's looking pretty good here for Numidan. He's cleaning up what he can. The Spearmen did the work they needed to do, but there's a lot more Horsemen as reinforcements coming on in. But we can see those numbers are staying pretty equal, I said, as Anatan is starting to lose grip on this. And those villagers are running out of deer to keep on snacking here at the front. So this is going to mean that Anatan needs to find alternative food as well. He's got a little bit of wood in the bank, and that should probably be a farm or two, but there's still a deer pack. That deer pack, though, is very risky.
Yeah, there's... Ooh, and all of the vills go idle on the food at kind of the worst time, but we'll see how Anatan's able to recover from this. Just moving out to the berries with a lot of vills. And this game is going to heat up. The Battle of the Berry Boys.
Battle of the Berry Boys, and you can imagine that poor boar is going to be untouched for the rest of his life. But another fight, and the Ghazi Raiders get a few cheap shots on a horse there. Two of them hitting the floor. Disgusting, as we just see more horse all around the map. Now Anatan, though, he's making every bit of horse he can, and he's going to keep on horsing around. He cannot stop now, because he knows that once Delhi decides to go for it, they can do a pretty mean push here. The wood line getting a little bit thin away from the TC, which means they're going to be a little bit open for a raid or two. Oh, the berries, Winston. The berries.
The Berry Boys. All the lads in this outpost might be hearing the Ayubid scream soon. Those villagers going to be taken out. Oh, awkward pathing from the Ghazi. Oh, are most of them going to live? Just one goes down, another will. The outpost, though, taking out. The food supply is denied once again, but Anatan has found the food on the north side now. He has the reinforcements in his own base. The spearman count dwindling quickly. The Ghazi get the surround, but now there is a camel in this fight. It is now taken out, so the Ghazi are once again full power, and the Ghazi get the full surround on the north side too. Oh boy. Looks like it's good news for Numidan.
Yes, Numidan actually getting a perfect surround here with all those Ghazis on the archers. Anatan realizes that was not it for me. And ladies and gents, we have an answer. Delhi versus Ayubids. Well, with the Eco Wing, it looked a little bit tough, but I don't feel like it was the wing's fault. This felt like just pure decision-making here by Numidan, just ensuring that he gets the right trades at the right times. But yeah, I don't really know where to place the matchup just based off of this game.
I think if Anatan had made a few more Desert Raiders, maybe actually, because it seemed like in a lot of those fights, there was a really good job by Numidan to focus him down with his small archer mass, but it felt like if Anatan just had a few more, like the Ghazi stay debuffed, and you deal a ton of damage in melee against those Ghazi Raiders. So maybe they were kind of like the secret weapon that was missing. Not quite sure. And also, like the food macro, like you mentioned, Anatan, maybe he had some slip-ups on the macro there. When all those vills go idle together, it sort of like speaks, I think, to like a very preoccupied mind. And here we see some replays of these really close fights. This looked like a great fight on the outset to me for Anatan, but a few units did get away, and most of the Scholars escaped. I think only one died here. It went from 4 to 3, I believe, in the field. Yeah, one goes down here. But the other 3 get away, and you can see several of the Ghazi do get out, and they're full healed, and those little moments of healing matter so much.
And aside from that, Winston, I want you to take a look over there to the left. We have an upcoming series, and that's going to be Zushi against Japan, which, I mean, Japan's a pretty cool pick here, but Zushi, undeniable. honestly. Kerlager is a map that I think both of these civilizations do pretty well on, but we've seen Anatan on Zushi as well. He knows what he's doing. And Numedan wielding that Japan, I'm feeling something spicy. Not just something standard. Oh, but looking at this fight too, you just see how those archers tried to focus fire the spears, and they did a pretty decent job. But the scholars, they kept the Ghazis alive as much as they could, and the numbers just mattered.
Yeah, there's no camel here, right? And keeping the fight continuing while you don't have the debuff, it's like missing sort of your counter to the healing almost, right? It's like the healing gives you a certain amount of damage and durability in the fights, but because you have more durability, you get more damage out, right? But then you kind of, your advantage as a Ubids is sort of lost there, and he had it here as well, right? But immediately you can see great focus from Numedan, spots the two camels, and boom, they're both dead. Now the Ghazi are no longer debuffed. And I mean, at this point, the fight was already kind of decided, but it's those little decisions, seeing Numedan on point in that micro, really impressive stuff. And it was kind of interesting. Numedan in this game only ever built one blacksmith, so his upgrades aren't even done yet, right? And I think that kind of thing is an important thing to note, because you usually see Delhi build the two blacksmiths, right, to be able to get churn through all their upgrades, but Numedan only had the one and still managed to be winning convincing fights there. Do you think we see Shinobi?
Yes,
Dare I say?
Because I think the last game kind of gave us a new side of Numedan as well. We know Numedan is a guy who likes to delay the game, get to late game, make his opponents sweat a little bit. But in this case, he was aggressive, and he wanted the game to end pretty quickly. He knew how to be aggressive, and I think I will not be surprised when he goes for something a little bit more spicy than the usual. What's funny to me is that neither of these players have picked Holy Island, which means I feel like Holy Island is a map you pick if you are Vortex or Lucifron and you're born on the water. But both of these players knew, hey, we could potentially get this map, and here the other guy might not be that confident, but they leave it for last. So to let the skills decide, because I know most of the top players, they're not too confident on the water maps. You might have your top 4, top 6 who would gladly pick these, which is why I'm quite surprised that Anatan did not go for it. But Numedan, he's Swedish. Maybe he was born next to water as well. Who knows? Lager it is.
Do you think Lager has a lot of mosquitoes? Or is it just Marshes? Is that the mosquito one? Which I thought here.
Marshes might be more mosquito-y. Lager feels like we're in a little bit of a colder climate. I know we see a lot of green. And guys, I'm not just talking about Numedan. I'm also talking about the grass. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. We got some tree chopping. Ladies and gents, this is going to be a blacksmith in Dark Age. Are you ready?
Wow, some crazy stuff happening. Things are occurring. Gameplay is happening. Sorry. I don't know. It sounded right.
Yeah.
It felt right to say that in the moment. In the moment, that felt right. But now, looking back with hindsight, retrospective, maybe that wasn't the coolest thing to say right then. What would have been cooler? I tried. Yeah, thanks, Cal. All right, even when Cal gets involved, then you know it was bad. Oh, boy.
Oh, poor guy. Guys, Winston just getting called out here, left, right, and center. But those deer getting killed right around the DC. Okay, yes, we see that usually. But it is quite spicy because now you're not going to be able to push those bad boys. And yes, they are harder to push. But shutting this down is such an important move here. You give up a little bit of sheep, but at the same time, you ensure that your opponent doesn't get to be greedy.
And now, where is Numedan's dock? Is that on the right? It's on the right there.
I called the barracks. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I was wrong. But yes. That is a dog.
Can I say you called a blacksmith technically, and I knew what you meant.
Oh, did I? Oh,
you said blacksmith, which is funny. Well, no, it's there. It's right there. That is the blacksmith.
Okay,
you're not wrong.
True. Ooh.
Yeah,
Make me feel like I'm a little bit right. Yes,
nice. You're very right. But yeah, no, I was also wondering if we'd see the barracks, but I don't think so. I don't think Shishi needs the instant dock, right? They can just do the deer under the DC and feel comfortable with a really fast stage up. Where are we going to see this meditation gardens, do you think? Maybe in the back? Oh, is he going forward for the triple berry? Can we check the base, please? Oh, that is a crazy meditation garden. That's a lot of berry.
That is a lot of berries. He's going to be snacking for days, Winston. He's going to get a little wood, a little gold. We love a little wood and gold with a nice little bit of food around. Hell yeah, brother. It looks like this is going to be the nicest of meditation gardens. This is where you take a girl on a date. You take her to this meditation garden. She wants to go chill there. Yeah, exactly.
I get it. No, that makes sense.
When I look at the amount of fishing ships here on the side, though, 3 fishing ships, pretty standard. But is Anatan going to be able to punish this? What is the question Anatan asks himself? Does he say, oh, do I shut down Big Doc or do I just go for kill? Very good. I will find out. But I do not know yet. For now, I just meditate, get good food, and make big plays. Both of these scouts, we are just being annoying. But I will see. He's my villager? Yes, we go to water. We will shut down Doc, not problem. And that is it. So, for a storehouse coming on out, and that means no shinobis, Winston.
I'm sad, disappointed, and my day is ruined. I wanted shinobis, but that's okay. Maybe we'll get them eventually. You know, it's not no forever, right? Shinobis could still happen. You never know.
Mm-hmm. So
maybe
now he is a little bit spicy here. I like that about Adjutant. He's just blocking that, and now the scout coming to fight back. This is going to be a pretty dirty fight. Moves the scout a little bit forward. No. You have wasted the wood on one wall. Go get the second one. Another villager being pulled to put this up. Oh, cancels it. But 2 villagers now all the way out here. They're going to need to be shoreline fishing if they want to get value from anything.
Yeah, just has to get that wall up because his age up is so much slower than Anatan. And Anatan threatening that dock to the right there, which could make a combat ship. But instead, it'll just be some fishies. Saw the walls, figured why bother right now? Just hang out, vibe. They can share the lake. There's plenty of fish in the sea, what they always say, right?
Not in this sea, Winston. This is a very limited edition sea. For those of you who don't know this map, which I'm assuming everyone does, because in Twitch chat, I know you guys are all Conk 3. I am the only problem here. These fish are limited edition, so when you do get control of these little patches of water, you only have food for a little while, but it is usually enough to destroy your opponent with. Now, with Numidan, he gets that first farm for free, just spawning up there. And now the question is, what is next? Anatan got his dock, he's living his best life, but what are we seeing in his base? Mr. Observer, whether it be vodka or Cal, give me insight into Anatan's base, please. I want to see what this man is doing. Oh, he is doing something. He's going for stable.
I mean, it's
stable.
It's gonna prof scouts. Yeah. Sort of delayed. Nope, 3 horsemen. Instantly. Okay, interesting.
He learned what works. He counted the legs from the first game and he was like, I know what worked. Just gonna get more legs. But Numidan, he counted the legs as well. He said more legs, more wins, and he's getting horsemen himself. Now, he does have double broadaxe coming in as well, so those villagers are going to chop real hard. But Anatan decides to change his mind on that dock.
Yeah, Numidan canceled it because I think he's realizing the horsemen are coming and he's going to need units out fast. And you don't get units if you're making too many fishing boats, especially on small economies like this. You see some horsemen from Numidan, but Anatan has already powered out 4 horsemen onto the field, and some of these resources are a little exposed. The wolf getting in the mix. It just wants a little bite, little snack. Says, I can take a leg. Doesn't get one. Oh, a little nibble. That's a little leg right there.
Yeah, that's a little snack right there. Wolf going home and not satisfied, but he did get a little bit of action. Mostly we'll see this game until he dies by the hands of some other A-moved unit running around. But you see Anatan being a little bit more safe now. He's trying to get these walls up, ensuring that he gets control of the water. Even though, limited edition, you want to ensure you get as much as possible because they will skyrocket you into the later stages when the food does run out around your TC. Now, granted, this map does have a lot of food. Numidan, he's got a lot of horses in queue. Anatan, he's got 1 in queue, but that might just be because of resource reasons, so soon enough, we might just see another full horseman army. But both of these players really seeing the value of that mobility. What I really want to see from both of them, though, is raiding and not just being as passive as they were in the Altai game, for example, with those horses.
We're seeing Numadon. Is Doc brought to half health? Not the biggest deal right now, but that could matter, and you definitely don't want to send a Villa to repair it later. So these little things could add up, and you definitely don't want to have to make a boat just to defend it. Like, you want to be as greedy as possible here, because there really isn't that much food left. Well, there's probably still a good amount of food, but it's not that much food that you want to overinvest into that. So we'll see.
As he builds the ship, nice job, Winston. You cursed it. The guys.
I cursed it immediately. I said you don't want to. I said you don't want to. But because the Doc's started at half health, you probably have to. You know? I'm just saying.
Getting the boat up there serves more than that purpose, though, Winston. It serves the purpose of if he decides to go for that delayed pro scout, because he's floating a little bit of gold, and when you have 250 gold in the bank and you're not spending any of it, I'm assuming there are some strange intentions there, and these intentions might just be to get a delayed pro scout, to get that rest of the food so you can outlast your opponent and you don't actually need to transition. Now, Japan has that built-in transition with the free farms, so we have only seen it a handful of times coming out of Japan, but I would not be surprised here. He's already got the mobility, he's going to be fine on the water now, especially having that one ship too, so he'll be able to steer off any harassment coming his way as well. But Anatan, he's floating a little bit of food around here now, deciding what he's doing next, just getting a few spears. Though, I feel like he's leaving his options open, because usually you get resources with intention, but when you're floating 400, 300, 250, it feels like you're just keeping your options open.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of stacked resources as well, so maybe Numadon's just thinking, if I can get out of this feudal age without investing in any blacksmith upgrades, then things are okay. And we do see the pro scouts from Anatan is slowly starting to work its way into those deer getting back at home. But, I mean, Numadon's getting away with banking res and playing on the aggressive side of things. Yeah, looks pretty good. He's gonna... Anatan's gonna have a slightly faster castle time still in the end, but...
He kept his options open,
I don't know.
and he decided on castle. But see, I love that meditation garden. He's got a lot of villagers around it as well. Someone definitely went on a date there, because if you just have so many out there on the map, no pressure on the meditation garden either, it feels pretty good for anyone. Now, with Numadon slowly transitioning into archers himself, this does mean that his age up is going to be a little bit delayed too, as he's spending just an inch of that food. But we do need to see if he's ready for the Mount Lu Academy coming on out. Now, guys, what makes this so tough for anyone playing Genzushi is the usual follow-up from here is lances. And these are not lances you can just ignore. Those lances, they will dive anything. And it just feels like a lot of people kind of lose it once the lances arrive. He doesn't have the gold in the bank to pump out too many just yet. And we do see Wheelbarrow now being upgraded as we are heading into 11 minutes into the game. But now that Mount Lu Academy finishing up, let's see what the first upgrade is going to be. And with no gold in the bank, the answer is nothing, actually.
Nada, de nada, nothing. You get nothing. Oh, more officials, right? That's that's official. Is that more officials, or is that the one where the supervisors improved? I always forget the icons at Mount Lu.
It might be the supervision in this case, yes.
Yeah, that's supervision. That's what I thought.
Winston, the first Lancers in queue, and just like allknights.com, we know what's about to happen. Those Lancers are just going to start pouring in once he has the resources for them. Another one queued up. This is feeling like Anatan is rubbing his hands together and saying, yes, we attack soon. You will see. Floating gate now coming on up. Numadon, he needs to find an answer to these boys, and he should be expecting them to come.
I mean, Mounted Samurai are a pretty good answer. You already have the cavalry bannermen on the field, and you can kind of get your own little supervision situation going on your own with the floating gate. And the raid, though, gonna be pretty devastating. Wait, the Shinto priest could go down before he places it in. Did he just die, or did he place it? Did he get it?
He
died
everywhere.
Wait, where's the thingy? We'll have to figure that out later.
Yes.
The spearmen
are
there.
They are lancers, and there's things happening, and They're everywhere. He only killed one villager, though. And he did lose a little bit of those horses. But now the gold is getting denied. And yes, there's a backwards gold. So guys, this is not all lost just when that tower goes down. But the number of units is starting to get scary. We do see mounted samurai coming on out now as well. But just more archers too.
Yeah, and the mounted samurai are going to be a decent answer into the spear and lancer composition. The mounted samurai, sorry, they feel great because that that one deflective armor charge makes them kind of trade okay against spearmen in low numbers when things are going well. It can sort of work out for you, but we'll see Numidan under a lot of pressure here. These raids have been very volatile and very brutal. 4 villas have gone down, but it just feels like all that tempo, all that idle time is going to really add up in the next few minutes here. We already see a big difference in population, 81 for Anatant, 74 for Numidan, and it's just going to grow, right?
Now, with the amount of units we see on the map here from Anatant and their high value, you guys, you can see army value is insanely different here. Those lances, they're barely getting tickled. Numidan trying to chase down what he can with the horsemen he has, and it's starting to feel like it just slowly falls apart. Not because he's losing too many. Yes, he's lost 4 workers, but what else has he lost? He's lost a lot of working time as those villagers are running around for their lives.
Oh,
as
not
they're
again.
Getting dived again. More
Not again. The
idle
Shinto
time.
priest. The priest. Okay, he gets there this time. That's an important thing. I thought he was going to lose another one. Oh, man. Let me see. Oh, man, these guys are just so obnoxious. It's so well placed. Idling out so much, and Numidan doesn't want to fight just yet, so he's sort of just idling this whole section of his economy just to avoid taking this brutal fight. Oh, this is kind of crazy. And Anatash's just going to go back in. He's going to say, oh, I liked it here.
No, I will get more
This is
idle
nice.
time. Very cool.
I will move in. Oh, but a little counter raid. Numidan gonna find some of the officials and the deer villagers under the TC here.
And he does get 8 villagers going down total is pretty insane. Yes, that is an upgraded TC, but those lances are made of steel. They are barely taking any damage. And, some players, when we watch them, when they're getting attacked like this, the only thing they can do is try to get a counterattack that lands. And it just doesn't feel like Numidan's counterattack did anything here. We see Anatant moving all the way forward onto the big gold here. That's how confident he feels in this very mobile army to be able to fall back and protect when he needs to. Now, these guys are chopping. And Winston, they're getting towers. Those boys are going to be safe all game long.
We'll see. There's not enough room at the inn if a raid did come in here. That's only 15 spots for like 25 vills. The counter raid being handled handily by Anatant's many-handed horsemen because they have so many legs and arms. Are horse legs front legs? Could you ever count those as arms? Like,
No,
have you ever done an arm count?
Unless we're watching BoJack Horseman, those are just legs, Winston. Don't personify your horses, please, sir. Oh.
Okay, so arm count is irrelevant to power level in an army. But it's called an army, not a leggy.
Well, in this case,
I like that one.
Anatant has decided on making a pretty big leggy. Winston, should we make this the go-to term? Look at that.
Yeah, the leggy
huge
count is looking
leggy.
great for Anatant.
The legs matter when the boats are trying to fight. Those lances are melting everything. But Numidan is trying his best at attacking. It didn't work. So now he pulls back and he's like, okay, I'm going to catch out what you've got, and I'm going to try to shut this down. No promises as things are on fire. The Onamushas are joining the party too. The Onamushas could be a pretty good unit to have here in general, because those
Need a lot.
Yumi... Yeah, you need a lot. But the Yumi, they haven't really done anything. They've looked really good.
Well, the Yumi are good. I was a little surprised that he made Yumi in the first place, because the timing he made them isn't when Yumi really shine. It's like, if you want to make a lot of Yumi, you want to build them up in Feudal Age, and then when you arrive in Castle Age, you just quickly get these upgrades, and you have like 40 of them. But he built 2 Yumi and then went Castle Age, and it's like, well, sure, you have like a decent counter to spears, but like, the mobility and the map state just changes so much at the start of Castle Age, especially in a highly mobile matchup on such an open and aggressive map such as Karlauger. that I'm a little surprised at that choice. It feels like maybe it was just slightly misreading the situation, maybe waiting for that Onimusha mass instead of investing in the Yumi. Would have been a bit safer, but he does catch out several of the spearmen, but oh boy, you're gonna need like at least 20 or 30 Onimusha with a decent amount of the mounted samurai in front before this really starts to feel good, right? Oh, with the Yumi, they look pretty no more. Their faces are about to get blown to smithereens. Oh, oh,
He doesn't
Just
invest
passing?
too much into killing this. He's just smacking a few of them. He wants them to go home and tell the villagers about that scary
happened?
army that is about to. Yes. There's 2 villagers there on the side as well that might just get targeted on the way out here. Anatan is a man who knows how to attack. Oh, never mind. I was about to give him a really nice compliment, but compliment rescinded as the Lancers are running for their lives. He doesn't want to take a risk here. He's got an extra bit of resources in the bank. Yes, he's got 30 Lancers. And again, we're getting to that point in the HRE game where he asks himself, should I go Imperial? Do I just go for more Knights? And the answer was resounding every single time.
But also, a crossbow mass being built up, 3 ranges, a big investment in these crossbows, putting a lot of respect into the mounted samurai here, which, you know, with the bannermen, they're just a better knight, right, than the knights from Jushi here. I think.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had to think. Had to double check.
Yeah. So,
Much
Numenor,
better.
though, he
Sorry.
doesn't have an answer to what Anatan is cooking, though. Getting a trebuchet now out here at the front, he doesn't really have anything that's going to handle this. I mean, usually what handles a trebuchet are pure numbers, right? So, question is just, how is he going to get those numbers when his numbers are significantly smaller than his opponents? And that's not something you want to say as the Japanese player here.
Yeah. Especially when you start getting trebucketed.
Oh.
Trebucketed?
Oh,
Trebucketed?
Winston, we
Trebuchet?
missed something.
What do we miss?
Trebuchet, yes, I would say.
No,
16 dead
trebucketed.
villagers.
Bucketed.
Trebucketed, okay.
Sorry.
There's 16 dead villagers this game. And I don't know if those
Yes.
are just boats as well, but it feels like that is a lot more than it was 3 minutes ago, so
It was
definitely some
10.
casualties.
It was 10, and then I think both of the docks got attacked kind of over the last like 5-ish minutes. Right? I think that's
Just
what
rest in
happened.
pieces. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of rest with the fishes situation.
Now, Winston's favorite
3
unit, the
trebuchets.
Trebuchet, is everywhere. Now 3 of them. Now, guys,
4?
I think all of us have played against that many trebuchets. And, four trebuchets. So, with the amount of trebuchets at the front of his base, we know this is a ticking time bomb. You can try to repair that thing, but that thing needs a lot of repairing. And with the amount of trebuchets in that base, there's no repairing that will keep this thing alive. So, the counter is imminent.
But that's so many crossbows, 28 crossbows. The transition has been brilliant from Anatan, and now this front line is going to melt instantly. It is not enough Onimusha to delete all of those Lancers as well as quickly, and with this many trebuchets, I feel like Anatan could just build a sandcastle anywhere he wants, because that's enough buckets for anything. Anything. It could be the biggest sandcastle on the whole beach, and Numenor has to accept that Anatan's sandcastle is larger, and he has to tap out, not only of this game. This was a best of 5. That was the series. Anatan took it in a really decisive fashion. Even with the Game 3 snafu, where it sort of felt like a big, like, feudal mashup of just, like, stats and just full-out aggro. It felt like whenever a game got to, you know, mid-game and got out of that feudal state, it felt like Anatan just had a leg up in both strategy and execution. And when you combo those two things, it just looks like this, right? Like, 21-minute decisive victory over Numenor here. That didn't even look that close, right? It just looks so convincing. Jushi looking solid in the hands of Anatan.
Zushi has been a civilization that's been solid in most people's hands, I think.
Yeah,
And a lot of people,
for sure.
A lot of people respect the Zushi grind, and I think Numenor taking a game here from Anatan, it's important for him because we saw the series count at the start. This was a 9-1, now 10-1 situation. Anatan has always been the favorite here, but Numenor, he's someone who is slowly climbing his way up. Him qualifying for this EGC event already is so massive. We're seeing another Scandinavian making it to the top, and we already have so many just leading the pack. So I'm absolutely so glad for another region to just climb their way through. Another region that's blossoming is Belarus, which is wild, scatterbrained, also taking down a lot of people to be here with his brother-at-arms, Anatan. So I think this says a lot about Numenon's growth. Numenon has definitely blossomed in this, and he did not make all of the games look decisive for Anatan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was like several of them went really late. I mean, that Altai game was a long one. The HRE one looked, I would say Anatan looked very much so in control the entire game against Ottomans there with HRE. Like that was, I would say, a very calculated game from Anatan, which showed his prowess, I think, very nicely. Numenor, it looked like caught out a few times in that game, and just it just looked a little rough there. But in all the other games, I thought he looked okay. This final one, though, as we see the replay of these raids and just how devastating it is, even trying to get the counter raids and not getting a single villager, it just seems like something just went a little wrong here for Numenor, right? Like, there's just a lot going on. Oh boy. Crazy fight.
Yeah, but Numenor had a pretty decent showing here. Anatan is a full-time... Yeah, Anatan's a full-time player. This man is doing great. So we'll see how he does in the rest of the group as well. I don't think anyone is going to be underestimating Numenor from here on out. So we'll see what that looks like into our next series as well. Now, guys, you know what's next?
No.
You don't know what's next?
I know what's next. I know what's next. I was saying no because I'm one of.
Oh, you're one of who?
No, I'm one of the lads in the stream. I don't know. I was like, never mind. I was just pretending. It was a moment, but now that we've questioned it, the moment is gone.
So, guys,
sorry.
For 5 million dollars, who's next? Let's see if anyone is gonna win all these imaginary dollars. So, Poppy Paw versus.
Can I say it for the 5 million?
The doolers, yeah. What are you gonna do with all the doolers?
I don't know. It's Demu, right?
Yeah.
Oh, how do I know?
Wow.
How do I know? Oh man.
I haven't seen Demu's performance in recent events, and I think Poppy Paw has been really scary. I think Poppy Paw has been scary for a while. Wham and Poppy Paw, they overtake each other back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But I think Demu has a very tough game ahead of him here. The grandpa of society here. I would say that Beastie, Demu, and Marine Lord are probably... Oh, and Killjardy, of course. They're the grandpas of our pro scene. So we'll see if they can actually take down Mr. Poppy Paw, who is an absolute destruction.
Yeah, Demu took down sort of on his way into this tournament, right? Which is... it's an interesting matchup there, right? Because Demu's been just so consistently playing AoE4, right? And sort of has kind of been on and off, and he's recently had his, like, another comeback, I would say. I feel like sort of has filtered through the game several times, and yeah, it was sad to see sort of games there not really go his favor, but Demu just looking really solid. He's always been, Demu's been widely considered, top 10 player for the whole time, and at times getting a lot higher in various events and being considered stronger than that anytime. So kind of a fan favorite. Looking forward to seeing how Demu handles Puppy Paw. But Puppy Paw, can we talk enough about his astronomical powers? That didn't make any sense. That word had no bearing on anything. But he's like the rise. He's just been. I feel like Puppy Paw has been so solid for so long, and I'm just so happy that recently, it felt like in the past year and a half now, where he's really just been able to really capitalize on his skill set. And he's done so well in so many tournaments now that he's just widely considered a top 5, top 4 player potentially even, right? Able to really come out on top and against a lot of really good players. So this should be a banger of a matchup. They always have fun games against each other, Demu and Puppy. So it'd be pretty cool. Spicy? Can I say spicy again? I'm going to say spicy one more time.
Say spicy.
Okay, it's going to be spicy.
Spicy. I'll give you a pass for 5 more of those, though. And I know you're here for 1 more set, so use them wisely. So
5 guys, only? Okay, I gotta write that down.
You got this. No, guys, we are heading into a tiny break as we are preparing for our next set. Go get your popcorn, go get your tea, go get your coffee. We'll see you back here in a little while. And yes, You said? Sorry about that delay timer, guys. I was swallowing a croissant, and Cal was so nice as to let me finish eating that thing. Quick lunch break snack. I hope you guys all got a nice croissant as well. Ladies and gents, we get to make a joke here about China. Because
Sorry.
Winston is missing. Winston, oh my gosh.
I'm back.
What are you doing down there?
I was sitting down for a minute. It was supposed to be a funny bit, but now I'm realizing it probably was just kind of weird.
It's okay.
I think that's most of my life. That describes a lot of my life, maybe.
When I met you in person, I felt like you're just so cool. You're like a really cool, funny person. I really like that. Because
I've been told that many times.
He's like, actually, I know I'm cool. Shut up. You know, I don't need to hear that from you. My God. Go hide under the table again so we can laugh.
I think the first time I met you, you made tea for me and Drongo at Heidelberg for Red Bull.
Yeah. I was the +1 with the stolen kettle from the hotel. Oh my gosh, that was a great time. I loved that.
That was a good time.
The kettle from a hotel. That was great.
And I think Beastie was laying down because he was. I think his appendix was like messed up. Oh, we have a game. It's happening. The series is happening. I got distracted. We're back. Sorry, my bit was too much time. It took way too long. We're back though. Poppy Plot, Demu, Roos, Chinese. You guys know the drill. We're here. EGC Fall. We're here. This is the second series of the main event. This is day one, kind of the main event. Looking forward to many weekends of fun, excitement, quality games, quality content, many different casters. The lovely Vodka is our observer. We have Cow doing production behind the scenes. So give everybody a round of applause. Yeah, that was Vodka giving us a little shake. He was doing a wiggle there. There's Cow like making his announcements. Yeah, no, the wiggle was definitely Vodka, and the spaghetti. Spaghetti? It's called confetti. The confetti was Cow.
Okay, deadly combination between the two. I'm sure they can make a pretty good pasta together. My goodness. But what else can make good pasta? As someone who's been living in a I was going to say living in a Slavic country for a while, Rus. Honestly, I have had my best pasta in every Slavic country so far. Poppy Paw on the Rus. Okay, guys, can we just take a moment to appreciate that China didn't get banned? Demu, getting a big civilization out like this, pretty scary. However, if I'm Poppy Paw, I'm still happy on the Rus. I know that a lot of people pick China into Rus as well, as they feel like this is a pretty decent answer to them. But I don't know about recently. However, though, Poppy Paw, he didn't open with 2 hunting cabins, did he? Is that only one?
No, yeah, it's only one.
Oh.
I mean, you generally, I tend not to build two most of my games as Roos. I feel like Roos is, I can't think of a single time where Roos was ever like a bad civ to play in most matchups. Like, I feel like there's some which are slightly worse, but I feel like Roos is just so solid. Their economy is just incredible. Their units are great. They have tons of options. They feel really flexible. I feel like they're a great way to start a series as well. Like, if you're just thinking about your mental, just trying to get into the flow of playing competitive AoE4, just being able to play a civ that just you're very comfortable on, because Puppy's been playing Roos for, I mean, everyone's been playing Roos for the whole time, right? So it's just exciting to see, and maybe he's just trying to ease into the series a bit here, even not even afraid of the Chinese demo. I mean, it's Chinese.
Demo's definitely a China enjoyer. I don't think a lot of players allow you to play it in these series anyway. But what's interesting to me here as well is Poppy was only aging up with 3. So I think a lot of people in chat may have also asked like 1 hunting cabin. Because yes, Winston, you might go for 1 hunting cabin. But the rest of us, we've been sold the idea that 2 is superior. Especially when you're going as a greedy goose all the way to your professional scouting. But I think with Roos not being allowed to do that all for free these days, it's definitely something that you need to consider. Hey, I should be investing the wood elsewhere. I might not be able to overinvest like this and need to make units in actual fact, which is pretty crazy. Roos having to make units before Castle Age? Oh, what a scam.
Scammed. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix that.
We gotta fix that. Please don't fix that, Winston.
I'm just joking. I'm just kidding.
So now Demu, though, you can see he's chopping wood like there's no tomorrow. This man knows I'm gonna need to make units to shut down any type of professional scouting that might happen. And we get a little bit of a throwback to before deer pushing got nerfed. Poppy Paw realizes I'm just gonna push these deer no matter what. They might jump only 2 little hops, but 2 is better than none. As they slowly make
gets
their
a
way
little
towards the
closer.
base.
Yeah. It makes the prof scout, because scouts are so slow walking as well with the deer. So if you're gonna get prof scouts, might as well start now. You know. Makes sense.
But he's got 5. He's got 5 scouts on the map now. Demu going for his own scouts, and we've seen China. They also like pro scouting, so that's exactly what he's going to be doing. But the nice thing about making a stable is the fact that you can actually make horsemen as well. That does allow you to shut down if your opponent is doing something similar, while you get to pro scout in peace.
Yeah, and even opening up with one of those horsemen already, just trying to pressure the map a little bit, get a little bit of nuance, a little bit of not nuance, a little bit of like nuisancing. There's a verb there, I'm sure that works. Just like getting a little aggressive, making Puppy Paw think and react a little bit. The archer not going to be the greatest response here, so maybe a little blind, gonna see that and probably not going to queue up another archer. I mean, maybe we'll have to just to have units, but like we could maybe see a switch here into a stable really quickly from Puppy. Yeah, we just saw a new production building. Sorry.
This feels like a pretty sad moment when you realize, oh, my opponent's actually not just going for spears. But that's something you have to keep in mind with China. Barracks it is. Winston, you keep cursing these poor lads.
He really wanted a barracks. He just built it with 6 mils. It's like, I need a barracks to deal with this horseman.
And
makes sense.
I mean, you get your barracks, you get your spearmen. They're going to do a great job at shutting down said knights or said horses all around the map, them being scouts or not. But it does feel pretty tough anyway, because you've now double invested into these resource buildings when your opponent gets to decide, oh, I'm going to be doing something else next. And Demo, with 6 scouts, he is going to be having a lovely time picking up these deer.
Good prof scouts now on both sides, so things are just kind of standard at this stage. Like nothing really crazy happening here. This is very normal, I guess. You know,
Mm-hmm.
we've seen a lot of this gameplay recently, in the past year or so, right? So no
Pro
surprises
scouting.
just yet.
Do you feel like pro scouting is in a good spot at the moment? Like for you as a player, not asking for other reasons, but as a player, do you think the pro scouts is in a good spot?
You'll see.
Oh, okay. That's also an answer. So, a lot of people feel like pro scouts, it has been nerfed a few times now, and a lot of people feel like, oh yeah, it's viable, or maybe it's not. But a lot of this that we see in mirror matches, it still does a pretty good job at being picked every single time. So I think a lot of players might have something to say about that, but Demu has something definitely wants to say about that. He's getting archers, and he's rallying them forward, Winston. We know what that means. I think
Yeah.
progression. China.
Yeah, but there's already archers on the field. I mean, Puppy Pop, we talked about maybe it was a little bit of a mistake to have the range up right away. But I mean, not really, right? He's gonna have 4 archers to deal with these forward archers from Demo. He'll have defensive base. Like it's really hard to push into a wooden fortress. I mean, the most that you're gonna do here is trying to deny the second deer, but that pack is literally behind. It's like the worst possible spot for Demo to try and aggress onto is that northern deer pack of Puppy Paw. Is that wolf gonna get it? Does he get a snack? Does he get a snack? He does!
Oh,
No, he
does?
did! That archer's hurt. Second archer's hurt. He didn't!
You gotta.
Oh! I'm in
Very-
shambles. Mamma mia!
I feel like Winston's below the desk again. Oh no,
I
we lost him,
am. I'm
boys.
sinking. I'm sinking. Oh, I just
Now-
evolved. Sorry.
With the amount of archers that he sees from Demo, this is now where people gets to decide, hey, I'm just going to keep making archers, or I'm going castle. And he's doing what every stable, level-headed person is doing, and he's going castle. Which is, honestly, it's a risky move. The thing is, you do have... Ooh, I just looked at the tower he has, but the high trade house, he's definitely going to struggle placing that, because the buildings he put everywhere is not going to give him a nice position for the high trade house.
it's
Yes,
just right
there's
there.
a nice position out. Yes, but not when your
Forward.
opponent has 9 archers standing at the ready for that to be placed. So this is
Yeah.
not an easy spot to put it down, though.
Yeah, the timing is going to be a little bit awkward here. Puppy Paw maybe misreading very slightly. And, we saw in Copenhagen, I'm going to keep talking about it. In Copenhagen, at the Steel Series event, Puppy Paw, whenever he played Roos, he played really heavy knights. So it's actually kind of surprising to see such a big adaptation out of that in this game here. And we see the trade house being placed in a relatively safe location compared to where the army is. But, oh, did Demu see it? Hear it? Smell it? Oh, he's going to get a little cute little wall up. Defend everything nicely. You shall not pass. The Gandalf staff has been planted firmly. And Demu will just sort of have to watch as this
And
age up comes
with-
in.
With this, Demo has actually delayed that age up so much. We saw him running from the one side, cancelling the villagers, a lot of idle time coming out. So Demo is not in a bad spot here. We can see he's living a good life with his Imperial Palace coming up now. He's getting his range defense as well, because he did see that huge archer mass, and he knows what's coming next, as we all know what's coming next. We've played against Rus. We know that mobility is what counts, and we've seen this in the tournament already. Mobility is what hurts. We'll see those production buildings coming out from Puppy Paw and know exactly what this man is cooking. But for now, Demu is just ensuring he gets vision times 5. All of those horses just standing together, watching.
Yeah, Lancer's going to be the unit of choice, as you mentioned. And interesting kind of development here is, what's Puppy Paw's unit of choice going to be? Can we check his base? Has he placed any different production buildings? It's going to be horse archers. Yeah, third
It's-
range.
Winston,
Fourth
I
range.
Told
Ooh.
you, I told you this earlier. What do we
did?
count in an army?
Legs.
The
Legly.
legs.
It's a legly. It's not an army.
It's-
It's a legly.
It's a legly, and
We
this
covered
legly.
this. We covered this. Damn it.
This is going to be a lot of legs coming on out. And when you have a lot of archers, that's great. Demo is going to love having those archers. But archers are squishy. They die easily. And those horse archers, they get to poke you wherever they please. So it is going to be a tough spot, though, because there are a few lancers in that mix, too. So Puppy Paw needs to be careful not to overcommit here in the horse archer department. Those boys are not made for frontal fights. They are made for raiding. And the real question is China going to allow him to be a raider? Because he has a lot of resources in the bank here. What is Demo cooking?
Don't know. Maybe he wants dynasties, right? Like maybe a Barbican placement just to get a little more out of his TC. Could open up Juknu as an option. So far, just more units.
And Demo feels confident. We saw it with Anatand as well. That's a lot of legs running straight at the base of Puppy Paw. And those horse archers, they haven't really found any damage. We do see a mass migration coming on out here. And he could take this fight. This is a very valuable set of units here that will be taken down by these horse archers. They cannot even run away. The lancers are too far away. And that's a significant chunk of the army already picked up. So, pretty good job here by Puppy.
I almost wonder, what were these doing? I mean, were they denying the boar? Like, I'm not quite sure what the point of these units without any support on the map was. But yeah, it's interesting here.
The problem here is that Demo is not investing in, or not Demo, Puppy Paw is not investing in any other units. So these horse archers are going to need to find good damage because in a one-to-one fight, they're going to struggle. But we do see, the problem is Demo just can't catch those if they start running. Oh, look at that scout fight. Disgusting.
A lot of micro about to occur. It's hard. He's got to do a lot of work here. Like, it's a lot of different little clicks that you have to stay really precise on. And the big thing about these ranged mobile masses is that if you lose them, well, you lose the big part, which is that it's a mass of units, right? And you need to keep that mass high. The numbers have to be high. So far, so good for Puppy. He's taken only good fights. And now we have a Barbican kind of on this berry position that will unlock Song Dynasty, give him a couple more options. Demo really is floating a lot of resources. Like, this is an alarming amount of resources to be floating at this stage of the game. And this could lead to issues. The army value is still better for him, but we'll see how long that lasts for if he's not able to pump his resources into units.
Now, the Barbican coming out is going to secure the berry and the berries and a little bit of wood as well, which, you know, it's all things considered. That's pretty nice to have. But is this going to be enough if you are trying to outlast the Rus? Because Rus, they still, the high trade house with 125 as we are being shown. That's a decent amount of income, but he is on the gold as well, I would say. Is he on the gold? He has to be on the gold, especially with the amount of gold we see per minute. But at this point, it looks like the horse archers are looking for some snacking. Just a little bit of gold mining there, just for the upgrades.
Demo does have the second ranged armor upgrade now, so able to kind of tank a lot more damage on these lancers. The archers, though, not quite positioned to deal any return fire to that horse archer mass. You can see Puppy Paw content to just, like, mono army, just legs, just horse archers for the time being. He does have a couple warrior monks, which could help boost them, but right now they're busy on the map, grabbing those relics, getting those sacred sites. They could always come to a critical fight, having one to just poke the enemy lancer and get a sudden burst of damage on all your horse archers could be a big critical move for Puppy Paw in a meaningful fight. But we'll see if that comes to fruition as the clock tower comes in. So we're going to Yuan Dynasty, shockingly.
Yeah, getting out of...
Dare I say fire lancers?
Ooh, if they charge.
Because you get the charge to just bop them? Is that the plan? Is that the vision? Is that the dream? Demo, tell me more.
Yeah, Demo might have insight to something we will never understand. Now, though, these villages are gonna be a little bit under siege, but at the same time, not, because you want to be focusing those horse archers. They are the things that matter here. That tower does have a lot of HP. It's going to be able to withstand a little bit of this raiding. We see the horse archers running for their lives, but the second pack is coming from the side, and this might not be the greatest fight for Demo if Puppy Paw can micro this as he has this whole time.
Yeah, but it's a big micro requirement. And this is exactly what you need to do if you are Demo, though, right? You have to keep trading. you have to keep the fight going. You can't just let the number get up to the point where the horse archers can turn around a bit like this and just instantly one-shot your front line. You can't let that be the game state for too long. And so we're going to see once again Demu just committing to the trade here, and this is going to be in his favor long term because we're going to start to see the Chinese economy pull ahead a bit. With Yuan Dynasty, we could start to see pagodas being placed. I think we're seeing a granary transition in the back of Demu's base, which is going to put his economy kind of into that late game Chinese powerhouse. Actually, not granaries, straight up just pagodas, staying with the natural food. Is that interesting to you? How do you feel about that?
The thing is, I don't think Demo is prioritizing that right now because he is most likely just thinking about the long game. That's what China shines, right? And he knows how horse archers can fall off if allowed. So we'll see if that's going to be the scenario here. But this man, he needs to be careful. He's getting more archers, and Puppy Paw is just getting more horse archers. And I feel like if Demu isn't prepared for a transition from Puppy Paw, this could end badly. See, I feel like Puppy Paw's composition, if he just gets a few knights in, or even a horseman, that army of Demus is completely dead. Then he takes those fights 1-to-1 if needed. But right now, he's committed to the horse archer way of life, and I will listen to Puppy Paw. He's the master at this, and we'll see how that works. I don't think he's planning on taking head-to-head fights. And Demu, at the same time, he's just getting the food he needs to.
Yeah, he's actually got 3 relics, all in the pagodas, which is a lot of income. We should really propel him. And is that a horseman switch, actually? Help run down the units. The horse going to be maybe slightly better than the lancers against. I don't even know against the horse archers. Like, feels kind of like a wash. The horsemen die really quickly still.
The horsemen may die, but in the right amount of numbers, you do get yourself to a point where you might have an answer. The thing is, he's got 1,200 gold in the bank, and his income is pretty decent, all things considered. So he does need to find a way to spend that. So those lances that he has, it would make sense to keep them going, but apparently the second town center is the call here. He just wants to get ahead economically. And this makes a lot of sense. With these horse archers, you are going to be losing a lot of vills. But again, you are China. You love this late game. You don't mind trading off a little bit less effectively over time. Especially with these head-on-head fights now, Winston.
This is exactly what Demo wants to do, and this is exactly what he needs to do, right? He needs to keep trading against this force of Puppy. He can't just let it... Well, he's already kind of let it get to 50. I say let it, but I mean, Puppy Paw's executing that very well, and keeping his army alive in 50 horse archers now. It's the leg situation. The leg counter is off the charts. Can we get a quick leg check? 6 times 50. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is a lot of legs. The problem is these legs are fighting head to head, and those lances actually getting to the front lines here, absorbing a lot of this damage. A few villagers there as well to absorb some of these shots from the archers. The villagers, they were paying the price, so the horse archers could fight. Horse archers should be able to chase these guys down. As we know, the archers usually trade very favorably, but not with these numbers of horse archers. And the transition now from Puppy Paw coming out, the knights are finally being called. He says, okay, now is the time for me to show you what my army really can do. He did spot that second TC most likely, knowing it is not something he wants to be dealing with 20 minutes from now.
Yeah, and we're going to have a big raid on the boar on the left, which could put Puppy Paw's economy significantly behind if he doesn't notice. There was a big if there. I was late with the comment. He noticed. Okay. So it sounds stupid now, but I just want to clarify that when I started that, it wasn't clear. Okay, moving on. Here's the granary transition, finally from Demo, and that's a big one. That was like a lot of wood all at once, so not very smooth. The macro for Demo being very choppy in this instance, but getting the job done, right? You need the granary transition eventually. It's a must-have for any Chinese late game.
And what's really crazy here is, I mean, Demo knows exactly what this transition looks like now. He just spotted all those lances, and he is going to need to find a way to respond to that. We know that China slows down when they do the granary transition. That's the one moment that they are at their most vulnerable. And Puppy Paw, is about to find out that that's exactly what happened now. Demu has not made a single unit in a while. This man is hungry. His villagers are starved. He needs to find an answer to this right now. Crossbows now being chosen. He saw those lancers or knights. He knows what he needs to do. So we'll see if he can actually survive for a while longer.
Okay, we're about to have a fight, so not right now, but I'm curious as to how many farms Puppy Paw actually has himself. The number, I think, is quite low, but the newly minted farms are going to immediately be disrupted here. The villagers running to the barbican for safety. The horse archer mass is here. Demu's army is nowhere to be found. The nest of bees, a keep, emergency drop in the back, but the horse archers are there. This is going to be so many villagers going down for this. Demu, he has a villager lead to sacrifice, but you can see on the top, going to quickly swing now in favor of Puppy Paw. This was a devastating maneuver from Puppy Paw. The villager count for Demu dropping, dwindling, and down it goes. Huge lead now for Puppy Paw in this game. The situation just got way better for him. Demu completely caught off guard by that attack.
Winston, I'm not no pro player, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that didn't feel worth it. That keep the keep's up now. The problem with keeps, guys, they don't do too well when you attack from the other side, and those farms are very susceptible to a good rain.
What?
So
Sweet.
he does have that second TC. Oh, and as that villager pops out,
He misfires.
He tries to go in a little bit deeper, so the nest of bees cannot do the damage he wants, but the horse archers are now the front lines even. A handful of knights doing the work, archers barely tickling, and the horse archers are just cleaning up everything. Perfect micro here from Puppy Paw. He pulls back in and out exactly at the right time. And Demu might have learned a lesson on investments in this game.
Yeah, it was maybe even placement. Like, did the granaries have to go there? I almost wonder. Maybe they could have gone further in the back. I don't know. It's tricky. The game is hard. And now the granaries, once again, like you mentioned, this is not where the keep's at. And wow, this is looking rough now for Demu, who it felt like he had everything under control until he didn't. Wonder if maybe a few palisade walls even could have saved him here, right? Because I mean, horse archers are really slow at getting through palisades. But there's a lot on your mind.
Exactly, and that's what I think Puppy Paw is doing perfectly. Demu is a very tactical, very methodical player. This man does things with intent at all times. Puppy Paw is the kind of guy who's going to force you to make mistakes. So top players like Demu won't just get to put down a keep there without being punished. And I think this is also where a lot of people ask, like, oh, what am I supposed to do against the keep? Just look what Puppy Paw is doing. Just run around it. Do not fight into the keep, and you will get out of gold yourself. Now, the villagers going down, the last of Demu's army going down as well. And he's just watching these guys die one by one, leave no one alive before the surrender. He's making Puppy Paw destroy everything. Work for it, baby.
Yeah, and the reinforcements come in to try and take out the archer mass, and there's just nothing here. I say mass, but it's 7 archers on the field now. Demu, oh man, he looks so good. For most of this game, it looked really solid. Just caught out the once, and it all sort of just falls apart almost instantly. He had the villager lead in the last 4 minutes since that attack has completely flipped. It used to be 80 for Demu to like 40 or 50 for Puppy. And it just completely flipped as soon as that attack came in. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Demu is also holding on. Yeah? What are you choosing, Winston?
I'm choosing not to say my favorite word in this context because I have 4 uses left. But that is a
spicy game by Puppy. He just showed us horse archers are still great. Make horse archers great again. We've been begging for, and Puppy Paw just showed us they are still great. We didn't need to make them great. They've always been.
I was about to say, I think everybody on ladder just went, "What?" Because yeah, that's definitely a ladder style play that we just saw from Puppy, and showing why it's so dominant there, and even showing it in tournaments. And it's interesting. It's not always how Roos is played in tournaments, right? We've seen different metas evolve with them, especially on different maps. You can see heavy investment into Knight, Archer, and Feudal Age from them against certain matchups, but against Chinese, I think this makes a lot more sense, right? You don't need as many units right away because you also know they are also investing in Pro Scouts, right? So some interesting stuff here. Interesting.
Interesting, says Winston as he looks at that military value lead and goes,
Yeah.
if you just, I want you guys to close your eyes. You are in dry Arabia. You just ran out of food. And in your base arrives 6 horse archers. You lose a villager. On the other side arrives another 6 horse archers. You lose another villager. And all of a sudden there's a third raiding group of horse archers. And you lose another one. And then all of a sudden, 20 villagers are dead.
I don't feel calm right now. Usually when I hear close your eyes, imagine something with me, it's usually about, envisioning a future of success or a calm beach and relaxing. And you're just sort of implanting nightmares into what I would call a Zen moment. So, okay. Thanks for that. Sorry.
You just need to raid enough and then they can take the fights head on. We saw this with horse archers here.
Yeah.
Not taking always the most favorable fights, but because they're so cheap to replace, it just felt like they were doing okay. And then you just put a little bit of pressure on and the rest of your eco is dead. Your villagers are dead. The army is dead and you are dead. Hoping for a Malian versus HRE in the next series instead. And honestly, I think this next map, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, we know who's going to take this one because this map is Baldland. And there's only one man in this matchup who is the master of Baldland, and that's Demo.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. It's in the name.
When I met Demo the first time, he made fun of my South African accent. And then I vowed to never stop making fun of him again. So now...
That's pretty petty.
We have a good relationship, I think. Demo and I get along well. It's a way of life at this point. But at this point, guys, we have Baldland. Demo's the specialist here. He will have a good time. I believe in my Bald King. This man can take this map and make it his own. So, yes. How do we feel about Malians versus HRE, though?
I love playing Malians, so I favor them, even though it might not actually technically be favored.
Okay. So just for reference, guys.
Is favoritism allowed in this?
You sound a little biased, as I would say. That's just bias.
Yeah, for sure. What do you want me to do? Remove it? Forget? I'll forget. Everybody close your eyes and pretend your favorite civ doesn't exist. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Take me back. Everybody wake up now, pronto.
So,
all right.
Winston, do you see what I see on this purple bald player? Oh, he's doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a barracks. Now close your eyes. You are Malians and you just want to live your life and make bit mines. But your opponent is HRE, and this guy, he wants to fight in Dark Age. And all of a sudden, there are 6 spears in your base. Everything's on fire. And you just need to keep chopping wood.
Everybody open your eyes. Everybody close your eyes and listen to me this time. You're fine. Everything is fine. This is fine. It might be slightly on fire, but this is fine. You have a coffee cup. You might be a dog on a chair in a burning house. But that is okay. We all just pictured that meme together in our heads. This is fine. Open your eyes. Okay, you can go again. Sorry, I had to interrupt. I didn't like where that was going.
You wanted to fix them because I was going to break them, didn't you? That's very nice of you.
Yes.
But he gets the response, Winston. He decides to go for the tower. And I like this because most Malians actually go for the barracks play. So this is not the version of the Malian defense that I think most of us have seen. But this also tells Demo, like, hey, maybe I don't invest more into spears. I just move on with my life and go into feudal, as you do with HRE. So that tower from Papipo definitely feels like the right choice here. Because with that Donzo micro you need to do in the early game, it feels so risky because one misstep and there's a very fast spearman on top of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I always find the outpost actually slightly awkward as a defense. And this is kind of going to show why, but one of the things I don't like about it is you have to do some awkward shenanigans because you don't need gold once you have the pit mine. You don't need vills on gold, but you built the outpost, and the only way the outpost works is if you have vills inside. So you sort of need to do some shenanigans to like. I think we just saw Puppy Paw build a mill, and maybe bring a sheep over. Yeah, like this. You have to do this. It's just always so awkward. Yeah, this just always feels weird. But we're gonna see a really slow age up here from Puppy now, right? So he's recognized I've made this big investment. I'm gonna have my sheep here, so we're even getting Dark Age Wheelbarrow out of Puppy here, just saying, all right, if you're gonna have a slow age up because it's barracks, I'm just gonna play greedy myself and invest in my economy and just get a good start with this game, even though I've invested in this big outpost and had to build a mill kind of in a weird spot.
Now, the thing about Malians is you don't really need your mill elsewhere. You just need your mill to be in a position where it can produce cows. And fun fact, that is anywhere on the map, except behind your opponent's TC. That would probably be suboptimal. But that mill, in the long run, it actually does a pretty good job in its existence. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get yet another spicy HRE game. Demo going for the Mindwork Palace, and with 5 villagers at that. He knows he's delayed the age up. I mean, I don't know if he realizes by how much, but that Mindwork Palace is going to spell a lot of trouble. He does, however, age up with 5, and this means he's rushing the age up, but at the same time, he doesn't really get any instant value from the Mindwork, right? So he doesn't have an instant unit that can do anything about this. There's no direct answer for him with this. He doesn't have the gold for any upgrades. So rushing it up with 5, I just want to understand why. And Winston, if you have that knowledge, give it to me. If you don't, I'm sure everyone in Twitch chat will be typing it.
I think Minework's just really good. I think Minework is slept on.
Okay.
Like, big time. And I know that sounds funny because we've seen Anatan build it in the previous series, and now we're seeing Demu build it in this series. I just think it's an amazing landmark. And I think Akin, well, it's very solid and very good and very reliable. I think Minework gives you better units over the course of the game. And I think that's it's really hard to like underestimate. Oh, do I want stronger units for forever? Or do I want to, have a slightly better farm eco early game, right? Because you can sort of make up for that later with the Cistercian churches, abbeys tech that HRE has now, right? Where you can sort of make a bunch of mini Akins later. So it's not like you're really giving up anything in the late game, and you gain so much in the late game. So it's sort of like it's both an early game aggressive play, but it's also sort of like the long-term play. And we're even seeing the archer range. So maybe this is a play just to get fast archer upgrades in and maybe try and transition into knights because, Malians are going to play very defensive early game potentially, unless you see a stable and see some aggressive, warrior scouts or sofas on the field.
Now, him spotting that Mindwork Palace, it does spell for aggressive play, right? So him going into a stable could be very risky. We do see him putting a production building down. I'd love to see what that is. Right next to the TC, Mr. Observer. Just scoot on over. We have an archery range ourselves. So this makes a lot of sense. If you do go for the stable, it requires you to make an even bigger investment into units that you're most likely
Double
not gonna be able
range
to handle. Ooh, and we know
double
HRE
range into
archers.
Malians.
I'm excited for it, Winston, though, because... Oh, and Siege... Oh, I was about to say Siege Engineering quickly cancelled, gets +1 ranged attack.
Misclick.
We've seen this with HRE. The speedy archers are pretty crazy. If you get enough of them, the javelin throwers don't matter.
Yeah, the idea here being that with the attack upgrade coming in so fast, and it's well before Puppy Paw's going to... Well, he knows it's a Mindwork, so he has to deal with this, but it sort of puts you in a weird situation where you sort of have this small window where the javelin thrower armor is sort of negated by the faster movement speed plus the extra damage that you have. And it can kind of work, but the thing is, Puppy Paw doesn't need to take weird fights. He could just sort of sit there. And he has the longer range, and while he might not have mobility on his side, he'll be able to just sort of camp his position with just a few jabs, and it'll be kind of tricky for Demu to take a super crazy fight. And this, well, hold on. This could be the shift. This This production, Puppy Paw needs to do this. He needs to build another pit mine and get the houses around it. But this is what could like put him into an awkward position. See though.
And with the javelin numbers here, they could still take really good trades. We see a few more coming now. The archers do take a while to get here. Scout will spot that second archery range pretty soon. He does see the amount of archers here. He knows he needs to be careful. Javelins, they take a bit of damage here. He needs to make sure that the timing is good on them. But the amount of archers, they're doing pretty decent here against these javelins for now. Problem now is Puppy Paw going to be able to keep the production up, to keep up with, again, the archer numbers from Ichiri. But it does look to be the case. Demo has to back off a bit here as the javelins are breaking his units in half. We take a javelin to the knee.
Siege
and fall
engineering.
to the ground.
He actually is just going to go for a ram and ram down the center, maybe just go for the gut punch. But that seems like you need to have enough to win the fight convincingly, I feel like, for this to really work. Although the spearmen aren't going to be the best answer to the ram on the field. It's going to be a while before we even see that ram.
The thing
Oh,
is,
boy.
Puppy Paw doesn't have any double archer range as well now. And javelins, they struggle against those rams. As someone who's gotten all in by so many rams as Malian so many times, I know the pain Puppy Paw is about to feel. And with 5 Donzos, you just don't have enough to handle any level of ram push. Now, men-at-arms also coming into the mix. And those Musafadis, they are not going to exist because Puppy Paw will not know about this transition until probably too late. So he needs to get that scout out on the map to spot that first men-at-arm making its way across the map.
Oh, needs one more for the one-shot against those archers. We do see all pikes coming in. Do we see a stable man-at-arms? That's crazy. I know you just said that, but that's still crazy that it's like actually happening. That's quite the transition here. How do you actually feel about that?
I feel it's a really powerful move here because you're already investing that much into archers, and what your opponent can make against them gets destroyed by archers. So with your huge amount of archers, you're just going to destroy through Misafadis, and those javelins are going to be right-clicking on every single archer of yours, and the men-at-arms are already going to be right on top of them. So it's a pretty powerful move, I'd say, that can get countered if Puppy Paw just has a perfect micro. Which
Can we see Puppy's vision?
Oh.
Does he see this?
He's about to.
He sees it. He sees it. That's critical. He also sees the men-at-arms. Very notably.
Nine.
That's an important thing. Musafati queued up
is- oh.
immediately.
Now, instantly. I was about to say, he queued up another Don, so he didn't cancel it, but then he did. He realized, I need to find an answer to this. But again, those javelins are going to be in danger, because they are going to be completely collapsed on the... Ooh, the Donzo's trying to take a good fight here, being the front line, but the archers are destroying them, Winston.
Yeah, but this is such a micro battle. In the background, you do have that single ram poking away at the defense and the economy of the Malian player, Puppy Paw, but Puppy Paw has the javelin mass. The archers are getting taken out. That will make space for the Musafati transition in the background to maybe be enough to hold these men-at-arms. They're diving under the base, but it's not going to be enough. Puppy Paw looks like he has enough to defend here. The javelins, though, just being fully committed.
They are, but they are also just target firing perfectly. He is over damaging some of those a little bit, but with the archer numbers, he was not able to constantly reinforce. It does look like this comes out ahead for Puppy Paw. The javelins just prevailed. The ram hammering away, but it's not doing too well. And the Musafadis are finally doing work, all 3 of them. Now,
And the ram is going to go down, and I don't know. What's in the tank here for Demo? Like, the man-at-arms aren't really going to be it.
I fully believed in Demu here. I felt like Demu had the right level of commitment, but at some point he stopped making the amount of archers he needed to outscale the amount of javelins. We saw this in previous seasons with Delhi against Malians. Delhi used to absolutely obliterate Malians with 60 archers at the same time. And this is kind of the type of gameplay I expected to see here from Demo, but that switch, it feels like he stopped on the archers for a while, and it just kind of snowballed from there. Now, Puppy Paw is the one on the push. Demo was thinking about Castle Age for a bit now, but now he's denied off of gold. Villager barely survives, but he's now desperately making units, and it's not because he wants to.
Yeah. And so far on the back here, the gold gonna start getting pressured. The Musafati aren't even in this fight. This is just Danso Jav holding that front line. The archers all gonna get taken out. And the men-at-arms just not really doing it. They're not bringing the damage. They're not bringing the durability. that Demo was hoping for. The Javelin mass left uncontested will continue to grow, and now a new frontline unit with the Sofa will take to the field.
And
Oh boy.
Sofas just ramp up this game even more because there's nothing that Lemon can make that can handle Sofas right now.
Let's go Knights, I think.
Spearman. Yeah. The fact that he's denied off of gold here, he has gold on the top side, but it looks like Puppy Paw is aware of that too. So he's already transitioning himself, putting it in a spot where he will easily be able to stop it if he decides to go for it. The thing is, Demo is so desperate for wood, he doesn't even think about the gold right now. This is one of those awkward spots we get into where you're like, oh, I need to find damage or I need to find a play, and there's just no play to be found. Now the Horseman is hoping that this thing is the answer he was looking for. The Horseman gets a pretty solid hit there, but it's a solid hit, and he needs solid hits, multiple, to make this work. He takes down 3 of them, but the Sofa is in position. Javelin's doing some good work. 3 of them did go down, but it is just not enough. And now villagers are the next target. Disgusting, Winston. Disgusting.
Yeah, incredible play from Puppy. You know, Magic was in chat earlier saying Puppy to go, and it's hard to dispute when he's playing this well, this clean. Just seems like everything Demo has tried so far in this series has just been countered very cleanly. And yeah, that pressure attempt just didn't even look that threatening at any point for Puppy.
And this, I think everyone in chat maybe knows this feeling when you're getting dove by Malians with their 6,000 units. And you put your villagers in the base to just try and kill as many as you can, but everything is on fire. You are dead.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Imagine a world. Once again, we have to make you imagine your HRE. Everything is on fire. You are dead.
Your prelate is not enough, and the TC fire is the only thing keeping you alive.
The
Villagers
Whirlpool.
now coming.
The lads
are ready to fight. Ladies and gentlemen, is Helga going to fight hard enough? No. Nein, das ist nicht genug. Und Demo ist dort, ja. It looks like Demo is trying everything to try and stay in this game. We see him now just getting the last bit of berries. Sofas absolutely not caring about these horses. They're just going to keep taking on this fight. And yeah, the German was required because he was playing HRE, guys.
HRE. Yeah, there was a reason. I followed.
Okay,
Close your eyes.
Good.
I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that anymore. That bit is over. We've overcooked that bit, but it's so funny to me right now that I want to live in it. The game is called. Demo taps out, and now we go into game number 3. Puppy Paw looking dominant so far in this set. What are Demo's hopes here? What's his next draft? What are we even looking at for him to follow this up with?
Now, what he needs to do is pull out most magical card in the universe. And we'll see if there is such a card available for the man. But Puppy Paw is looking like he does not have a full-time job, as Magic corrected us in chat. Puppy Paw recently taking up full-time employment, and he's still cooking, as we can see. Malians, not even a problem, he is. So now, Demo, he needs to make something big happen. I just don't know what that big thing could be, because I feel like he already chose his comfort picks here. These are 2 of his strong civilizations, and I don't know if there's an answer he has to this, but again, he gets to pick the next map. So maybe he picks something where he does feel that confident on. And I did open their head-to-head earlier. Puppy Paw is 8-2 against Demo. Puppy Paw has a 73% win rate against Demo in games, though. So Demo is someone who can take a game off of Puppy, but current form Puppy looks pretty scary.
Yeah, and in these early rounds of a tournament, it's always... Sometimes some of these, it can feel like they're lopsided, but they really aren't. Like these players are pretty evenly matched in a lot of cases. It just seems that in a lot of these matches, Puppy just always gets that tiny edge somewhere, or his strategy is just a little bit cleaner. His execution is just a bit tighter. His builds are just slightly better, or something along those lines. So really not trying to discount what Demo's been able to achieve here. It's just, I mean, Puppy, Puppy Paw, me oh my.
He's just setting the standards for these games. He's like, guys, let me show you how to do this. But ladies and gentlemen, close your eyes. It's season 1. We have Altai. I know. Twitch chat, you're probably freaking out right now. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, Altai, this is my favorite map. And everyone, as we switched over in that moment, you got to see the crazy eyes. But yes, a matchup is all this time. Altai, English, Delhi. A thing of nightmares, because I remember those Tower of Victory days when all of a sudden there's 60 Delhi archers and your longbows, they forget they existed. But now, this matchup is played with a lot more horses. So let's see if Demu can make English great again. I believe in English, though.
You think we're going to see the king in this situation?
Yes.
You think we're going to see a
Winston?
little kingly situationships?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
Council
no
has
home
been
game.
out of favor for a long time. I know. It's just wondering, you know.
We
I believe in the
see
Council
kings.
Hall.
You believe? And
Not that we're going to see it here, but I believe in it
Okay.
in general.
Yeah, it exists. Yeah. Just like I believe in white bread and
Santa Claus.
Santa sometimes. Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's viable, unfortunately.
What do you mean sometimes?
What
Do you say
people
Santa
go-
sometimes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I
You
see. I
believe
see
in
where you
Santa all the
stand.
time.
I see where you stand. No, the line is drawn.
Oh
In
my
the sand.
gosh. I've
The
made an
sand
enemy.
stuff. No, it's okay. All right. Let's see. Puppy Paw. Delhi build order looks standard English. Onto the hunt early because you can on this map. A lot of players do that. Nothing too surprising here.
Now,
We will
getting-
see.
Getting the sheep on this map usually doesn't matter. I say it doesn't matter as much, but you know, it gets to the point in the game where everyone's like, oh, if I only had 100 food more, I would have an extra horse. So this feels like one of those matches where if you can survive the Delhi onslaught and you can actually, you know, do a little bit of damage yourself, this is pretty great. Delhi has a pretty cozy spot there at the back of his base. As we can see with the spawns now, Papipo has a small deer pack, gold, stone, and berries right on top of one another. And that thing can be secured by a tiny wall. Very, very tiny wall. So, a tiny wall over there, tiny wall over here, and you have a pretty safe back part of your base. Yes, a horseman can sneak around, but the idle time you get out of those horses is where your Ghazi Raiders will be able to hit what matters. And Demu, a tiny wall is not going to be enough for this man. That
think
is
so?
going to need to be a very big wall. That's a Marine Lord spawn if I've ever seen one.
You can sort of wall
I
it to
mean,
the
I meant-
gold
I
and then
mean
wall a
puppy.
bit to the TC. Oh,
Yeah. I meant Papipo has the Marine Lord spawn, and Demo, he's just got the hairline spawn. It's open. It's wide open. So, King coming on out. Nothing of a shock here. No Season 1 Tower of Victory from Delhi, but Dome of the Faith. No, it's respectable. Everyone plays it for a reason.
do you think we'll see a Council Hall in Season 12?
In Season 12, I don't know, Winston. Do you think we'll see a Council Hall in Season 12?
You'll see.
So just so you guys know, Winston has a lot of insights. That's why it's very, very important to ask him the right questions. So, Abbey of Kings now, coming on out. You want to be able to hit hard with that king, right? But where do you even hit as the English? I feel like in this position, if you move out the first time, it's fine. You're going to get your king back. But if you move out the second time, and unfortunately, there are 3 Ghazi Raiders on top of you because they do have the same movement speed as horsemen, I believe. They do have a chance of cornering that king and making his life a living hell, or just killing him. So this does feel like a pretty tough spot if Demo does not actually slow Puppy down in the early game.
Yeah, that's kind of the awkward thing about the king in this matchup, right? And you hit the nail on the head. The Ghazi, if they get this around, the king is dead, right? Whereas against a lot of other horseman civs, it really isn't that much of an issue to get surrounded by the horsemen. Usually you can kind of fight your way out with the king or something. But we'll see. I mean, it's free, right? So he's on the field and he's coming. So we'll see what the response is. We do see the Dome of Faith, obviously not the Tower of Victory. As some players call it the Tower of Defeat nowadays. The Tower of Victory not always seen. And usually when you don't go Tower Victory, you don't like to open up anything other than Ghazi. So yeah, Ghazi are the way it
Wow.
goes. I'm a genius. I called it all, as if this isn't completely 100% predictable. But,
Something I usually like to do is I like to over-explain the game, especially for beginners. So in
yeah.
this case, for those of you who don't know, the Ghazi Raiders, they do a little bit of extra damage to armored units, in which of the king, he consists of armored unit. He does have a little bit of armor there, so they do an extra bit of damage to him. Now the stable does get spotted. King is out. He's going to smack that scout around a little bit, but the scout will be able to get away unless he paths really weirdly and runs into the TC for some reason. But now Demu is going to be able to instantly queue up a horseman, and this is usually the playstyle that we see out of English against Delhi. English used to love playing against Delhi, but now, these days, you have to take those horseman trades, and you have to trade them very well. The nice thing about this is you do get to retreat with your horsemen to the Abbey of Kings, heal them to full, and just keep taking those types of trades. Ghazi now is trying to find a way in, but double stable! That's spicy, Winston.
It makes sense on Altai when you start on the hunt like this. You still have your sheep under your TC to use, so you have plenty of food to get through. But Ghazi get the surround of the villager, and a villager should be going down here. Oh, he's gonna get away. No, he doesn't. So the Ghazi might sack itself for that. No, he doesn't. He just gets away, and another villager is gonna go just barely. Sorry, I was clenching there pretty hard because that was a spicy moment. And another villager. What just happened to all of Demu's vills? Why did they keep walking this way? Why is this happening? No. Disaster for Demu. Disaster. Mamma mia. Maybe say it again.
It's a serious case of pressing garrison on your villagers and then pressing ungarrison, and then your villagers are like, oh yes, it's safe, I'm going back to the resource, and then they die. And that is the end of their villager's story. But now, Demu is already in a pretty tough spot, as trying to match the daily numbers with 2 less villagers is going to be significantly harder. And he does have his upgrades though, so Demu does sit back, upgrade himself, and go for more. But if he loses a lot of units, if Papi Paw even allows himself to take unfavorable fights, I don't know. This is a really tough game for Demu already.
Yeah, just the moment the texts start coming in for Puppy Paw, things are going to get really, really awkward. And the longbow switch is pretty hard for Demu in this case. So getting the Spearman out is also a pretty good move here from Puppy. We're about to have Sanctity finished up, so these Feudal Age Sacred Site captures are going to start to be a threat, which means that Demu is going to be forced to play onto the map. Otherwise, he's going to immediately fall way, 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 way behind. So we'll have to see how he's able to play this. The double stable is a big commitment. We'll be able to pump out a lot of units, but is it going to be enough?
And he's already done his first farm transition, meaning he's not going to be looking elsewhere for food sources. He slowed himself down a little bit, which is something that's pretty standard for English because it just matters so much. But it also opens up that possibility of just using the horses to try and do damage on the side of Papi Paw when he inevitably does move out. But I say that inevitably is still a very far way away, as there is a lot of sheep, and I don't think the game might be going that long at this pace of Papi Paw's gameplay. But that is a pretty scary army that he's about to run into, and Demu could actually turn around and try to take that. No, one more Ghazi joined. Never mind.
Spooky. Oh, we're just going to take out the Scholar, try and force it down, and maybe retreat after this. Oh, Demu gonna have to run now, but he does have the healing. Like you said, taking a little bit of damage here and there isn't the end of the world for Demu, but it looks like the king might have outstayed his welcome on the map. These Ghazi could maybe try and get the surround on him.
And if he loses the king, this is such an expensive unit to replace, but it looks like the king is going to be trying to get out, but at the same time, the horsemen that fell are so expensive.
So
Demu,
expensive.
He has the farms, sure. But it's still limited income per minute. He has to be so careful with these, and they've already started to heal up. The Ghazis, though, they are pretty healthy as well. And now, all of a sudden, 8 spearmen in that mix. It's not going to go too well for Demu with the next fight.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see some sort of transition into a different unit, and now it looks like Puppy Paw with map control has the sacred sites in the back, just chugging in that gold is gonna mean that at any point Castle Age is a threat. We could even see a market to buy more food, to spam more units. It feels like Puppy Paw has the whole world open up to him. Notably, he hasn't built a blacksmith yet, so that is a slight failing in his strategy, but here we do see the spearmen in the front line able to take some big chunks of health away from Demu's forces. The Ghazi get the surround, they get the raid. Oh boy, it's all happening. It's all happening too fast for Demu this game. It started with the 2 villagers, and it's just been snowballing since there. Papa, too aggressive, too potent, too strong, triple the military on the field, triple the army value on the field. It just looks like it's an uphill battle, to say the least, for Demu at this stage.
Demu's farm transitioning behind this, and as he's farm transitioning, he's still not finding an answer to what Papipo has. He doesn't have an answer to those spears. He just keeps making more horsemen. He wants this to work. He knows that with the horsemen, he just needs to take a trade without losing them and then heal them up. But with the numbers that we're seeing from Papipo is just going to feel confident fighting into an English TC, which used to be a very dire mistake, but now, with the amount of units we see here from Papipo, Demu, though, making a smart choice here. He's trying to put off some reinforcements because he has that mobility. He has the ability to heal. But again, that's a massive army of Ghazis, and they could be destructive. He gets a pretty good surround here, Winston. That's a lot of dead villagers. I don't think this is going to be
That's so many Ghazis. I mean,
villagers.
something... I really do want to call out that Puppy Paw still hasn't built a blacksmith. Like, this is a pretty big deal, I feel like, to not get your techs chugging through. It could lead to a weird situation. But it doesn't seem so, maybe? I don't know.
Demu actually made this work, Winston. You can see with all of those horses, he forced a lot out of Papipo right now. And this so far, I'm very impressed with what Demu was able to do. He does risk a few of those lives of the horsemen, but he's getting all his food from farms. He's pretty happy with that, but where is the answer to the spears? We have 14 spears on the map. This man says the answer is legs. I'm just going to keep on making all the legs in the land, keeping mobile. I'm going to raid you so that your units need to go back.
Every time he turns around, I just feel a very visceral reaction. I just go, you know, because stop. Like, just, you have to run. You have to keep your units alive here. You can't take these little exchanges. The Ghazi are so threatening here. Oh, little scholar here, a little scholar there, but several more horsemen are going to go down for that. Was it worth it?
Definitely not.
Is that even worth it?
Not even close. This is such a tough spot for Demu.
Castle.
Because he knows he needs to do something with this, but he cannot. There's just no answer for him. He's going for spears himself now. And finally going for his Petra into Castle at the same time. House of Learning for Papipo and Demu at the same time. He's looking straight at Castle himself.
Yeah, and the Vil count isn't too bad. Demu did manage to, like, for all of Puppy Paw's army, he really has done very little with it. Like you said, Demu has been a master here of kind of playing the whole map. And it looks like Puppy maybe spent a little too long chasing when it seemed like maybe Puppy should have just gone for an attack. Like, he had enough units, I think, to just dive. The English TC here, maybe. King's Palace. No way. This isn't a tower. What?
So
King's Palace?
King's Palace makes sense in terms of him trying to get back economically. He knows that he killed the same amount of villagers as he lost. So for him, getting the King's Palace and not dying is most likely going to be the healthiest choice he can make in surviving all of this. But at the same time, there's a pretty big army staring straight at your base, and it feels like you need to survive that. But we'll see if that is going to be the case here, because now Papipo has not been able to do any economic damage after that initial push.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just right around the corner, right? We have 12 scholars on the field. Several of them are grabbing relics right now, yes, but this is going to be fast that these upgrades come in. I mean, the blacksmith upgrades, of course, are very delayed because we're still finishing the first 2 feudal upgrades, which just seems to be a bit of a blunder there from Puppy, but the rest of this, the vet upgrades are coming in, and the King's Palace is going to get spotted. It doesn't even get finished, and the Ghazi are just going to take the fight right into the TC, and all the farmers all the beautiful farmers on their English land. They're like, oh, we're so happy farming, and now we're not. Close your eyes. You're an English farmer. And somehow, Delhi has landed on the British Isles. This is terrifying for those folks. The castle age does come in, though. But just that delay, everything there, that was so painful. Just mentally. Oof.
Just virtually delay the castle age. But keep in mind, the Delhi upgrades is something that does take a while. So Demo is going to have time to also get what he needs. The thing is, he's got the spearman now, and Papipo doesn't have anything that he can just run straight into the spear. So the Ghazi Raiders, they took down 2 villagers, they delayed the age up, and they are going to be the reason he gets an extra relic or 2 between this as well. But now he's getting his own lances, and the crossbows from Demu are going to have to shoot cannons, because this is going to be so hard to actually take down that amount of lances now. The king needs to back off, and it actually feels like Demu lost a lot of army in the last minute.
I think he lost all of his horsemen, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I guess all but 6, right? But I think those are some newer ones. Looks like a few survived from some of those scuffles, but yeah, this is... Oh, mahouts. Are we going to see an elephant, even? Prioritizing mahouts from the House of Learning over some of the other technologies is kind of interesting. That gives your elephants some move speed. There are economic techs there, but we're still just seeing men-at-arms and knights. Maybe just keeping the door open to a little, casual little war elephant, you think?
Yeah, and a casual little war elephant doesn't have an answer on the English side. Demo now trying to get back economically. As you can see, his villager count is a little bit higher now because he's on that second TC. But, this is Delhi. They have a pretty significant army already, and they are probably going to do some damage with it right now. And even if they do fall ahead economically, they just need to land 1 or 2 good attacks, and they will equalize it pretty quickly and get keeps produce.
The king!
The king! And the kingdom falls.
He's a little bit less relevant now. I mean, he's useful to have if you do have a big army that needs healing, but in a lot of these engagements, you can just walk back now because it's less raid dependent right now in this game state as the walls come in. Actually, there's a big raid coming on the right. Oh, that's a lot of lances.
Those lances are not going to care about a little TC fire coming their way either, and it looks like Papipo is moving his whole army together. So I don't know if there's anything in the base that can actually handle any form of a military unit, and there's 5 of them coming, so this is not going to be something he can say nothing to. And the spearmen now, again, everything at the front here. The lances are about to land at the back. Let's see what they get.
The raid.
Just breaking in half quickly, Winston.
Oof. And the big fight in the center. Will the spearmen be enough? It looks like just barely. The crossbow spear mass is going to force Puppy to retreat. Puppy respecting the army from Demo here. And he has to retreat. Oh, he's just grouping his forces. Is he luring Demu into his demise? He's now got his full infantry mass in the field. Could we see a turn here? Yep, and now Demu on the run. Oh boy, crazy stuff. Crazy sheepy happening.
And we see with all those farms that were idle in the base, this is also something where the army is going to dwindle from Papipo, but his food has run out himself. So this is not going to be something he can easily replace. The fight is a bloodbath, but the crossbows, they need to stay alive. They're trying to focus fire those lances, but the lances are barely taking any damage. The handful of crossbowmen is not enough. The spearmen are all dead. They're all dead.
They're all dead.
Left, Winston.
They're all dead. Close your eyes. You're that last crossbowman from that army, and you are retreating. It is not a good look. You're scared and sad, and the villagers now retreating as well. Oh boy, Demu with the last hold. Here comes the final dive of the series. Puppy Paw looking to close it out in decisive fashion. Oh man, Demu just wasn't quite able to piece this together. I was somewhat impressed by his ability to hold at the start of Castle Age, but Puppy Paw was just waiting for his text, waiting for his timings. And now he will simply rinse the space of Demu.
Yeah, there's just nothing Demu can pull out of that TC to try and save himself. He's got 4 crossbowmen and a dream, but the dream is not enough. Oh, there's no villagers being produced from that TC either. Both of them standing still. Nothing. That is just
One
bombs on
food.
fire.
One food. He's got one piece of chicken, and that's not going to be enough. But he's got
Some
some
of the
food.
villagers working. It's working. They're working. But
I'm a
they're losing
worker.
farms.
I'm your worker.
I'm a worker. And now there's a
That's
Guardian
in
Raider
English.
fighting back.
no.
Winston, I think Demo is just making him work for it. Demo says, if you want to take this round, you are going to take this game from my cold, dead hands as I am holding on till the very end. The English kingdom standing strong. Demo representing the nation he's from. British. Yeah? It's the UK.
Can I say sheesh? Oh, you know what I just realized I can do? That was a spicy series. That was some spicy play from Puppy Pom. Some spicy strategic choices from Demu. And I gotta say, just a fun, spicy day so far. Loving EGC Fall series. It's been great. And that's my quota. I can no longer say the S word.
Okay. No, thank you for all your spicy takes as well.
You can't say that. I'm just kidding.
Absolutely. I have my quota. Thank you very much. I actually give out the quota. But it looks like Puppy Paw is commanding. He's coming into this tournament and he's wielding. Whatever he's wielding, the players have to be careful. Demo definitely was up against one of the best players right now. So I cannot fault Demu for going down 0-3 for this. Puppy Paw played immensely well. And that's something we have to appreciate about these players, right? I think a lot of them are just putting their heart and soul into it. And yeah, we can take a look at the groups right now. Vortex and Puppy Paw leading 1-0 up. Demu and Core at the bottom there. I think this... Oh yes, it means that Core and Demu will be playing. I actually think that could be a pretty fun match.
That's a fun matchup.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited for these guys as well. But Vortex Puppy Paw, also a game I think that will have a lot of action.
Yeah, those are some aggressive players who can really take the game to its full limits. And let's see, Group A. Ooh, looks like we still have an undecided set there. In Marine Lord, though, taking out Myriad 3-0. Very convincing. Probably not too surprising, that scoreline. Marine Lord, probably the favorite. I say probably, definitely is the favorite of any tournament he's been in recently, right?
Oh no, he's
Interesting
been
stuff.
An absolute Chad. And we do see Group C here, Anatand 1-0 up against Numedan. As we saw in that first set that we casted, Wham and Scatterbrain still pending. And I'm excited to see Scatterbrain here because I think this is one of his biggest performances or biggest tournaments to qualify into. So Wham looking like an absolute monster though, so this is not going to be an easy set.
Yeah, Scatterbrain, shocking. Like, this might shock some people. Sorry, I just spoke several times. Scatterbrain actually took out Voldemar in the qualifier, in the second qualifier there, and you know, I think historically some might have said Voldemar's a stronger player, but I mean, Scatterbrain just showing why he's here, and looking forward to seeing how those games go.
And in Group D, we have Louis with a 3-0 as well. Honestly, Louis 3-0, I was not expecting anything less. This man has been dominating as well. And I absolutely love to see that him and CSO got dealt into the same group again. These two practice together, they get seated together.
It's a curse.
And Lucifer on CSO, oof, I think that could also be such a spicy one to watch. And I know that the ping situation is not optimal for either, because both of these boys like to raid. So definitely gonna matter when those nights hit. But yes, guys, we are done with the first two for today. We will continue after a short break. Winston, thank you for joining me. I know we have someone else joining us right after. So any final words for Twitch and YouTube?
I just want to say thank you all for listening to me chat about the game, and be sure to check out the upcoming DLC for Age of Empires 4. Tons of info on it already online. Be sure to check it out and get your hands on it when it comes out, please. And yeah, thank you so much, Whammon, and everybody behind the scenes at EGC TV for another wonderful event. Can't wait to watch and see more of EGC Masters Fall. Exciting tournament all around. And I will see you guys on the flip side.
And
spicy games. I break the rules.
And as someone who has touched the beautiful development of what Winston has done at Gamescom, I can say that you guys are going to love these new servers. It is absolutely wild and it's really cool. So thank you for a great team and giving us great games, Winston.
Should be good.
See you guys in a bit. Bye.
Ciao. The awkward stare. Gotta love it.
Ready? now, ladies and gents. We are back, and there is a brand new face on the EGC desk. Is that Sassy? Like the real one?
Yes, that's me. Hello. Welcome everyone again, and I'm so glad to be here, casting these beautiful games with you. I'm in CSO against Lucifron, and we can already see the map drafts and the save drafts. What do you think here? How do you feel about this series?
I hope that we get more than 30 seconds to talk about these drafts, because we just have Frisian Marshes in front of us. But I want to, speedrun. Archipelago,
Okay.
we haven't seen this yet. I'm so excited to see what these guys can do. But Lucifron, definitely a normal guy to pick Archipelago. Coastal Cliffs, very standard, love that. Bald Land, we're going to see a lot of raids. Thanks, Lucifron. That was brought to you by Lucifron. Dry Arabia, standard as is. Frisian Marshes, lots of mosquitoes. We went through that. What do you think?
I like this. I like these maps. I would like to see Lucifron on the water map, also as well as CSO. And I haven't seen CSO play lately. We haven't seen him in qualifiers too. So I'm really excited to see CSO playing, and I'm very glad to have Lucifron back. So let's just jump right into it. We have Lucifron in color green, playing as House of Lancaster on the west corner of the map, and on the north corner here we have CSO playing with color orange and playing with the Aeubids. And now we can already see the action starting from the Lucifron side, that he's dropping a barracks. He wants to start this game aggressively, yeah.
The question is usually if Aeobid starts out with a dock as well, because I think this is something Winston talked about last time as well, how the dock play has been so powerful in the early game that you're forcing your opponent to actually have to invest in something like a barracks early on, which he did. So CSO should be expecting this. You should also be ready to move another villager over there to the gold if needed. But at the same time, this is mostly just to ensure that your opponent doesn't get that early dock and get the value there from the fishing boats so well. Especially against the Aeobids, you're up against the Civ where the docks are just so much cheaper. So what about the matchup, Sassy? If we're thinking House of Lancaster and Aeobids, where do the pros usually land?
I think they both have their own place in the meta, especially in this map pool right now. I think Lancaster is one of the top civs, I think, like on the top half of the civs, I would think. And you can already see why. They can do a lot of things differently. You can already see one of the reasons is being able to start. Oh, is that villager gonna? Okay, it doesn't, but it's pretty risky. That villager could be blocked. Thanks to the pathing. This is such dangerous waters. Needs 3 more gold. Just needs 3 more gold. You can see that. And there's one more low HP villager. If it gets the charge off, it's gonna... Oh, it needs 1 more gold. No. If that villager dies before dropping off, he's gonna need the gold again. No. Look at that. He needs to go back to gold. No. Okay, at least one spearman went down. Oh, but that's a terrible start. Oh, no.
That is such a tough spot for poor CSO in this. And honestly, what I love about early game aggression is the fact that it's not about killing those villagers only, because you usually don't get that lucky. But it's about the night raids that follow. Because the demi-lancers from the House of Lancaster that they do get to summon, those guys are going to love getting one single charge on those villagers and taking them to their graveyard. But now, Aeobids, what do they go for in this matchup, Sassy? Is this where you have to go for a military wing? Growthy says, I lost the Ville, I need to get them back. This feels tough because you're letting House of Lancaster do what they want.
Kinda, yeah. The growth is pretty good in itself. It gives you 3 villagers, and it helps if you want to make some units and fight in field age for something, or if you want to fast castle, right? So it's gonna help you with both case scenarios. But this was like the worst start ever that could happen for CSO. But another thing, we're not gonna be seeing Demi Lancers at least in feudal or castle age in this game, because here we have Abbey of Kings coming up from Lucifron, and he's looking to be a bit more aggressive and keep the pressure on the gold from CSO, and maybe on his docks now that he's going for. And he's also going for manors, so this is quite popular lately, this style of Lancaster. And I have to say, it's pretty strong. I had this matchup on this map myself as Lancaster, and it's pretty strong. It's pretty strong, I will say that. Yeah.
Now, with Lucifron going for the Abbey of Kings, usually, I know a lot of people are like, oh, but where is the castle? So, with Abbey of Kings, we've been seeing a lot of pressure with those kings. They just invest in them and they keep on going. And it's so difficult to actually trade against them. I actually faced this on ladder like 4 times already. I don't know who did it first in the tournament, but whoever did, I have it out for you. Because now, this is the meta. And it's so hard to answer to. Now, the first king comes out free, as we know, but look at those docks. CSO getting those docks up, but the problem is he's getting the docks up against a guy who has units on land. So it's going to be a pretty big question mark on whether that investment is going to be quite costly, or even if he has a little bit of time to let this pay off. Lucifron knows, he's spotting this, and he's not going to let it stand.
He's not gonna let it stand. It's another thing is that the lords of Lancaster, they're melee units, and melee units, they do actually surprisingly well against ships or fishing ships. Let's just say that, because they are throwing torches, and the torch damage on the fishing ships is actually quite strong. Plus, you can torch down the docks too. So CSO is going for some sort of economic expansion right now. We can see 2 docks. They're cheap docks for Abids and Abbasids. We all know it. But now he has to defend them, right? So he's not going to be fast castling like anytime soon, especially after losing that first villager on the gold and getting pushed off the gold first. And now starting with archers. But Lucifron is also looking to build manors and add more lords. As we see, his stone income is increasing, and he already made 2 manors. So Lucifron, we're very likely to see him playing this quite aggressively after having a 3rd manor. Oh, that fishing boat is very low HP. And the archer, you see, it's archer counter the spear, but the lord there is quite helpful with that. And 1 archer is just not enough to be there without any protection. From a spearman or maybe a desert raider, maybe a horseman. And now you can see the dock is cheap and fishing boat is great, extra economy, but you kind of have to defend it, and now it's idled out, right? The lord, you're just barely tickling it right now. So we will have to find out what CSO's answer will be to the upcoming Lancaster aggression.
Now, this is a pretty nice mechanic of just putting your fishing boats into the dock, letting them heal up, and now the Desert Raider is there to do some damage, and a second one in queue as well. But with these lords, he's actually just able to idle every bit of CSO's economy. We did see there in the picture-in-picture that he has put up yet another dock somewhere. This man is desperate for food, and he needs it. And as we're shown now, there is another sneaky little dock that hopefully Lucifron will spot. Otherwise, that's going to be a healthy amount of food coming his way. Now, the question we usually ask is it worth it to invest in a military ship to secure that dock? And honestly, in this position, I can see the value here. Getting 1 military ship could mean that you keep those units engaged for longer and you deter them from looking for other docks. They're going to focus solely on your base. I don't know if that dock has the time of day to get there. Those Desert Raiders need to be careful. He doesn't have those dervishes to heal them up. So the Dow coming on out, he is going to get it out and he's going to secure that dock now. So now those lords are going to look for a new target. Let's see what that's going to be like.
Is he? I think he's going to start burning it and then just leave immediately. He's like 1 or 2 more torch hits and then that dock starting to burn. Yes. And now you have to pull a villager. Like, it's the boat is a bit late. I think the archer ship is a bit late. And I would say it is worth it, because your dock is cheaper in the first place, plus the position of that archer ship is going to defend that area for a while, and that's like close to your base, and that's like connecting your base to the rest of the map. So you always have this like kind of like an outpost with that archer ship, if that makes sense, on that position. But now you have to pull a villager, repair the dock, and Lucifron knows it, and he's lurking for it. He's around the dock again. He wants to go in quick. Oh, the archer ship is falling asleep. Just finishes his dock off. Alright, on to the next one.
Now, shutting down these 2 is critical for him. And the thing is, the investment wasn't as big from CSO. He did do a pretty healthy chunk there. But the problem is now the transition. As we can see now, a lot of Hobilars are making their way onto the field. And a lot of you might be like, oh my gosh, Hobilars? Those are camels. They're not going to do great against them. Well, those camels, they ideally want to be in ranged mode against those spears. So they're not going to want to take a head-to-head fight here. And the problem is, they don't do much damage against those Hobilars when they're in ranged mode, and neither does any archers. So CSO, he needs to find a different unit to actually handle this with now. He does get wheelbarrow, and we do see him actually getting the fishing upgrade as well. So that one little dock, oh, the sneaky, ooh, that's actually 2 little docks now. I see orange dots all around. This man has reinvested, and he's pretty happy with that. So getting 2 docks, sneaky docks for CSO means that he still has that healthy trickle of food that Lucifron just doesn't have an answer to. With him only being on 3 manners, this is pretty okay for CSO in terms of things. But this composition from Lucifron looks pretty wild. Sassy, I don't know if he's going to survive a proper push.
It's about to happen. Lucifron is kind of lurking around CSO's army to cut him off from his base. It's a lot of Hobilars. It's just a lot of Hobilars. Hobilars are a great unit. I think it's really good unit, Hobilars. Most people just tend to not give them enough respect, but with the Lords, for every unit you get like a percentage of extra health, plus you have 1 more ranged armor with the Hobilars. And another thing is that it's a great tool to punish someone that's been turtling in their base, just fishing and just grabbing some gold, and like that tower is gonna go down because the Hobilar, like every Hobilar is just gonna bring you another extra torch, right? And you're just getting basically cheap torch damage, and it's just gonna help you a lot. And these Desert Raiders are falling down one by one because there is already 15 yeomen on the field, and the Desert Raiders are not doing great against all these Hobilar and infantry mass from Lucifron. They're just tanking everything, thanks to the Lords as well.
And now with the Horseman switch from CSO, he is going to have a tough time running into those spears too. It feels like whatever CSO makes here, it's going to be tough. You can't just make spears because you're up against a million yeomen just waiting for you. The TC barely doing any damage to those Hobilars. He even has +1 ranged upgrades. So this is pretty tough spot yet again. And now the Hobilar is just gonna go and burn these fishing boats as a sign of manners, but ensuring that he doesn't redock and get those fishing boats up and running. But the dock economy is looking decent here from CSO. As we can see, he's now made a 3rd sneaky dock on the side of Lucifron's base. So I would love for the Observer to show us that, but no, there's a big fight about to break out, and there's only 4 horsemen on the field to have any answer to what Lucifron has in store for them. The yeomen, though, they are looking scary. And now economic upgrades coming out from Lucifron too, which is going to mean this man doesn't mind sitting back and just letting the numbers do the talking.
Yeah, and you can see in the army numbers and the army value both, they're just much in favor of Lucifron, and he's just not letting CSO get gold. Like, CSO has a good economy, has a healthy economy, but it's fragile. Lucifron, on the other hand, has 3 manners, and that's a lot of passive income, and it's just gonna keep scaling the number of his units, because, well, more units you have, more value for your lords, right? So that's what most people have been doing lately, and that's the idea behind all of this Lancaster aggression we are seeing. And CSO is just cornered in his little corner, and he's even farming there because, like, he just cannot go out and get the deer. And if Lucifron just spots one of those docks, he's gonna just burn everything down with those Hobilars. He will be very fast to punish those. He just hasn't realized it yet. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. And if he spots that out, there's just going to be not enough food income to sustain whatever this play is here from CSO. He's trying his best, just trying to get those reinforcements even. A little bit of damage is what he's hoping for. But as we can see, he's also struggling to make Desert Raiders, as he does get a little bit of gold. I think he's selling food at this point. He's getting a gold income, but where is it coming from? It does look like he is probably on a market there.
Yeah.
Yes, there's
He
the
has a
market.
market.
Aha. He's selling the food, trying to get every bit he can to get desert raiders. But again, those desert raiders are going to struggle against the Hobblars. And Billman also now coming in, which means he's just going to debuff any unit those spearmen touch.
Yep, and Lucifron is making his way towards the Castle Age now. Yeah, I think he just doesn't see the reason to just go ahead and dive in CSO's base. He has successfully denied the gold from CSO for so long and has had access to deer, and he's fishing with villagers, but he's fishing as well. So he has his economy just pretty much set up for the next stage. And now he's just backing off. He's gonna come back in a minute or two with his upgrades, and CSO needs to... Okay, so he knows that he needs those upgrades pretty fast, I think. The +2 attack upgrades and defense upgrades. And he's gonna be against a lot of Hobblars and a lot of Yeomen, as you can see. So maybe it's a good choice, but will he survive this onslaught from Lucifron? We're about to find out. Lucifron hits the next stage and instantly queues up Hobblar and Yeoman upgrade. And he gets 3 Earl's Guard for the White Tower as well. CSO looking to cut off some reinforcements on the map or get some raids in. We see the orange blob just moving towards Lucifron's side. Lucifron identifying that situation and then going under the White Tower, gathering berries there for his early Castle Age. And CSO, it doesn't go too aggressive under the White Tower. He knows it will be defended.
Yeah, those horsemen, every single one you can keep, you need to keep them alive, because those guys are the only things that are going to be doing damage against those Hobblars, at least if those camels are in their ranged form. Because Hobblars, they have so much ranged armor. The horsemen are going to struggle if they're even just alone. 13 is barely scraping the barrel. And what I love about Master Smiths is that you get all of your +2 upgrades instantly and for free, I believe. So
yes,
this is critical for CSO, because if he has any chance at survival, it is upgrades. Now, if Lucifron decides to engage before veterancy upgrades come in, CSO is in even more danger. And you can see he's desperately trying to get a little bit of gold. But gold is not enough, and he's going to have to buy yet again, probably selling wood this time. And the problem is he needs time. Time, which I think Lucifron is not giving him.
Yeah, you still need some time here, and Lucifron is diving him. He knows the age up has come in any second, and CSO has to stand his ground and has to fight. At least he has the blacksmith upgrades now, not the unit upgrades themselves. He still needs a minute for them, and he doesn't actually have the gold for them. He has a lot of resources, but just not enough gold to work with, and the army number and army value, you can see Lucifron is just killing everything under the town center here inside CSO's base, and that will be the game number 1 going towards Lucifron. That was a quick and decisive game.
Lucifron knew every limit of his civilization, and he exploited every side of it. I love the fact with the early spearman play, you could already see that Lucifron is going to set this aggressive tempo for the rest of the match. We can see the APM difference between these two as well. Lucifron there floating 303 APM, while CSO on 129. He is, there was not a lot he could do with a man who can micro at the speed of light. But that military value lead just telling us the story, what we saw with that decisive dominance. Yeah. Now, we do see that early spearman play. And keep in mind, guys, these guys are both playing on higher ping than usual because CSO is based in China, while Lucifron is in Europe. So with any animation or with any villager attack canceling, anything like that, you are most likely going to be struggling to get that timing perfect. So even just backing away with that villagers is just a 0.5 second delay that can cost you the life of a very valuable villager.
Yeah, it's not easy to play on higher ping if you're used to playing on like normal lower ping values. Another thing is that CSO wanted to make docks, right? That's I think why you're playing A-bits here. Looking back at how this game went, I think he would have a lot of use for the healers, the dervishes here, because with with small amount of units, I think he could just fight against the lords and keep his docks alive. But he opted for 3 extra villagers. I think maybe that was the greedy part in this game, and I think he got punished for that specifically. Well, the opening was, yeah, it wasn't great. It happens. You can lose a villager. You got like spear rushed, but you can always come back from that. It's really bad to start, but I think the real greed there was going for extra docks, sneaky docks, and then getting punished for it because he couldn't just defend it. Like, he had the Desert Raider, but if he could heal it, maybe he could just defend them more and not lose a dock. Maybe not even need the archer ship. That game could be a lot more different. But now we have Archipelago, CSO picking water map against Lucifron. What do you think about that? The confidence.
Well, I know CSO and Louis, they hate water maps. For those of you who don't know, in all of the tournaments that I run, we actually ask the players to vote what they want. And CSO and Louis both voted that they want 0 water maps in the map pool. And I don't know if it's just because you are thinking about the gods of water like Lucifron, Vortex, and Marine Lord. When you put those people on water, they do not lose. But at the same time, CSO picking this tells us he knows how to play it. He just doesn't like playing it. So I'm really happy to see that CSO, even though he's not a water lover, knows how to handle it. And him being confident enough to pick it against Lucifron and using a massive select such as Zhu Shi on Archipelago tells me he's not just giving this map as, oh, I'll just throw away one of my weakest civilizations. He's going for the win. And picking Zhu Shi tells me he's confident that he can do it. So we'll see. We'll see what it holds. But for the matchup itself, I think both of these servers do pretty well on water. It's all about outplaying the other player. And Lucifron and CSO, both of them know exactly how to do that.
Exactly, and CSO, this is his first pick, by the way. He was the higher seed in the draft, if I'm not mistaken. He is the higher seed, and I don't know if he decided to be the host. If you're the host in the draft, you get to pick the first civilization yourself. So they both banned Knights Templar, no surprise there, first. And then CSO picked Sushi's Legacy first, not the Chinese. And I think he just did it simply to have the better civilization on an archipelago. Well, the best water civ is Knights Templar, no doubt about that. Especially on archipelago, where you cannot hurt your opponent on land, through land in Dark Age. I would say it's pretty different than Holy Island. And the second best civilization on water is just, I think, again, without a doubt, it's Sushi's Legacy. It's not unbeatable though, it's beatable. Especially with civilizations like HRE, Chinese, Order of the Dragon, maybe English with the extra English and Lancaster with the extra range. They're like good picks as well. So CSO is just probably not afraid to get wet here, to play the water map. Yeah, it's not about hating, or like, it's not about not being able to play the water maps. It's just sometimes not so fun to like come back and do the same thing over and over again. Like the water meta, it almost never changes, right? That's the thing. So it's just like another thing you have to think when you're drafting, when you want to play in a tournament and get somewhere in a tournament, top 4, top 8, you kind of have to play it. So, and yeah, most of these players, they're just able to play it. Maybe some dislike it, some like it. And in the end, we see CSO going up against Lucifron, one of the best water players here on Archipelago. Will he make it with Sushi's Legacy? Let's see.
Now, Zhu Shi, as Sassy said, probably the second best civilization on water. But now we'll see what these boys have in store for us. I'm going to cast this at the start like it's the most exciting thing in the world. Oh my god, both of them going for 2 docks. This is wild. Each of them 1 dock each for now, we say. But Lucifron is going straight for the berries right after, making use of that dock right there next to it. On the other hand, though, we see CSO, he has to go for the fish, getting his hands real dirty, while Lucifron just gets to snack on those delicious berries. Whoa! Well, you
Okay.
Usually the question in these early games is, what do you talk about? When you see the early game on Archipelago, it's pretty standard, Sassy. There's a big gold. There's a big stone. Wow, woodline.
Wow.
However, I am seeing both deer packs towards the water, and that means that, you know, deer packs are close there. Love that. No big facts aside from that. But looking at the secondary islands as well, pretty standard spawns there. I just don't think we're gonna get to the secondary islands. These guys are very
Yeah.
aggressive. They don't like
Yeah.
They don't like going past castle, actually.
With this type of the dock placements they had, actually, there's like in the start of this game, you have no idea if your opponent is on your right or if it's on your left. You have to go around and find out, basically. So they both players are clueless at this point. They don't know anything that we know. So they're both close to each other's docks on their tiny little islands or peninsulas. And they will soon find out. They will send, I think, fishing boats to explore the map a little bit. And I think with close fishing positions like this, close dock positions like this, I don't think anyone is going like Castle Age anytime soon. If there will be Castle Age coming in, we would expect that to be Sushi's Legacy because their age up is going to cost less. That's one of the biggest reasons why Sushi's Legacy is one of the greatest civs on water maps as well. Not just Castle Age, but Imperial Age as well with Bao-Chan's. I hope we get to see that while we're here, you know, like I hope we get to see Bao-Chan's witness the beam placements and like extra range from Sushi Legacy. I want to see this game go to Imperial Age, okay?
Oh no.
We're here now. I want
Sassy.
to I want to go to Imperial Age. I don't care. Yeah.
I say this on behalf of the whole of Twitch chat and YouTube chat. They're a different breed. So I say this on behalf of all of Twitch chat who love Archipelago. Everyone wants to see Imperial Age sushi. Because, you know, China, strongest civilization out there. We need to see these guys bow-chat it out. But I did see a question in chat.
Yep.
And I would
Okay.
like to address this question. The scout. So you guys might be wondering, where did Luz Front Scout go? Did he drown? No. He deletes it. Because it just delays the time that you need to actually get a house. So you know that awkward moment when you play water and you're like, oh, do I get the house or do I get the fishing boat? When you delete your scout on this map, you answer that question. You just don't care about it. You build that fishing boat, and that 1-2 second of awkward timing, that thing is a thing of the past. You have enough time to build your house, and it feels pretty good. So that's basically what happens here. But I want you to notice he's building a chapelle with 6 of those villagers. So he's getting a pretty early feudal age
Wow.
compared to what CSO is getting.
Wow, CSO is nowhere near the age up. I mean, he will be soon, but that will be, I think, a bit too late. A bit too late. Like, he's having his 3rd dock in Dark Age. And how many fishing boats does he have? Can we see? He has like 3, 5, 8 boats. It's gonna be 9 now. 10. 10th is on the way. And I think that's, again, from CSO. I think it's too greedy. If Lucifron knows his position now and knows that he's not, like, he's on 10 fishing boats, he's gonna punish this hard. Like, he's going there. Well, he doesn't know. He's taking a wild guess, I think. He doesn't know. He didn't scout it. Yeah, he's shift clicking through the map, and CSO, look at it. It's rushing that meditation gardens. With 8 villagers, he knows, oops, I've been a bit too greedy, I need to age up as soon as possible, otherwise all my fishing economy will be idled out. And that's a nice meditation garden. That's gonna be, I think, at least 60 wood per minute. Something like that.
Getting
Oh,
a solid
cheers,
stack
sir.
of wood per minute here is
Yep.
going to be important. Those fishing ships, he needs to keep those bad boys alive. Luckily for him, he's got about 2 extra docks to hide those bad boys in, so that's going to be all right for him. He's trying to maximize the food gathering he can between all the arrow fires, but between all of that, it's so easy to lose a fishing boat. He does realize now, hey, that's a 2nd dock. And is he going to be able to spot the 3rd one? Military ship coming out, it's galley against galley. and Lucifron will be backing off as he wants to wait for his reinforcements to join the party. Now, Lucifron, he does have that Arcane Chapel, which is fantastic for that extra boost in economy, but at the same time, you're up against Zushi, who also has that nice little boost in their economy with the Imperial officials, the supervising.
Oh, that demo. Okay, the fishing boat is in time to repair. Keep in mind the demos don't one-shot the sprinkled ships. You need to get the HP a bit lower. This is going to be an all-in from Lucifron. Unfortunately, I have bad news for all of you guys. This game will not go to Imperial Age. We can already say that. Lucifron is either gonna kill him now, or is gonna lose the game in the next 5 minutes. Oh, the Archship got sniped. The other one is half HP, is only 2 shots away from dying. Oh, CSO is desperate to repair it. One demo hits and the second demo hits. Everything is dying from CSO, and he has only 1 sprinkled ship in queue and no demos on site, and that's it. Game's over. That's the water map for us. That's Lucifron on water. It's just gonna... You cannot be greedy. You cannot make 1 extra fishing boat against this guy. He's gonna go there and punish you. Their openings is like they okay, here's the thing. Okay,
Yes.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I would love this if this was at least Baltic or Mediterranean. I don't know. The name changed of the map because they had like no way of scouting it, and the archer ships like. How did that archer ship miss the demo? How did it not one-shot it? Look at that! How? How did that happen? I don't know. But yeah, it was too greedy and got punished for it, right? But my only issue with this is that there was no way for him to say, to be able to tell if he's being greedy or not. You could only say by the age up notification, and by that time it's already too late. So, and for you to be able to scout if you're being greedy or not, or like what's gonna happen next, you have to sacrifice the economy, which is your fishing boat, to scout on the map. So there's like, it's a bit of a gamble, I would say. It's a bit of a gamble playing on Archipelago against Lucifron with OTD. It's another strong water civilization, and we could already tell what he knew what he was doing, right? He deleted his scout. That thing, by the way, first time I saw it, I think it was Baltoon doing it, because you get to delay the house and you get like 1 extra fishing boat out earlier. With most of civs, with HRE especially, because you start with extra population with the prelate. So yeah. Long story short, I mean short story short, it was too greedy and got punished for it. Sushi's Legacy.
I don't know if you guys saw that on the minimap at the end there, but there was a 4th dock from CSO as well. So this man, he loves docking. We've seen this now on Frisian Marshes. We've seen it now on Archipelago. He just keeps on docking. You know, the mindset we always be having is like always be making villagers, but this man says always be docking. If there's water, I need to put something underwater. So he puts something on the water, and that's how he plays his life, and it works out. Not against Lucifron, not this time. This time though, he wants something standard. He tried the way of the water, he got schooled by the Spanish, and now Dry Arabia is going to be the more standard pick. And this is now the matchup I am excited for, because as I said earlier in the cast, I think a lot of people pick China into Rus because it's viable enough, usually. Like, they do stand a chance at like a fast castle punishing and a feudal fighting, the pro scout meta that's still very, very prominent. So I do want to see how this one plays out, because we saw it very favorable for Rus earlier. And I don't think that's the type of thing we see every time. Sassy, you play at this level. If you get China and Rus, where does it usually end?
It's funny because I remember talking about this matchup with Marine Lord like a few months ago, and the meta hasn't changed. We didn't get like a patch; it's on the same patch. And at that time, Mariner was like, China winning against Rus is like surprising. People thought that it was surprising to win as China against Rus, because the Rus was like the top #1 civilization at that time in I think, in most people's minds. But lately, like a few weeks after that, I've seen him saying like Rus beats everyone except China. Like so there's like this funny shift of the meta itself, even on the same patch. I would expect Chinese to do well against Rus unless they do something different though. So we're about to find out if CSO has something else in mind. He has been too greedy so far in the series, but he's down 2-0. Is he going to be a bit more greedy than usual? Okay.
Yes, he is. Oh.
It's a nice, beautiful cabin. And finding a sheep, that's the perfect cabin. That's a perfect start, CSO. Let's go. Not for rooting for CSO. I just want to see more good games, you know? I love these both players. They're both great to play against and talk with, I think. So I want to see a Rus win as well against Chinese. Okay, I'm a bit biased this game.
We just want CSO to have a long tournament life. But, Sassy, I think Twitch chat needs to understand why I was laughing like a maniac looking at those hunting cabins. Observers, sir, please click on those hunting cabins for us so we can talk about them for a second. So now, ladies and gents, you might be wondering, why did she laugh like that? Well, that hunting cabin is very juicy. You can see it gets 2 wood lines. However, that hunting cabin is also very far out, very greedy. And the second one is as well. Usually, you want to ensure your hunting cabins are within the range of the TC so that they can be protected. You get a few less trees, but they are at least safe. Now, luckily, when you're playing against China, this is not something that you're too worried about, but that is a very greedy move. That is a very CSO move from what we've been seeing today. Him docking everywhere. 4 docks before 7 minutes. He knows he's a greedy boy, and he's living his best greedy life. So, interesting placement there. I'm really excited to see if it pays off.
Well, China, I mean, they just want to pro scout themselves as well. So you're not really under it's not like a Japanese, right? They don't start with like 75 wood barracks or something. So I think it's reasonable. It's hard to call it greedy, okay? It's reasonable to get that out. Okay. Yeah, I would say so, because like, and it's in such a nice position that like you could just wall it if you notice something is coming up, like if something is off and you're gonna be under a lot of pressure, you can just wall it off. And Rus walls, remember, they have extra HP, so it will be like totally fine. But so far, you're right, we have seen CSO being like docking everywhere on the map, getting 3 docks in Dark Age, on water map as well, and here maybe he will go for like 7 scouts or 8 scouts or a lot of scouts. We're about to see that as we're making our way into Feudal Age. He's going with 5 on the Golden Gate. I don't really see that often, honestly. I don't see people making it like 5 on Golden Gate. I think recently I've seen people manually grabbing some like 40 gold with 1 long trip. And he's actually not adding scouts. That's another thing the Rus players do if they want to pro scout against another pro scouting civ, because like you can make the scouts earlier than them. So you have the advantage there. But he's not adding scouts. But he's also going for the pro scouts, I think. He just doesn't want to be greedy this game, maybe.
See, you say he doesn't want to be greedy, but also I'm assuming the reason he's doing it with 5 is because he's going to have the gold to very quickly get pro scouts. Because, like I said, sometimes people need to go manually grab that, but because of my quoted greedy hunting cabins, he has the gold. As we can see, 315 gold by 4.5 minutes is unthinkable, unless your hunting cabin is all the way in China. So this man definitely got his value's worth of that bad boy, 25 per minute. Very, very nice. But now the question is he going to be adding those scouts? Like you said, you want to get as many deer as you can, but China also goes for their own. Because they make it out of a stable, very often we see the follow-up with horsemen as well. And that's exactly what happens. Lucifron cancels that second scout he had in queue, and he goes for a horseman because he knows this is the time to actually punish. So the first horseman is out. Let's see where he goes to strike.
I think he wants to defend his own deer. Yeah, he's gonna attack and chase the scout away from his side of the map and keep him away from his own deer. I think that's the purpose of this horseman, I would guess. Because Rus is about to finish their professional scouts upgrade, and you just don't want them to steal anything from you. Like, if they steal even 2 deer, that's not 2 deer, that's like 2 from you going to them, so it's like actually 4 deer worth of difference. And you're Chinese and you get more food out of every drop-off, thanks to the Imperial officials. So you just don't want him to steal anything from you. I think that's why he just made 1 horseman to stop any attempt of stealing happening. And look at that, we're getting Rus knights in feudal age.
Now,
You don't see that often.
Rus Knights is... That feels kind of spicy to have. I think getting that Rus Knight at... Oh, I think we're...
Oh,
sorry, internet.
We were... Yeah. We just
Oh.
had the... We're good?
We're back.
We're so back.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, the Discord
thank
lagged
goodness. Welcome back,
for
Sam.
everyone, I think. Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
so we... Rus Knight,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Now, the horse is lagging as well, floating in the sky, going for a massive jump there. I can see that poor little scout is trying his best here, but unfortunately, the knight is there to reinforce. Now, the archers from Lucifron, though, did not expect to see it, to see a knight coming out here. Most likely just expected some spearmen.
Lucifron will have to... he will have to respect... Oh, he thought about it. He thought about the spears. But he's going for the blacksmith instead. He wants to keep making archers, keep scaling archers. And he wants to upgrade them. But CSO is being a bit cheeky. And there's that wall. There's a wall we talked about there. Yes. Thank you, Vodka. And but CSO is being a bit cheeky here. He's actually going to Castle Age. He's not making any more knights. He just made 1 knight. I think that is to defend his side of the deer. But he still has a lot of deer to gather from the map. I think there's a good opening here for CSO. He can go for only knights now. And that 1 single horseman is gonna go down. Well, Chinese will have a better production thanks to the Imperial officials. There goes the age up. That's a beautiful spot for it as well. Gonna be a lot of passive gold. Not only gold, it's gonna give you extra food earlier on as well. So I like this from CSO. And I like that he already has the staples, so he can play only knights for a very long time until he grabs every relic on the map. Maybe even just play this game with only knights. I would be excited for that.
Yeah, Lucifron doesn't really have anything to punish this fast castle from CSO, because recently a lot of players playing Rus, they felt like, oh, I can just go fast castle, but top players obviously know how to stop that. They know how to defend against it, and they know how to punish it. So Lucifron right now is not in the punishing mode. He's going to the age up mode himself. So CSO now, like you said, if he just decides to go for knight, and that's exactly what he's doing. We see the knight upgrade first, getting queued up. We'll just see if he's going to have the food to sustain this, because the deer did get slowed down quite a bit. He has all the villagers on wood, as you would when you're going for a lot of horse archers. But now CSO has not queued up another knight just yet, just getting that upgrade. Getting a little bit of range defense as well, as he saw that big archer mass in the mix too.
Yeah, and if you're Lucifron in this position, I think you kinda almost regret having those archers and having them upgraded, I was going to say. But they're going to snipe 1 scout. Well, they will still be useful on the map, I think. They still have a lot of damage once they reach the castle age, and there he goes. He's queuing up 2 knights immediately after reaching the castle age.
Now, knight for knight, pound for pound, as Tim would have said, we usually see Chinese knights, they do pretty well, but Rus ones, once they have that amazing upgrade that gives them just a little bit of HP, this gets a little bit tough as well. Considering there are warrior monks in the mix too, it's going to mean that getting them healed back up is going to be so simple. the Archer Mass moving forward now, but they're not going to be any match for what is on the side here of CSO now. That is going to be 3 knights pretty soon, and he needs to be careful. Instantly going towards the relic to try and deny this, because this is, of course, what Roos does. The moment they age up, you want to try and secure these relics. And you can see, those warrior monks, we talked about the legs earlier. This guy runs fast. And just moving those relics away, even just from the original spot, already is quite a bit of value. Because if your opponent shift click that thing, he's already just going to be wasting his time. I actually saw this in one of the earlier games, where 2 of these top players got outsmarted by just moving the relic a little bit. Now, of course, CSO, he needs to keep this pressure up. And you can see those green dots all around the map. He is everywhere he needs to be, and he takes down that warrior monk, which is pretty massive here.
Yeah, 1 low HP knight for a warrior monk, I think it's totally fine, totally acceptable. Okay, there was some text on the screen. Everything's fine. We're not hacking the game. Cow just leaked the script there for a moment, but it's fine. I think going for the relic so fast could be a mistake from CSO. Well, I say that, but he got the first relic, in, but he's just gonna be behind in knights numbers. At least I would expect that. Playing against China, supervision from the stables, but CSO is handling this quite well so far. The warrior monk is being attacked by the Lancer there from the Chinese. And Lucifron, you see he kept making archers. You can see it on the military numbers as well. And it's gonna be a lot of damage. If he gets... Yes, now he just queued up the +2 attack for them. So CSO already going for some horse archers to have higher mobility and better army on the field against Lucifron's Lancers. But maybe it was a bit too early. Like, before getting rid of all these archers on the field, maybe if he kept making knights, he could get rid of all these archers and then go for the horse archers himself. But that's what he decided to go for, and now he potentially has a really good engagement here. The nice charge connects on most of those archers. There's low HP, and the knights are getting melted. Sorry, the Lancers are getting melted by the Roos Knights, and the horse archers are doing their best to provide more damage from the back line, and CSO has both ranged upgrades and barely taking damage from these archers for now. And he keeps kiting back, but it's just not gonna be enough. There isn't enough Lancers on the field. This game just needs more Lancers, more Knights, I feel like. Because they're just both on the field and just fighting for the relics. And now Lucifron with bigger ranged mass, I think, is a bit struggling to kite back against these knights from Roos. And also Boyar's Fortitude is almost in. All these knights and all these horse archers are gonna have plus 25 HP more soon, and CSO is sitting on 2 relics comfortably, and Lucifron is bringing in 1 more. And I see an orange dot on the field, maybe going for that relic on Lucifron's corner. Okay, that's a scout. Never mind. Sorry. My fault. That's my fault. I thought that was a monk just waiting to grab a relic. My fault. Oh, no. Okay. There's that relic he was looking for. So this engagement is allowing CSO to have 1 more relic than the Chinese. And the best part, I like CSO positions here. And I will conclude it. You see that mill from the Chinese? You see that mill? There's a lot of villagers that are idle, and they just ate all the deer. The deer is gone. There's no more deer, but the high trade house deer. It keeps spawning deer in your base every minute. 350 food that you can gather, and you can munch on as Roos, and you can keep making these knights and horse archers. So I like CSO position here, because simply he will be able to get more food and pump out more knights and keep the control on the map. So those archers earlier from Lucifron, I think they were a bit of a mistake, considering how passive he was in Feudal Age.
Now, getting into the point where your archers can handle these horse archers is going to be quite critical, though. So I think Lucifron now, he realizes this is a pretty tough position to be in because that is a pretty scary mass. Now, CSO, he's got the horse archers, but he doesn't have a spot that he can harass just yet, or not confidently at least. Now, going around the side, thinking about that wood line that he might be able to snack on. But Lucifron, he's getting +2. He does not want to be dealing with this too heavily. Lancers at the front, they try to tank this a little bit. These archers need to be careful. Like you said, Sassy, they don't do too much damage, but you can see with those focus fire, he is trying to deal with those horse archers. Problem is just, there's so many of them, and mobility. We talk about the legs don't lie. Villagers are idle there on the wood line. Even the Imperial official is thinking about what he can supervise next. But this looks like a pretty heavy commitment already for CSO. The thing is now, if he doesn't get any villager kills, because there has been 0, this could be quite expensive for him.
This could be quite expensive for him. It has been already. Look at the destroyed value on the bottom left. 7,000 against 3,700 is big, and he has 3 sacred sites behind all of this, and some farms, and still the military lead. I think CSO is in great spot this game. He's about to conclude this game. Lucifron is not giving up yet, but the food is giving up on him. He's just finishing all this food. It's like that's so many villagers just looking for the next food, and I think CSO knows and is just waiting for him to run out of food, and then he's gonna just like, there's a scout. I was waiting for the boar. There's another scout that's waiting for those berries. And the army is in position, but the army is not going to be enough to defend that, I think. Oh, he's a bit distracted by that knight from
just
Lucifron.
Getting a little bit of... When Lucifron puts a little bit of pressure on him, this is the way that he gets CSO to back off. Because we know that Lucifron is someone who is quite aggressive. He's not known to sit in his base and do nothing. So this is a way that he gets himself back into this. Even though the food situation, it feels like there's no coming back from that. However, we've seen Lucifron in some crazy positions and coming back from anything. Now the horse archers, they're trying to do a little bit to this Lancer, but the Lancer is going to pick up a village or 2 now. Already killing 2 villages, Lucifron that is. Now there's going to be a big fight here. The archers now trying to get on top of the horse archers. The knight numbers are favoring Lucifron in this one position, but is the horse archers going to be able to pay off?
I don't think this is enough for Lucifron here. He had a good charge there while CSO was distracted. Got a lot of damage in, but the warrior monks are actually carrying the fight, providing more armor against those archers and more damage for those knights, and they are also doing some damage themselves. So CSO, pretty clean game from him. And I think Lucifron, maybe he wishes that he made that barracks instead of the blacksmith in Feudal Age. I think the game just went the other way. There we could be looking at a completely different game if he actually made like few spearmen, like 4 or 5 spearmen with those archers. I think the game could be going in a very different way. And again, we can see this goes for everyone on the screen right now. We can see CSO 121 APM against 289 on very multitasking demanding game, I would say. China against Rus here with all the professional scouts, all the knights, all the monks running everywhere, a lot of action, and he was able to hold 3 sacred sites, professional scout, have good engagements, and keep his eyes on his opponent. And yeah, and he responded all the raids. So with little APM that he has, he's very precise and he knows what he's doing. This is what it's telling us, and I really like CSO for it. I really like this play from him.
Now, when you talk about the low APM of CSO, I think that's something very notable for a lot of people here, because not everyone plays as fast as these players like Lucifron, Beastie, Marine Lord, Vortex.
Yeah.
These players are known for their high APM, but there's also the fact of matter that we have EPM, which is effective APM. So basically, how many useful actions do you do instead of just also clicking a lot of buttons? And
Yeah.
that is probably what CSO is just mastering here. He's like, I am not clicking extra. Every action needs to have meaning. So you don't need to have the highest APM to be one of the best. And it's very, very clear here. CSO just showing us exactly how to micro with what we've got.
Yeah, I'll say one thing though about the spamming clicks as well. In defense of spamming the clicks, the games used to, and it still does sometimes, just like the lag happens sometimes, and sometimes your commands just like doesn't go through. You like don't feel like it's going through, and pathing in Age of Empires games is something. It has been something in history of Age of Empires that if you keep clicking closer to the distance that you want to like travel, your units actually sometimes path in a different way. So like if you click from one side of the map to the other, at least in Age of Empires 2 it was like that. So it goes like they take a different path. So sometimes spamming the clicks can be useful, especially when you're microing archers in Age of Empires 4. If you're like kiting back and you want your archers to catch up with the other archer group that you have at the back, sometimes it can be very useful. So in defense of the spamming clicks there, but we can see in a very multitasking demanding game, and we just had CSO came victorious, and it was pretty clean game from him. And next up we have Boltland coming up. Yeah.
Now, I saw both of these players in real life, and both of them great hairlines. I don't think either of them are an expert on this map from genetics, but unfortunately, we got Boltland in the mix. The map is bald. It has a lot of spots for raiding, and after what I've seen here, CSO, he knows how to spice things up, and with French, it is the master of Boltland because of those very chunky, very quick, very fast knights coming in from every single angle. Your resources are just so far out that you can get punished. And CSO showed us he knows how to punish. He knows where to go and target. He's going to find your villagers wanting food. So let's see if Malians can hold their own against this champion of a civilization. But Sassy, as we're loading in, yes, on the left side we have CSO. He's on French. Great. Opening with the mill, so we're probably going to see a Dark Age wheelbarrow as it pops on in. Lucifer in the green on Zimalians. Very nice. I would like to talk about this matchup. I remember back in the day, it used to be Malians counters French fully. Now, a lot of people say French actually destroy Malians. Where do you land on this?
I would like to be Malians here. I think Malians have the edge here, because Donzos and Sofas are a great unit, great response against French, as well as the Javelin throwers, because the French is not going for something big, surprising to you. They're gonna be having Knights and Archers, maybe some Spearmen in the mixture. There, if you're playing against Lucifron or Vortex, they love to get those 1-1-1 triple composition. But playing against French is very demanding. I don't think playing against French Royal Knights and Feudal Age is something easy, especially with these small woodlines on this map. So yeah, I think it's a hard game for both. It's going to be a tough game for both players here.
All right. Yeah, the question we got to ask ourselves is who can punish any mistake that may come their way. What I love about French currently is the fact that they go for wheelbarrows so early on. Now, of course, Malians, they're not a civilization that has raiding within 4 minutes of the game in your base. So that's not going to be too dire to keep your villagers alive, but it does allow you to move out without losing all that valuable time that we usually do. Which means that them going out on an external resource is not as scary as it is for Malians, for example. But I would like to take a look at the food and how much they've gathered, because, again, you don't want to be moving out on this map against something like French. We do see a villager rallied all the way to the back there, so I wonder where that bad boy is going.
Oh.
That's a misrally.
Oh. No,
we just really
They didn't like that sheep.
He actually just tried to deny that sheep, probably,
yeah.
knowing that the scout is coming around.
Yeah, the scout is coming. Yeah, you can see the orange dot on the map is coming. There's actually another. Oh, there was actually another. Yeah.
That must have been a misclick, and he tried to make the best of it. See, this is one of those interesting things.
Think so?
Like if we had. I don't know.
No,
I feel like it's worth it. Is it worth it?
I think it's worth it. It's not. it's also like you can eat that dead sheep anytime you want later on. Also, you're denying that from your opponent, and that doesn't happen as misclick, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Killjardy
Killjardy
that's Killjardy just said. Oh, you see again. That's 2 sheep
That's
now.
not a
That's
misclick.
400.
That's not a misclick.
Yeah, now you know it's not a misclick. It wasn't. that was sending a message to other sheep, you know. And
How dare
didn't,
you.
They didn't get the memo. Yeah. The second guy just.
What I'm thinking is this where you go pro scouts and those sheep are just calculated boys you're going to be picking up later and bring back to the TC? Oh my goodness. I cannot believe, I feel like this is one of those notes you need to make in a book and say to yourself, okay, it is worth it to send my villager out there and deny it, especially if my opponent is on a civilization that needs a lot of food for their units, because 4 sheep for French, that is not enough, not even close to being enough.
Yeah, that's not gonna be enough, and I think this is what Lucifron is going to be playing around here. If you know your opponent is struggling for food, then it creates a lot of opportunities for you. You can fight them, you can wait for them to be on their like berries, and then you can keep like attacking their villagers there on the food. And CSO knows that he needs the food very fast, so he goes for very, very, very quick professional scouts here, skipping that first night that the French players often gets, and is dropping a second stable. So he wants to play with a lot of knights this game, but he needs the food first. He needs the professional scouts in, and Lucifron is not willing to let him get that for free. He's already making donzos, and I wouldn't be surprised if he got some warrior scouts here and there to deny the professional scouts.
Well, I love this because instead of then going for the pro scouts himself and trying to contest this, he decides, I'm just going to let my resources do the talking. The Donzo out here protecting the villager against that potential knight, which means he's not aware that the first knight was skipped. So with his one singular scout, he's trying to get that type of information. Those scouts right now, they're not of the spicy variety, so he does need to be careful to take a scout on scout fight for this one. But now those Donzos are going to need to make their way across the map to do something about this. And the fact that that first knight hasn't landed will sink in pretty soon. That Donzo could have been out here denying deer, but instead he was just trying to keep that villager alive. But this also means that Lucifron secures that second pit mine. Probably a happy camper all around.
Yep, and he's trying to do his best. This is not just to kill the scouts necessarily, but he's taking away some HP for later on to snipe them maybe with the Donzos. So he's doing his best, trying to be active and giving those attack pings to his opponent, letting him know, I'm here, I know what you're doing, and I'm not gonna let you do it soon. And the knight is here to help the scouts. With one charge, it's able to get that scout from the Malins down to sheep counter 0-0. Okay.
I love the fact that it just pops out and says no sheep. It's perfect. Oh, there
10
it is,
to 30,
ladies
there
and
it is.
gentlemen. Oh, never mind. It's the other way around, guys. Don't get excited. Lucifron is not the winner in this case, unfortunately. The man is up against pro scouts and he's up against the sheep numbers.
There's
Now-
still 2 sheep neutral on the map, so maybe they're running away after what happened to those poor sheep in the beginning of the game.
And now Vodka is desperately looking to find those bird... to find them. And it looks like this is going to be a big investigation. But the sheep will be found. First one, right there. Steve says, I am living my best life on this hill. Please do not come and grab me. But aside from that, it does look like javelins are being mixed in. And that is going to spice things up a little bit. As we know, the usual French transition turns into a bunch of archers right after. More knights, more archers. They are just being built. And honestly, he's getting forestry. I honestly thought forestry was illegal and a waste of gold. But probably because it's discounted on French, you can get it. Sassy, do you get forestry?
I do get forestry. I do get it often if I'm getting the second boot upgrade, that way it makes more sense. I get it at the same time most of the time. Maybe it's a bad habit, maybe it's not that great, but if you're French, it's discounted and you have more villagers on the map, so there's like a bit more value into getting the upgrade, I feel like. I haven't done the math. I will say that. But with like civilizations that has like bonuses on their villagers, like the gather speed, like HRE, maybe Byzantines, I do get them a bit more often. But less so with like civilizations like Ottomans, for example.
I'm just going to call out the math person in Age of Empires. Can Corvinus just ensure we get the math on that so we can report accurately for next time? We see forestry in the chat. But guys, something even more important being upgraded right now, chivalry, all these knights. Now, there's not a lot of knights, but 5 hurt knights is definitely something you want to keep alive. Especially now with the javelin numbers increasing, those donzos are going to be quite pesky, but you want to make sure that you land an attack on these and pull them back out. Because French, they might have better villager production. The problem is Malians has an answer to that. They have those cows, which give them the passive income. And of course, that makes sure they keep up with that French economy that people kind of fear, because you do have to shut them down.
Yep. Getting chivalry here means, I think, one thing that CSO really wants to play this out in Feudal Age, maybe longer Feudal Age, like he wants to get those knights numbers higher and higher as the game progresses. But I say that, but he's actually banking up some resources to... It looks like he wants to Castle Age soon.
No. Getting a Castle Age with 6 knights. In the past, that would just mean you're going for the Guild Hall. Sassy, is this a point where you invest in the Royal Institute? Or do you go for the Guild Hall, play it safe?
Well, oh, that's a nice knight charge. Lucifron's trying his best to avoid it. Ah, loses 1 villager. It's gonna take out a lot of HP from that knight. That's so low. 4 HP. That's okay. This is why he got the chivalry. Now it makes sense. To your question, Raman, I would go for Guild Hall here because it's very early in the game. It's not just that you don't have the knight numbers or Royal Institute. Like, you can go for Royal Institute if you really want to, but having Guild Hall earlier means that you will scale your income from the Guild Hall a lot earlier, because it goes exponentially, right? The Guild Hall income. Oh, another nice find by CSO. So this is why I was saying that I think it's kind of tough playing against the French Royal Knights in Feudal Age. Like, one moment you fall asleep, you don't send your army to defend that wall, and now you're just like 2 more villages behind. And CSO is going Castle Age behind all of this while you were just in your base. Lucifron is very, very far away from Castle Age himself.
Now, luckily with Malians, you do have the option of getting Castle Age pretty quickly after you realize your opponent has it, especially with that economy he's got set up, 19 cows already. So he also is getting horticulture, which is an upgrade you can very quickly cancel. And the food income just skyrockets so fast. He would have, in less than a minute, he would be ready to pick that age up. And you can see he already stopped the military production, cancelled horticulture, and he's going straight for castle himself. He realizes this is a timing that I do not need to lose with. And this takes me back to one of those games. I think it was a Beastie vs. Marine Lord game where the age up was just a little bit too late with the Malians, and the upgrades did not kick in before the fight was taken. And I think those are the types of games that teach us how important it is to have those Castle Age upgrades when you're up against something like a Knight Civilization, especially once that veterancy kicks in. Now, he's planning to get a lot of relics, as we see, and yet another villager is going to go down. 4 now being taken down. CSO is making this so difficult.
Yeah. And that wall is still not complete, and Lucifron is kind of desperate. Is that desperate to get the age up in? 25 villagers, that's more than half of his economy right now, building the landmark to age up. CSO's food income is pretty low with all that professional scouting. I think he stopped to... Did he just stop getting food for a while to get the keep up. Maybe that's what he did, because he's gonna spend less food on his units, less food and less gold, and maybe wood if he's making archers. Less resources on his units after he gets the keep up. So knowing that he's ahead in the game, he's going for some, I would say, more of an economic approach by making the keep, not only to protect himself or anything. He's just gonna be a bit safer in home, and he's gonna have a big economic advantage now before he's starting to pump units out. And he has a guild hall already going on for him, so I think he's in a really good spot here. But let's see how Lucifron will respond in cast stage himself.
Well, Lucifron is already responding by making 2 stables. Now, usually 2 stables means sofas, especially in most matchups. Oh, I have 3 stables. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. And the sofas have started because you have now suffered by the hands of the French already. You understand this man is going to keep on raiding. And CSO, him getting a keep, like you said, it's about getting the base nice and secure too, about getting that discount. But at the same time, his red palace is most likely going to go up in a very compromising position. So you don't want your base to be left open to all of this. It just makes him safer to be able to transition into that later parts of the game. But now, those Donzo numbers are quite scary. The sofas increasing, and yet another villager going to be paying the price here. And that's the problem with Baldland. The resources are so spread out.
Those villagers, there's so many. It's not that, like, I'm willing to give 2 villagers, but don't push me away from all the resources I'm working on. That was more than half of his economy. I was just walking away from that knight, trying to save their lives, and now he needs to send some units back, and even more units will be sent back. He's just not letting him get out of his base, honestly. Like, you need to complete those walls around your base, and here we are, Baldland. You just cannot really do it, and CSO is just getting that greed that he was looking for since the start of the series. You can see that double monastery, early guild hall, early keep, and that's all thanks to just very precise, well-timed night raids, honestly. And he's playing this one quite beautifully, I will say.
A guild hall starting to rack up a lot of food. We know, we've seen those Imperial Age click-ups, how easy and smooth they feel at some point. Now, with Malians, you do have to be careful. Of course, you're playing as a civilization that will just make 1 million units and run towards your base when they have that specific timing. We can already see the food per minute very much in the favor of Lucifron. And this is not him gathering a lot of food. Those cows are just doing the talking. Economy is wild. He does have those villages on berries. So he's going to try and use this timing because we all know how greedy French likes to be when they go for that fast Imperial, which is exactly what CSO has in mind here. He was getting close to that 1,300 gold already. Now spending a little bit more, getting some orbs in the mix as well with more knights in queue because he knows this fight is coming. Now getting the rest of his upgrades too. This is not a fight he can lose though. Because the food that he has is limited. Oh my goodness, I say that, he kills 2 more villages and I'm like, oh, never mind. You don't mind losing that. You already have such an eco lead. It's fine.
It's fine. You can take some villager losses with Malians, but now how CSO will handle this? We were talking about greed, but it's a bit too greedy, maybe leaving. Oh, there was a torch flying at the middle of the map. He wants to dive in. There is a keep, there is a town center loaded with villagers. The knights are trying to help the archers the best they can against the sofas and the javelin throwers. Well, this is a really micro-heavy fight, and I don't know who comes up atop of this. The keep is doing a lot of work, though. You can see every unit on the keep side is just melting, and CSO is just cleaning this up. There is, like, for those javelins, there is no escape. They have to run, but I think CSO will just clean this up, and he's gonna be in crazy spot now.
And this feels like a desperation move because he knew how many villages he had lost to those night raids. And trying to take a fight here for him was possibly the only way. He was like, oh, I'm gonna make it back into this. I just need to kill all of that. Maybe that keep being a little bit of a surprise, but now the rest of the knights are gonna be cleaning up this army. Lucifron, though, still has a very healthy food economy. So I I'm actually not surprised for him not to tap out after losing that whole massive army. Guildhall now about to be cashed in, and the Red
Yeah.
Palace in the middle of the base, or in the middle of the map, will not be surprising. But we can see the food per minute. I think CSO was hovering around 150 at some point now. He doesn't have any resources after this. Like, yes, there are some deer under the TC he still can get. But if he ages up here, he runs the risk of just not having any units. And he doesn't have any transition behind this either. I don't think Lucifron is in a great spot. He just cashed it out, but still, we've seen him come back from crazier.
I wonder if he would go for the Red Palace anyway. If he was, if that dive didn't happen, would he really go for like Red Palace again? Like, this is the best spot to get the Red Palace in. That's what you want to do. That's one thing, but he wouldn't be able to get it here if that dive didn't happen, right? So I'm wondering if he would make more units with the Guildhall. We see that very rarely. Or if he would get just Red Palace anyway, but in more defensive spot. Maybe covering the berries like extra food and extra wood, a bit more defensive. So I'm not sure. I was just thinking of this, a bit thinking out loud. But now we have it. Red Palace with 10 villagers in the most beautiful spot that he could ever have on this map, covering 12,000 food, one sacred site, and the berry patch behind it. So he's going to be very, very comfortably, and I don't think Lucifron, or not Lucifron, but Malians don't really have units to deal with elite knights, but being an age down, they don't have crossbows.
Oh, that's going to be a very tough spot to be in. We'll see now if Lucifron can try and find a little bit of damage here. You can see he knows he needs to find damage. At Red Palace, though, it's not going to be fun to fight under, and he should be very aware of this. Now with the javelins here, they're going to try to pick off everything they can. And he tries to rotate just around that Red Palace to go and find some eco damage out here. But with the amount of wood that CSO has now, he can start farm transitioning, and that's exactly what he's doing here at the back. But you can see, trying to desperately find the damage he can. The javelins, though, they are, again, going to need to shoot rockets. Even if they kill all those villagers there, it would not be enough to offset that villager difference that there is at the moment. But Knights are finally able to kill all those sofas, and Lucifron taps out. He's had enough. He knows that this is not a game he's coming back into.
I don't know if you noticed, but in the end there, all the units were Castle Age units from CSO, and he only clicked the upgrade for the archers only in the end. Like, the Red Palace killed so many units, and he was in such a good spot that he actually didn't even need the Imperial Age upgrades to do more. Just reaching Imperial Age and then making your opponent attack you, that was just enough. He played this one beautifully. CSO, well played to CSO here. I really liked how he played this one.
Now, CSO evening this out, and they're left with only one map, which I'm really excited about, because it feels pretty funny that CSO chose one of Lucifron's best maps. And now, when Lucifron was on the map choice, he is the one that is getting outplayed by CSO. I absolutely love to see that CSO has grown so much in all this time. He has been a young and up-and-coming player a few months ago, and now he is an absolute monster. So really, really good to see that. But guys, the final game is going to be on Coastal Cliffs, HRE versus Delhi, which I kind of like, because that's also one of those questions that I think a lot of people disagree with. Which one is favored here? We've seen a pretty good showing from Delhi. Sassy, where do you land?
I was about to ask you, what do you think? You play a lot of archery.
Yeah, but I'm trash. I'm a lowly Conqueror 1 player, Sassy. I'm barely holding on to Conq 1. From my opinion, I think HRE does well. I actually think HRE is in a pretty good spot, but it might just be because I'm biased. So that's why we're here with the experts. Actually, Sassy, you don't know anything. Twitch chat, you guys. I know
You
all
guys
of you
tell
guys
us.
are just sitting there. You guys tell us, where do you want to be? I think with Coastal Cliffs, it also depends on how greedy you are, right? So on Coastal Cliffs, we do see people pro scouting, but you do also see the other side of things where people go out on the map and they feel a little bit more confident. But against Delhi, you don't get there. I see HRE in the chat. Thank you, guys. But Sassy, now for your more expert opinion, what do you think?
I honestly think this is 50-50 now. It used to be very HRE favored one until the Dome of the Faith changes. Because before that, the Ghazi Raiders having +2 against Heavy wasn't really helping Delhi to fight against the field man-at-arms from the HRE, and you don't see that very often. You would only see it like against Delhi, maybe against the English, like if they longbow rushed you or something, like back in the days. But the mass healing and being able to get more technologies faster in Feudal Age and have better transition to Castle Age, that just completely shut down all the man-at-arms play from Feudal Age from HRE, because, well, they hit hard, but they are a bit slow, right? They need to fight, they need to connect on your units to be able to beat them. So how do you counter that? You counter that by having healing. But recently I've seen some players just going for like Tower of Victory lately. If he does that, it will get countered by HRE man-at-arms quite heavily, I think. And here is just 2 Sacred Site map. It's going to be very close. I think it's going to be 50-50. Delhi with CSO, I'm wondering if we're going to see something that's going to surprise us. Usually you don't see that from Delhi, at least in tournament play. So Delhi is Delhi, that's how they're going to play. There isn't like a funny build that you can come up with playing in a tournament game. So Delhi is a really good civilization for this reason, but in tournament play, it doesn't really get that place. And here we are, the game number 5 between Lucifron and CSO on Coastal Cliffs. And we have Lucifron on the northwest side of the map, playing as color yellow on HRE, classic. And CSO on the southeast side of the map, playing as the Delhi, starting with the mosque. Everything is standard now. And this is just like game 5. I think here, players just about how you feel coming up to this position. Lucifron was up 2-0, and CSO, maybe he's feeling better after winning those 2 games, especially the last game was very convincing game to win, and right now it's just a lot of pressure on the players. I think like every sheep counts. This is that game. You win and you go through to the next stage, and you lose, you still have the chance, but you're going to struggle more. And yeah, it's going to be very tough on the players, and they will give their best, I think. I don't think we were going to see like 10-minute GGs in this game. And
not even a bit.
What do you think? What do you think how this will go?
Well, based on the spawns, because I like to always fall back to the spawns here, you have to think about what is HRE getting out of this. I actually love where the chapel can go, if chapel is the choice, of course. Now, we have been seeing a lot of mind work coming out, but like you said, this is a game 5. Usually what we see in game 5, unless you're B, you don't usually go for something too wild. I love a good B play. I think B is, and it's also the last series of the day that we will be casting, guys, so I'm foreshadowing a little bit there. But I don't know if we're going to be getting anything too crazy as a Lucifron. If he gets that back, Chapel, I would not be surprised. But at the same time, CSO, yeah, Chapel coming into the right position. It's not in the range of the gold, though, which makes sense. Your wood line is going to be very far off, and he probably knows what the most valuable resource is here for HRE, and that's going to be a solid amount of wood.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid amount of wood, and I don't think there was a better place to put it, I think. You're not going to be fast casting against Delhi with HRE, I think, so you're going to need that wood income throughout the field age. So yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to see a professional scouts opening from HRE. All I'm waiting for, is he going to professional scouts or not? That's what I'm waiting right now.
So pro scouts in this case, and I want you guys to take a look at the map here. So if we're looking at the idea of pro scouts, very common with HRE, Delhi, you get for free. It doesn't really matter. But you can see those 2 deer packs, they're on the same side. for both players. I like CSOs a little bit more because, of course, Delhi is really good early feudal. But Lucifron now, those two deer packs, even though they're on the same side, if one side gets shut down by CSO, he's not going to have access to any more deer. So it can be quite a costly investment if it gets punished. And CSO has shown us he likes to punish. So we'll see if CSO can keep that going because he has been looking spicy. But with that early mill already placed, I'm sniffing Pro Scouts right now, and it is quite pungent.
Boom, professional. That's a nice build. Did you see that? That was clean.
Yo.
508. Those are the resources after he ages up that he has in the bank. That's why these players are very great players. That's why they're so good. The professional scouts is coming in from Lucifron. I think yeah, it's pretty clean. I think he's not going to be punished for this, at least not soon, I would say, because that first deer pack is very close to his base. And the second one is also not too far off. Like, it could be more towards CSO space, but it's more towards like the corner. It's a bit more safe area of the map. And now the stable is coming up with 3 villagers. He wants those scouts in. And CSO, I think he sniffed out the professional scouts, just like you did, Marika.
Mm-hmm. And him sniffing it means he needs to deal with it. So you can't just leave it on the shoe. You need to wash it off. And that's where the Ghazi Raider comes on in. The thing is, Lucifron now going for a second scout. And we see that barracks is instantly being popped down. He knows what's coming, but so does CSO. CSO has eyes everywhere. That scout on every part of the production. He knows what's coming, and he's going to be ready for it. He sees that. The question is, how does he follow up? The answer already there, a barracks of his own.
A barracks of his own, and interesting enough, you could see a daily player going for a second mill against this opening and like get his professional scouts and other upgrades in. But he's actually researching his own professional scouts now. It's going to be a lot later than Lucifron. But I don't expect Lucifron to be able to steal some deer from CSO's side, realistically. But there is a threat as long as your opponent has the professional scouts available for them. And this scout is not professional enough right now, having half HP, running away from those Ghazi Raiders. And Lucifron is folding some wood now. I think he's thinking about his next buildings to place. First 2 deer are coming in, 1 spearman is defending them. He needs more than that to defend, though. He needs more spearmen, and he needs to protect the scouts more and more as the game progresses. But not just that, Sanctity is coming in for CSO. He will be capturing the sacred sites, I think, in about like 30 seconds or so.
Now, one thing that I want to point out here is also that those deer are being dropped on the outside of the chapel. Now, of course, when you click on the chapel, they're going to go to the chapel from the side they came. So when there is a significant archer mass here, if CSO finds a way to get control of this, this also denies some of that food. Now, it does look like he is investing more into the spearman side. Archery range now up as we are being shown. So this means that we're going to get that transition soon. But another scout also coming in from CSO as he's going to be looking to pro scout his own side as well. This is going to mean both of these players have access to more or less the same amount of food. And yeah, that feels kind of scary when you're up against Delhi, because right now the units are pretty straightforward. But Lucifron, he's getting horseman himself. Let's see if he actually uses that mobility.
Oh, he already has 1 horseman in position there, as we can see it captured by Vodka pretty nicely. He's waiting there already. There is the alert. There should be the horseman just canceling that right away. The second sacred site is being captured, and the horseman is contesting that sacred site right now. And without protection, this is so important. I cannot stress this enough. This is very important for Lucifron to kill that scholar, to delay that sacred site timer and the income. But the spearmen are in position defending that. But even this delay is good for him, because more delayed sacred site capture means that he gets to eat those deer a bit longer and get more units out. as that's what HRE does. They're just able to spam a lot of units, and that's what he needs to do. CSO needs to be careful running away from those spearmen and the HRE army.
Now, it does look like with all of this, Lucifron is floating a little bit of resources here and there. Every now and then I see him going up a bit more, but no, he's spending what he can now, clicking whatever can be afforded, also getting double broadaxe. Now, this is the thing when you're playing against HRE, they're not going to have more units than you after a while because of that bonus gathering speed that they have around that chapel. And it's a pretty heavy amount of villagers that are inspired. I would say, yeah, 90% of his villagers are inspired, as those few in the gold down there are the only ones that do not have a helping hand in all of this. 25 out of 32. That's some pretty good numbers, Chief. Quick maths.
Yeah.
But behind this, he needs to be on the map. Like, this is one thing where Lucifron now cannot just sit back and let Delhi capture the sides. He can do that, but he needs to be out there to try and stop these pro scouts as well from CSO side. He needs to deny the food, and the food we've seen has been the deciding factor in most of these games.
Yeah, and they're both eyeing each other's movements here with their scouts and with their cavalry just being very active. It looks like the fight isn't happening, but they've both been just scouting each other's moves very carefully for the past minute or two. And I don't know how CSO did not capture that sector side on the northern side. Like, I don't know how that was cancelled for him, but now a decap is coming in for that one single sector side that he has. And I like this position for HRA because it's not only eating his own deer already, it's also under the Aachen Chapel, and that is going to be a good engagement. CSO, he's lacking the spearman numbers there, trying his best to snipe the spears and getting a good position thanks to that gold mine out there, and he's using the healing. And what singular spearman is trying to hold all those horses with the healing, but now there's no more spearmen left, and Lucifron is just sniping every unit with their archers, sniping the scholars, and this is not looking good for CSO. Maybe I jinxed it, maybe we're in for a quick game here. Lucifron keeps sniping the spears. There's no spears on the map, but the Ghazi, they're carrying this fight. Is he coming back from this? It didn't look good for him there, but the Ghazi with the extra HP there, Lucifron's so good. It just doesn't let that scout go away. He's punishing even that, and he's using his archer mass to keep hurting CSO's army. Even though there are Ghazi Raiders on top of his archers, yeah, that's risky. He's gonna lose some archers for it. Maybe that horseman too. But maybe he's totally fine with this. As I said, he's munching on that deer under the Aachen Chapel, whereas CSO is still pro-scouting his own deer, I think. But there's still... like, his economy should be better, right? He should be able to replace this.
He's in a spot where he's just forcing CSO to keep producing units. And that's what he wants. He wants CSO to be completely stuck here. Behind it, he's happily farm transitioning as he's... oh, actually, he cancelled that farm. He went straight for the second barracks. This man is going to get spicy. And I think we're about to get spicy with some units that are quite armored as well. No. He says more horsemen behind this. +1 melee damage, 2 behind all this. Lucifron, he had castle in mind. I saw that gold going up to 600. And then he realized, actually, no, let me play the strength of my civilization. But that extra black barracks, I am excited to see what that thing is going to be producing.
Well, it's not producing men-at-arms yet. I think
Not yet.
maybe he doesn't want to because he doesn't see the necessity for it, I guess. Like, he doesn't want to be slowed down. HRE units, HRE infantry are faster than a regular infantry, yes. Even the men-at-arms. But the men-at-arms is going to be slower than archers and spearmen, so maybe he just doesn't want to slow down, and it's an expensive unit to make in feudal age. Keep in mind, it's an early unit, right? So it has a castle age price to it, and now he keeps spamming horsemen and spearmen, keeping 27 archer mass in his favor. I think this is looking pretty good for him because CSO, he cannot ignore the sacred sides, right? He wants them, he needs them to be able to... oh, you see, Lucifron is actually stealing some deer from CSO's deer pack there. And the wall that wall is going to protect those villagers, but CSO has to respond to those horsemen going into his economy. There goes one villager down. Quick reaction, but the army is not in position yet. 3 spearmen is chasing those horsemen away, but that brings Lucifron closer and closer to his base. I'm worried for CSO. Raman, what do you think?
Well, CSO is now under a lot of pressure with that limited availability in food. We can see the villagers were even out there to get the deer when, you know, we were supposed to pro scout those back to the base. But the archer numbers are quite scary. Ghazi's now connecting into the horses, but the handful of spearmen are making sure that this fight is going to be quite hard. The last one we watched, we actually saw CSO coming out ahead, but now those numbers don't lie. Problem is, a lot of those are also scholars. The reinforcements are arriving, and no men-at-arms in sight. I was completely wrong. Just spearmen, lots of archers, and a lot more pressure to follow. Those deer are going to be very limited edition as the pressure keeps ramping up. And Lucifron, he's floating quite a bit of resources here. He's keeping his options open, spending his resources as he can. But it looks like he is just going to be able to keep this pressure going. He's even just trying to get a little bit of a cheap shot on a Ghazi Raider or two, but he does need to be careful. The spearman numbers are not plentiful, and there are still a lot of archers from CSO's side. He does get a few pickoffs here as the spearmen are late to the party, and the archers are tickling them right after. Lucifron playing this very methodically. He has to pull back just for a second and reassess. But now, I would not be surprised if he just tries to outdo CSO here, because if he goes for a castle now, his upgrades are going to be a lot quicker, but he doesn't need to. The connection is coming, and it looks like the horseman flank from the back is going to be paying off. Kasi, this is it.
That's it. That's it. There's no coming back from this. That's it for CSO. He tried his best coming back from 2-0 down, but here the horseman flank, the archer mass is so big. Lucifron didn't even need to fight this. He kind of lured his opponent out, and then he just jumped on his army, and then he's just like sniping every unit one by one. And the scholars poor scholars were trying to heal those few units that were left on the map, but there goes the GG, and Lucifron wins the series 3-2. Pretty entertaining series so far.
Amazing plays here by CSO. Honestly, at the start of this series, I thought Lucifron was going to be able to take this 3-0. He was looking commanding, but CSO, he was not ready to back down. He showed us that he has a lot of fight in him. And even this final game, it was a lot of back and forth. And I think Lucifron is just that good at forcing mistakes out of you. And I was wondering why that last fight looked so uneven with the numbers, but it was just because the horsemen, they were going a different route. And Lucifron just showing us pure experience and prowess on most of these maps. The thing is, this map also had water. Not that he was on the water, but, you know, water close.
Yeah, there is some blue
that inspires
there.
him.
Yeah. Why there's a fish if you cannot make dock here? Then that's the question we get every time here. Here. Yeah, he just like he had the professional scouts, but he's not under his town center, right? So this is why he kind of lost the game. Because like Lucifron's income at this stage, like 1,200, 300. Like he can just not make anything and then like be Castle Age and win the game by veteran archers as well, and he knew it. He knew he was ahead, and yeah, it looked like it was a rough game to beat Delhi against Lucifron's all Roman Empire here. But yeah, congrats to both players, and CSO is not out yet. We will be seeing him again.
I think tomorrow as well. So these players
tomorrow
need to
or
be
next Saturday. I'm not actually sure.
We'll
I
go
need to
check
confirm that.
schedule.
Yeah, we need to confirm that. I think they do play. I think the winners play tomorrow.
We'll check. Don't worry. We'll run through the schedule pretty soon. Don't worry. I want to make sure we get to our quick break as we're going to be heading into the final series. So guys, I hope you've got yourselves ready, because these plays might be unbelievable coming on out after this. And see you guys in a few minutes, where we will be doing the last series of the day. Guys, we're coming right back here with the facts. Tomorrow is the elimination matches, so we will be seeing CSO tomorrow. Facts. We checked on Wikipedia. Okay.
There's only facts in this stream, in this cast here. It's only we're never going to be wrong about anything.
Yeah. Speak for yourself. I am very proud of being wrong. Just like I'm going to talk about coastal cliffs of Byzantines in China. Okay. So first, let's just talk about these two people, B and Kiljardy. What are your thoughts on this matchup here?
I think it's going to be the matchup B against Kiljardy, or you're talking about Chinese and Byzantines?
B and Kiljardy, the two people we have.
I love watching them both. I love watching them both, and I'm honestly excited about casting this series with you. Not because I'm casting. I was going to watch every game anyway, right? Because I love this game. Just like we all do here. And Kiljardy is very entertaining. Is very aggressive. He knows when to attack. I think that's how I would describe Kiljardy's playstyle. And B, I think he's. Most people say he's wild, but I don't think it's doing justice to him. I think he's just like, he shifts the meta sometimes when he shows up, you know, like when he has that performance, when he has AoE 4 in his mind, I think he shifts the meta in some ways that changes like how other people play the game. So I have really high respect for both these players and their play styles, and I'm honestly surprised to cast this game. And we're starting with strong players on strong civilizations. China against Byzantines here. B on the Chinese. Sorry, we're starting with Kiljardy. Kiljardy in color orange in the south side of the map. Playing as the Byzantines. He's starting with, I think, 2 on stone. It's a bit on coastal cliffs. The stone is a bit far off, but he's still opting for it. He's going 2 on stone there. And B, playing with the Chinese here. We just had this map in CSO against Lucifron series. Professional Scouts is very popular here, and Chinese is known for it. And B is opening standard now. He's just scouting. They're doing their thing. And what do you feel like? What do you feel about these players and their approach to this series?
Well, I want to point out to you guys that the last time these two boys have met was on April in a KPMM. And B right now is 8-1 against Kiljardy. So B definitely the favorite to take it. But Kiljardy, I feel like this man has some performances that would rival the top 6 some days. And other days, you know, we can see he's one of the grandpas of our society. And we love him for it. And I think it's one of the best memes that we have. But B, when we say he's wild, it's a compliment. It's a way of life. This man, he reinvents the wheel, but he also knows how to play standard, and he knows how to force mistakes out of you. He plays strategies that sometimes shouldn't work, but they do, because you don't expect anyone to do them. And that's why I think beyond China, it's a very standard civilization for the meta. But up against Byzantines, he's definitely going to need to be able to put some pressure, because Byzantines is a civ that rivals how China loves to boom, and their economy just, it keeps up with what China has on offer, especially with those Imperial official plays we see so early on. Now, the Imperial Academy coming out with 5 villagers at the speed of light. Kiljardy going to be aging up a little bit later, and honestly, this is a really fast age up, Sassy.
Yeah, this is a really fast age. That's normal, that's normal. That became the norm. After the Imperial Academy changes. It's funny, we had a different opinion on this with Krakady. At that time, he was defending the Imperial official opening, and I was kind of defending like this Imperial official-less opening. And well, once we had the professional scouts in the meta, and then there was like no discussion. People didn't go Song Dynasty anymore, so everyone's just doing this. Since the professional scouts is the meta, it's been almost a year now. So yeah, I would say that's normal. I would say that's normal today.
Now, B is running around with a few sheep that he has attached to him, but there's a lot under that TC. He's going to be a happy camper. We don't need to ask ourselves, Is this going to be a China with pro scouts, or is this just going to be a China with China? Now, I do see that as a pretty significant sheep
Oof.
difference. I say luckily this is Byzantines, but as a Byzantines player, you don't want your opponent to have this many sheep. That is the problem. You want the berries, but you need your sheep to fall back onto
Well,
when
you
times
still
get
need
tough.
food. Yeah. Can we keep our eyes on bees buildings that will come up in the next minute? I'm curious, with this many sheep, he could just justify delaying the professional scouts, knowing that Kiljardi has been on stone and he still hasn't aged up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an archery range fast and then just pressure his berries, even though it's back berries. Like, he can pressure the wood, that's forward wood, he can pressure the gold or the berries. Like, his opponent doesn't have food, literally no food. And Kiljardi now is adding 2 more villagers on his Grand Winery to age up a bit faster. And like, he will have to come back from the stone that he just walked so far off. He will have to... What's that? That's stables, okay. He's just going for pro scouts first, okay. Maybe that's just me. I would love to go for like a lot more aggressive approach if I find like 17 sheep here. But maybe that's just me. And B here... going to, yeah, scouts, not a horseman. Scout first.
Now, what's very interesting to look at is those deer spawns on the side of Kiljardi. Those deer spawns are things people dream of, because you can see the top deer would just be able to be secured with a tiny little wall, and it's going to be an easy defend. And on the bottom side, we already see a cistern connected there. He's in a pretty decent spot as far as food goes, just because of those initial deer he's got here at the bottom. Now, obviously, you don't want to be going for deer, but if times are tough and your opponent is going pro scouts, you will probably have the opportunity to move out if necessary. Now, of course, we've got the berries there. We're not too worried just yet, but the horsemen are on out, and B is going to need to find an answer to this, as he's made 4 scouts, which is quite a lot, especially considering your opponent is going for clean military.
Yep, 4 scouts and Kiljardi. Despite not having any sheep, he's on berries now. And since B hasn't pressured him yet, he's starting with a lot of horsemen. And his oil is reaching 500 now. I think we're about to find out his mercenary contract soon, which one he will go for. Kiljardi, we know he's very aggressive. Maybe he will go for the meta longbows, or maybe he will go for some Keshiks. I'm not sure. I am eyeing that technology as we are watching the horsemen fight, horsemen skirmish happening, or the scouts there. B trying to defend his scouts, but needs to wait a bit more to have the horseman numbers up. Kiljardi is doing his best microing this, and B needs to be careful losing that 1 horseman. Kiljardi is starting strong, and also the longbows are on the way now. They're in queue. It's going to be longbows and horsemen. And Kiljardi, this is just a micro battle right now. The horseman against horseman.
And Kiljardi is not looking like Grandpa right now. He is fast, his micro is accurate, and those horsemen are paying the price. Now, Pro Scout's going to be the next target as those horsemen are chasing down right on top, but the horsemen are here to back them up. 4 against 6. My math is not that good, but that good enough for that. The numbers don't lie, and these horseman fights are definitely not going the way of B. Now, like you said, the longbows are on the way, and where do they hit? That is the question. I do see some villagers making their way down there towards the deer for Kiljardi, as he has decided, I am hungry, and I will be snacking on some deer, so nobody gets to pick us up.
Yeah, there was one very low HP scout that made it out. I was honestly very surprised about that, but Kiljardi is looking very strong. Also completed his wheelbarrow now, and has the second longbow set in queue coming up. He doesn't want to lift the pressure from B's base. He's not letting him get out easily on the map. And another horseman clash happening. B sniping 1 horseman and backing off immediately. And he's adding archers. He's not thinking of spearmen because he knows the longbows are coming. Now the longbows without any upgrades. Actually, wait. B has the ranged armor already against the longbows. So that's good for him, because if he gets a lot of horsemen out now, right now, he can just mow down everything. But Kiljardi, I think he's a bit overextending there, taking a town center fire on those horsemen. It's really hurting. The longbows are trying their best against the archers, but the town center, this was too optimistic from Kiljardi. It was going so well until this move right here. He just threw away all his horseman mass, and the longbows are gonna be mowed down by all the horsemen from B. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to go, Kiljardi. He kind of overheated there or something. And now even the second set of longbows are going to be mowed down. He's going to notice them because they just fired their bows, and B, yes, ignoring that one singular longbow there because he's gonna die. Oh, he just poked it to death, and now the second. This is horrible. This is going to be the game here in 10 minutes. Suddenly, it was going so well. I'm so surprised that this went so bad suddenly. Oh.
I'm laughing because I know Kiljardi is the kind of guy who would laugh at someone making this mistake. And right now, I'm just imagining old Gramps sitting there, falling asleep halfway through that fight and being like, oh, my horsemen are under his TC, time to pull back. But Kiljardi just making one critical error in that I say one critical error, but these guys, B was ready for a mistake and he exploited it. But look at that wall, sassy. The deer are the snack, and they will be eaten. They will be eaten safely behind walls right now. But now B, he's just saying, okay, let me go pick up the rest of these deer. That's going to be great. And let's keep the pressure up. But how about we keep it up in castle? So you need to deal with my lances.
Yes, that's exactly what he wants, and I don't think Kiljardi will be able to contest him or stop him from getting there. And B has, well, they have the same horseman mass, but he's able to just keep Kiljardi away from himself, away from his scouts. He's going to be aging up right now, and Kiljardi is defending this berry patch. Remember, he didn't have sheep, he doesn't have extra food, just that deer pack in his corner, but his second deer pack is going to be stolen by B, which is going to be huge. If he steals those deer, he will just keep pumping knights non-stop after reaching Castle Age in about few seconds now. Astronomical Clock Tower, not the Imperial Academy. Sorry, Imperial Palace? Imperial Palace, yes. There's so many Imperial buildings, I sometimes confuse their names. And the second stable is coming in. We're going to see a lot of Lancers from Chinese now about to come in. I don't like this for Kiljardi.
He is just killing every single deer he can, as he doesn't want these pro scouts to matter, but he wants Castle Age himself. We see he's stopped producing, but this is such a good timing for B because he's got the IOs. He doesn't care. He's watching, supervising, and these upgrades are coming in at the speed of light. +2, now almost going to hit, and Kiljardi is only about to think about aging up. Now, the horseman taking a lot of damage from these archers, and next up is Pain Train, as these horsemen are looking for damage. First, going for the tower here. Now, that tower might just be a distraction, as we know Byzantine towers, they do a lot of damage when the emplacements are just right, but that one already upgraded. B just looking for the real damage now. And the real damage he is going to find with Lancers. Ladies and gentlemen, close your eyes. The Lancers are heading towards the base, and we immerse ourselves in this experience. The archers with +2, rivaling all the horses as the feudal horsemen fight against the feudal horsemen with no upgrades just yet. It looks like the archers will be going down, but the Lancers are the real problem. They are arriving at the speed of light, but B actually sacrificed a lot here. Open your eyes. Byzantines is still alive.
Yeah, he has +2 attack for his archers that are not existing. There's something went wrong there. He lost all of archers. That's a lifeline for Kiljardi now as he's aging up. But B, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, he's stealing that last deer pack and he's going to have so much food to work with. He's being under this Byzantine tower though, idling that wood line, but sacrificing some of the horsemen now. Kiljardi, he doesn't want to upgrade them anyway, but now some lances are on top of the longbows, and the town center, remember, we didn't have sheep, we don't have villagers around it, we don't have farms around the town center, it's just completely empty. this is our base, but it's not. It's only protected by one single outpost with arrows. And B is even saving that low HP knight, and one cataphract is not going to do it for Kiljardi. He doesn't have another stables, and he tried to trample away, but B is just microing this. B is just enjoying this game at this moment. He's just going to kill those villagers, save low HP knights, just warm up at this point for him. Kiljardi is trying to survive with the Akritoy defense there, but that's a lot of lancers to deal with. There's no way out of this, and I think B will take the game 1 against Kiljardi here. He has one cataphract in queue, and there won't be another one coming out. So, oh, maybe, okay, maybe there will be more. He's on the berries on the right side. Okay, I didn't see that.
And he's got, oh, he's about to, oh, I was going to say he was about to get caught out, but no. It looks like he built that hole and he's running for the berries instead. Now, B is not running out of food anytime soon. He can still bring the deer back. Villagers now fighting back against that silly little monk. How dare he pass? And now he has passed on to the next life. But Kiljardi, he is holding on strong. Gramps is not ready to go to bed. He says, you're going to have to fight this one out. B is still in Tang Dynasty. He doesn't have that song bonus. He just has the villager advantage at the moment. Kiljardi, maybe he's the man with the plan. Oh, but the Lancer's about to land.
He's the man with the plan, but he's the man without the economy here. As B is just killing more and more villagers. You can see 38 to 54 economy. Some of those are imperial officials, but still it's Chinese economy, and I'm pretty sure he still has some deer left. He can get more boar. This is like, that's it for Kiljardi. There's no more food left, but only that berry patch for him. And he's trying his best with the cataphracts now, trampling, chasing away these lancers, but B, look at that, preparing the crossbows. If they come in here, the longbows are nowhere to be found, right? They're in base. Are they defending the villagers there? Because there isn't longbows to snipe those crossbows yet. Maybe, okay, they're just right there. Oh, those are low HP lancers though. They're going to die to the longbows. Is Kiljardi doing it? Is he coming back from this game that I dared to call kind of over at that point?
Well, you have to look at the income per minute. This is an army that can get replaced on the side of B, as it has 1,300 food per minute. On the other side, Kiljardi he's hungry. He's a hungry boy. And he is barely holding on. Now, with every bit of fuel he has left in his system, he is trying to focus fire anything he can. Doing a pretty good job at that. Every bit of APM going into taking a favorable trade. Now focusing onto the crossbows, as he knows that those are the only things that are going to be killing him. The cataphract about to sacrifice his own life unwillingly, but no, he turns around. He doesn't want to die today. The longbows are going to be the victim instead.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but I think we need to talk more about B spamming monks in this position, and he wanted to heal all those low HP lancers that he had. And he's on 3 relics as well. He actually didn't see his own safe relic in the north corner there, I think. He actually knows it's there. He just didn't get it.
He just doesn't need it. No. He's like, I have enough. Let's give this guy a little bit of breathing room.
He knows when to stop. He knows when to stop. But he doesn't stop winning, apparently. He just wants to keep winning, and he wants to place a Barbican there. He doesn't stop having a style, right? Like, that's B. He always has the style, and he's gonna win this game with the style. Like, all the players from that position, I think they would just keep pumping lancers, they keep pumping knights, don't care if they die. Look at him, he's still healing them with the monks, and like, I think he's just enjoying this game, and that's what makes him very special. Like, he's going to pull out a low HP knight again, you see, and he's going to heal him again. Look, he's doing that again too. He's just like, he's playing the game, literally. He's just enjoying it.
I'm really glad that he's playing this game. Otherwise, this could have been quite an awkward series. Now, the longbows, though, they are the ones being played by B. And his very strong computer, very strong hands, and very strong strategies as he tramples. Oh, wait. Gets trampled, I guess. Now, Darcy,
Yes.
B came out with big, sharp knives, and they are aggressive. They're destructive. Do you think this sets the tone for what we're going to be seeing for the rest of this series? Or do you think Kiljardi has taken this first game to wake up from that nap and get ready to take down Mr. B?
Maybe. I hope Kiljardi will not run under the town center again. So I hope not to the answer to your question. Because he had a really good opening. He had the position. He was fighting really well. He was like sniping the low HP horseman from B. He was punishing him, almost punishing him for going for pro scouts. Like here, he was in really good spot. He had the numbers first, and he was just a little bit away from having 10 longbows in front of Chinese base. He just needed to be a little bit more patient, I feel like. And then look at that mill placement from Chinese as well. He could totally punish that. He could punish all those placements, all that pro scouting and everything, but he just threw it all away. And yeah, and that's something I actually don't want to see in the next games. I want to see them battling it out more without major mistakes. But I still want to see B playing in style and healing his units or being very creative. And now we have Holy Island, which we saw these civilizations before on water map with CSO and Luciferon, but this one is a bit more different. I like this one a lot more. Personally, I love Holy Island.
B is very well versed on Holy Island. I think this is something that Kiljardi is probably aware of, but keeping in mind he chose this map. And just so you guys know, I meme Kiljardi. This is all in good fun. I believe that this guy is an absolute Chad, and I know he's got something up his sleeve. But B has played some insane games on Holy Island. B has had matches on Holy Island where he completely loses water, and that match will go for 40 more minutes. And it will either be a win for B or it will be a very close game for B. He is an absolute rock star on Holy Island, and Kiljardi choosing this is brave. It tells me that he's prepared this map, and I'm honestly so happy to see that, because I want to see if someone can destroy B playing his game on Holy Island, especially considering he's got a pretty comfortable civ here. Considering the rest of the civs he had in his pocket, I think this was the only civilization he could have chosen for this. So leaving that Kurlager out there, which, I mean, there's a lot more choices on Kurlager as you get to decide if you want to actually just shut down the water and stay on land. But with all of these maps, Holy Island this is just the best spot for them. And I feel like B has a lot of ground plays that as long as Kiljardi scouts, he'll be able to do a pretty good job. Especially considering the meditation garden is part of this game, and you do get to transition based off where that beautiful meditation garden gets placed. So, yeah. Matchup-wise.
Yeah, meditation gardens is it's one of the landmarks in the game. I'll say that. I like the idea, but I just think it doesn't really translate well into these like maps that we have. That keeps Suchi's legacy in like the top choice for players, because you can always get really good, really juicy in your words meditation gardens on the map yourself, and that can change how even the matchups that you were just asking how they will go, the matchups themselves too. Here I would favor Suchi's legacy a bit higher, like 55 to 45 against like OOTD. So yeah, maybe these players are non-standard players, I would say. We already talked about them, so we're about to find out what they have in store for us.
Now, looking at the rest of the draft, and I want you guys to also take a look here. There's a new map here in the tournament sphere that I have never seen in my life. And Sassy, have you played this map? Front range.
Yeah, I have played that map, and that map is very Boltland-like, also coastal cliff-like. There aren't many resources to work with. Small wood lines and small gold mines, 1600 gold mines around your base, and all those hills on the northwest side of the map, they all have the gold there. And the map feels a bit tiny, and there's a lot of deer on the map, more than the standard number. So
So another
there's,
Rus map.
Rus, China, as well as Malins, Ottomans. I think they do quite well, but going for Boar in Dark Age is also very popular there. So English Lancaster also, they do quite well there, I think. Yeah, I haven't seen other civilizations there. Japanese as well, because they're able to get like farms and stuff. But now let's talk about Holy Island. We're in here, game number 2 between Kiljardi and 3DB, playing as the Order of the Dragon with colored green on the south side of the map, and Kiljardi on the north side of the map playing as color orange, Sushi's Legacy, and he's going for a mill opening on water map.
This is quite
Okay.
an interesting choice because
Already?
this means
Yes.
the
Yes.
village. He's not going for any water. This is going to be oh no, sassy. Is this going to be a fast castle Zushi into overwhelm my opponent with lances Zushi?
No way. He will have enough time to respond to it. Yeah, I would really call him crazy if he tried something like that right now. B is going for the dock himself. Like, he dropped a village as well, so he's not going for... Like, he's going for gold too, so he just wants to age up. I think he just wants the meditation gardens and play from there. Honestly, I don't know why he's not going for water, and I am excited to find out why not. So see, this is why I like Holy Island a lot more than Archipelago. Okay, there's a lot of water play, but there's also a lot of land play that you can do to disrupt your opponent that's going for water, to punish them or anything. Holy Island is a great map. I really like watching it and playing it. It's very hard to play though, I will say that. It's a very hard map to play, in my opinion.
See, the fact that he can actually scout and respond makes
Yeah.
this it makes it pretty fun. I'm really glad to see, because B is always someone who also looks at what his opponent is doing and then
Yep.
makes life a little bit harder. But that is again a lot of sheep here for B. B hears, sniffs, and smells
Sniffing.
sheep. He is so good at finding sheep. It's crazy. He just has the scouting patterns
Look
rightly
at that.
figured out. That is disgusting as well. Kiljardi, that's disgusting.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
That's 50 gold, 25 stone, and 48 food? Something like that, right?
Disgusting.
Because that's a big berry patch. I think it's 48, 56 or 48, something like that. That's like he wants to... Yeah, that's going to be 48. And B found a lot of sheep, but he's on water, so the sheep is less priority here, or smaller priority here. And the sheep counter is counting right now. We're going to find out how many sheep he has. But yeah, the meditation gardens... Yep. Oh.
Yeah, he'll click that button in a second and we'll see how much
Okay.
excess food he's gonna be stuck with. But
Okay, it's not dramatic. The map
too
has a
bad.
lot of sheep. But he's going for his second dock right away, knowing that his opponent is aging up fast.
that's
What's Kiljardi
pretty brave.
going to do? Yeah, he's going to dock. B's docking for the garrison space, I think. I don't know how many boats he has. Yeah, he has 5 boats. He wants to be able to garrison them inside, because otherwise he will just lose them. So he's not making ships, actually. He's just... That's protection for him.
Oh, and that is a very aggressive dock as well. So Kiljardi making sure that he is going to be causing some havoc right there at the front, with B now finally getting the Arcane Chapel. And we do see that's a pretty... Oh, it was a nice one on the wood line. Another, yes, nice one on the wood line, but he gets the gold in that influence as well. And this is just going to mean that even if he does lose water... Oh, just look at all that sheep. Oh, sassy. That is so much food here for him. But Kiljardi now going on water... This is going to mean that he does have that little bit of pressure But with B's double dock and with the Arcane Chapel on wood, he's most likely going to be able to rival this if Giljardi is not careful. We'll see now how much he actually invests there on the wood. Could we get the villager split as well? Mr. Observer. Hit the button. Thank you. Oh, okay. Now he's going full wood. He's full sending it, as they would say. Especially with all the passive resources coming on out from the passive gold from the meditation garden. He doesn't even need to think about leaving villagers out there. Imperial officials also will be doing their work. So he just needs to get all the wood in the land and he will be able to produce constantly.
Yes, he will be able to, but he needs to defend this. This is a critical moment because this is almost an all-in from Giljardi, I would say. Because he has to, like, he doesn't know where the demo will come out from. And the demo first... Wait, he has 2 archer ships. Yes, I love this. I love this play. I love doing this myself. I thought one of them was Sprinkle ship for some reason. But 2 archer ships, so that means that demo ship... Oh, he's housed. He's housed. No, he's going to be able to... I think he needs to get it to low HP. Yes, that's it. That's it. Like, that's the water gone for you. Because Giljardi is preparing a demo again. And he can prepare more archer ships. This is... I love this play. I love doing this myself. And yeah, there's another Hulk on the way, but no archer ships. Even if you get an archer ship, it's going to be against like 1 against 3, and that demo was just wasted. Giljardi just outplaying B right now on water. That's all that investment is just gone. That's beautiful play. I love this. Giljardi, 3 archer ships. Yeah.
He's getting another one. This man has practiced this again and again and again. And finally, another connection. Beautiful. Again, another one going down. Giljardi has played this too many times that he almost has the stone to even get an emplacement on that dock too. So now these docks, you can see B is not ready to give this up. He's getting yet another demo ship. He's getting his own galley. 2 demo ships in queue now, but that's not going to solve this problem because there are docks that can heal up these ships anyway. Fishing boats now going down too, and Giljardi, he can make any decision he wants, but B has pulled off of water now. He's decided, I have had enough. And we'll see now if it does turn into a little bit of a land aggression, because Order of the Dragon, they do have that choice, of course, but no, he decides instead, I will be going for a little bit of a castle play, and we see what I can do, because this is something that B has faced, losing water in Feudal. He knows how to turn the game on its head, and with Order of the Dragon, you have a civilization that has a few interesting plays up their sleeve, though.
Yeah, Order of Dragon, like, he lost the water, but he's not dead, right? I would like it more if he, like, if he accepted that he lost the water and go for something else. But now it looks like he's just going for maybe a Burgrave Palace? Is he going for a Burgrave Palace? He's going for Castle Age, but maybe is it Burgrave or is it going to be Regnitz?
It has to be Burgrave. Because with Burgrave, if you're constantly producing from it, it has more or less the same value as full relics, doesn't it? So it's not something that you want to give up. And especially, 11 sheep still left. So that fallback plan actually paying off significant.
It's not just that, there's also 2 deer packs. Sorry, there's also 2 deer packs on the map. Like, if he's able to put some pressure on Giljardi's base on land, he will be able to, like, keep pumping men-at-arms if he goes for, like, Burgrave or something. So Giljardi needs to be very careful. You want the water, but Burgrave Palace is coming up. Does he see it?
Not yet, but he's about to. This is such an important moment for him to scout. Although, Order of the Dragon is a civilization...
Oh, sorry. I'm actually a bit excited. Yeah, he's aging up himself too.
So he would expect this. This is not something that's unexpected from Order of the Dragon because of that almost equal value that you get out of it. And we do have to keep in mind that Giljardi is Zushi. When he ages up, he's definitely going to be aging up fast. So the answer to the Burgrave is going to be quick enough. But let's see what B can actually get done here. Mount Lu Academy coming on out, and he's doing it with a lot of villagers. So this age-up timing is going to be quite comparable, and we instantly see the stable being dropped down, meaning there's going to be some lancers in this mix too.
Yeah, and it's pretty... Maybe I would go for the archer range as well. I mean, he can go for archer range too, but he's getting a fishing upgrade right now. I would go for some crossbows first. I think B's also preparing a stables, so it's going to be maybe some men-at-arms and horsemen, maybe gilded knights. They're tanky, they're very tanky. And B wants to get maybe a knight out. He has blacksmith too, so this is a pretty aggressive, I think, it's going to be from him.
But he also needs to get those gilded spearmen out to deal with these lancers. And he sees that lancer. Scout is a relic of the past now. And losing that scout is going to be critical because now you are running blind. You cannot respond appropriately to what Kiljardi is doing. But knowing Kiljardi, he's just going to keep making lancers. And we're going to have a lovely time watching those lancers keep on coming. The problem is now the food is going to run out at some point. Even though
Yes.
he got a lot of sheep, these units are so expensive. So just losing one of them is already enough to potentially lose the game. They know exactly where the man-at-arm is going to strike, and losing that is massive. That's a whole sheep right there.
Yeah, that's a whole sheep just going down. And yeah, B is adding another stables, but as you just said, he's going to need those berries or those deer out on the map since he's on pro scouting. Kiljardi is pulling ahead in food income right now thanks to the fishing and thanks to fishing upgrades he got. He's losing a scout, but he can replace that. It's fine. It's fine for him. He knows what his opponent is doing. That's what matters. And he's not rushing it. You see, he's taking a sweet time winning this game. He's not overheating under some town center and responding to raids first, and then maybe thinking of winning the game after. And B is moving on the deer. Maybe Kiljardi is just waiting for it. Maybe he's just waiting for him to get out on the food. He's going to catch those spearmen unguarded. They need to be careful running back to base. B just cannot fight this. He's just like, he's very behind. Two Gilded Knights charging in to defend the spearmen, but there's a lot of crossbows here. You see the Gilded Knight's already going down. The other one is having some pathing issues and is just able to attack twice and then just die. And B knows there's no way out of this, and he calls GG. That's a fast win for Kiljardi on Holy Island. I love double archer ship opening from him. I really like it.
It's really something new. I think a lot of people, when they play water, getting that advantage has been unclear, or it has been very standard, but there's always a counterplay. It felt like Kiljardi had rock, paper, and scissors, and he just constantly responded properly. So, wonderful play here by Kiljardi on a map that B would probably say he's comfortable in. The thing is, now that he's seen this, is this something that anyone else can do against B after that? Or is that the first time he's run into a shenanigans such as this one? So
yeah. I think it's I think there was the biggest mistake from B there. It's not easy to notice when you watch it for the first time. Both his docks were too close to each other. So usually what you want to do is have two docks away from each other. So when your opponent attacks one of them, so you ungarrison the other. And so you can like keep working with the fishing boats on one side. So like you can keep 3 boats working before, like, until they have 2 archer ships out, right? And if they have 2 archer ships out and you're on 2 different docks, like see here, like if it's just like from one dock, from the corner and one dock like right here, you're able to play this a bit longer and you're able to react to it a bit longer. But B, I think the mistake here is putting these 2 docks too close to each other, so that like the demo is hitting also a bit harder and you're closer to your opponent's dock and docks actually. So yeah, that was the worst thing that happened to him, I think, in this game, because this play with double archer ship opening is something, it's not surprising. Like, it's surprising to have, but it's not new. Like, it's not the first time we're seeing this. I think like player like B would be certainly aware that this could happen, And yeah, I think players will be more aware about these type of openings from, especially Sushi's Legacy, a civilization that can age up quite fast and also get resources from aging up right away. But yeah, that was interesting game from, at least from my perspective, to see even a tiniest mistake can just cause you just one game. And now, well, the first game also we saw from Kiljardi, this has been, I think, the series of mistakes so far.
I love that. I absolutely love that, because that's the thing about this high-level play. You need to force mistakes out of your opponent. It's not like they're just gonna make them themselves that simply.
Yeah.
Guys, the next one, I think, is the matchup of mistakes, because
Oof.
you overstep, you make one misstep, and the other one just snowballs completely. This Malians in Japan, you usually have questions about what unit beats what, and at the same time, I feel like Japan is in a really good spot, especially with the Yumi archer masses that they can do. But then again, the javelins are just going to absolutely destroy those masses if microed correctly. I don't know if you guys remember what we saw on the previous screen with APM. These boys are both in the mid-hundreds. So if I was ever a betting woman, I would be saying that the javelin fight might be a very tough one, but if there's someone who can do it, it's probably B. So the thing is, we're also getting two civs that like to be quite spicy. So I'm excited to see what Dark Age shenanigans, if any, Kiljardi pulls out of his hand.
Dark Age is going to be, I think we're going to see it. I would be surprised if we don't see any Dark Age, even if it's just one spearman from Japanese, Kiljardi being Japanese here. It's just 75 wood, it's just extremely cheap. It's almost this, like 80 resources for a spearman, so you kinda get the spearman for free almost. And your house is a mill as well, so you kind of save a lot from there. So Japanese, like, it was an insane buff having 75 wood barracks, and it would be very surprising for us to not see a Dark Age barracks coming from the Japanese here.
And that just forces Malians to again respond. And we saw that in a previous series where they had to go for a tower in Dark Age. Or some people will say, just make your own barracks. But then again, they can make samurais, so it's not something that's an easy response. At the same time, you have that tower that gets placed on the gold, and now all of a sudden, you have to send your villagers out there to garrison the whole time. And all these small interactions are things that you and I will never face, Twitch chat, because we're bronze or, you know, not top level, except for like 3 people in this chat, like Bella. You know, there's just not problems that we ever need to face, but we do get to face them at these EGC events where all the top players show us what the game could be like if we knew how to click the buttons correctly. So, Sassy, do we have any bets for barracks or tower on the Malian side?
All my elo on having a barracks out first, but it's Kiljardi, so let's see. I feel like I'm taking a risk here. But let's see, he has 75 wood already down. So, wait, he's going for gold? Is he going for gold? I see an orange dot on gold. No way. No way. No.
What? Sassy, I think you just lost all your elo. What was it? What did you bet? Your elo, right?
Yeah, I did. Okay, he's going for fast age up, but I don't know why he wouldn't even like go for, like, even dropping only barracks would force B to get a tower on his gold. I don't get it, okay? I gambled everything, I lost everything, I accept it, but I don't get it. Okay, we're about to find out why. But yeah, I shouldn't be a gambling man. That's what we found out so far.
It is what it is. Now, this just in breaking news. Whammon is above Sassy on tournament ATR, as he had gambled all his points on the barracks opening. We're Kiljardi, costing Sassy every bit of points that he has worked for. But B, not overdoing it here on the houses. He knows this is the risk, but when you get the full housing circle, you can't just go out for pro scouts. But at the same time, when your deer pack is right here, do you even care about Pro Scouts? Look at this, Sassy. If you have your double gold there at the bottom, Vodka, go to the double gold and the deer on the bottom, please. South, south, south. There we go.
Yes.
So, if you are Malians, do you even care about Pro Scouts when you've got one side you need to secure with deer right there? It feels like a dead giveaway of just secure this, but at the same time, if if Kiljardy secures it with his Japanese prowess, then this is going to be a very hard game.
Yeah, this
Disgusting
is going to disgusting spawn. Malians usually they want to deny the Pro Scout. I think that's at least my opinion on them. They can very well Pro Scout themselves, or like even in team games, they can Pro Scout for their friends, like their teammates, or anything. And they have the Warrior Scouts, like they will be useful after Pro Scouting as well, and they're able to defend themselves. Everything is fine, but the cowing income, right? The income from the cow boom is passive and is constant as long as you don't lose them. So most people would just want to deny the Pro Scouts and get their own cows in, a longer term investment, I think. While your opponent is busy Pro Scouting, you just get like your cow boom. That's what I see usually these days. But anything can happen these games, right? I just bet everything away. So I'm actually curious. I'm actually curious what Kiljardy is going to do if he's not opening like even like one spearman or anything. It's not a big deal. It's not the biggest deal, but he didn't want to move on to the berries in Dark Age. So this build is like becoming quite common, just eating the sheep in Dark Age and then going for the berries in Feudal Age with the second level of upgrade. I forgot the Japanese name for it, the upgrade's name, but the second level. Because he has the berry upgrade, Kiljardy, meaning also the wheelbarrow for Japanese. But yeah, Takezaiko, that's the name for it. Maybe he will go for the berries in Feudal Age, but he can be attacked in Feudal Age while he's on berries. So usually people go for that in Dark Age, eat the berries and come back, and then eat the sheep when they hit Fast Castle, right? So I'm curious if he's going to make units in Feudal Age. And there we go. A stable is coming up from Kiljardy already.
This.
Yeah.
I like this
I
a
like
lot.
this. I like this. Yeah.
Because this just means that Kiljardy is not going to go standard all Japanese. I think this is not the way that he normally plays. Just play standard, I mean. Kiljardy has his own style. And a lot of the times when you get into a competitive mode, you're like, oh, I'm supposed to be playing X or Y strategy. He's going for horsemen as Japanese against Malians now that can respond to this pretty easily, but it's something he would not expect. So, Kiljardy, I really like this play by him already. We usually would expect Japan to there are so many other choices that they would go for, but he's showing us he knows how to play his style and he's going to stick to it. And if B can respond to that appropriately, great. But we'll see if he has it in him. He's getting his own stable as well, which means we're going to be getting some, I would say sofa action, but feudal age sofas I heard is a crime.
Don't think so. I wouldn't consider that a crime. I think the players are a bit I don't know how to say this. They didn't explore enough in the past. Okay, there were reasons. The meta was different. The 2TC meta and I don't know, like the Cabo meta. Even Forimba was different before. So, but I think we're taking our sweet time exploring ideas in AoE 4. That's my general opinion about this. That villager is Kiljardy is going to commit to it. He's going to finish it off. Lose a horseman for it. At minute 6, it's I think is an acceptable trade. Killing a villager for horsemen. Unfortunate for that villager. And now you see the sofas are coming up. Sofas are in queue. So the sofas are actually a really good unit, even in Feudal Age. And now you see even the second stable is coming in. He's just going to sofa this. Like he's just going to make sofas in Feudal Age. I'm seeing a lot of good players, much better players than me, just playing like only sofas in Feudal Age as well. Like 10 to 12 sofas in Feudal Age. So it's not a crime as long as you make it work.
So with the sofas now, the thing is, when they're a little bit more expensive, so when they take damage, it does feel a little bit harder, but at the same time, Iljardi, he's invested so many into horsemen now, and these are just not going to be able to take those favorable trades. He's going to need to find a different way to do the damage, but now those spicy scouts are going to be adding to this level of pain. Now, what I love about the Malian scouts when you're playing against this many horsemen is they trade pretty well, as long as you can get them back to safety, because they heal up pretty well. And it just feels good seeing that you can just use a scout that generates so quickly. And now, reinforced with sofas, it's going to be a little bit harder for him. Iljardi now going for castle, though. He's already got the stable. He knows what goes well with a stable that's already waiting. And that is a castle age, so that you can just pump out every bit of samurai that you could ever dream of.
Yeah, Kiljardi's getting an outpost on his gold, scared of the sofas, because they're they're not criminals, yet. They didn't commit a crime yet, but that is a very beautiful landmark. The sofas can idle that out if they notice it for a while. I don't know if he will do that with the upgraded Japanese town center though. He has a level 1 bannerman, which allows the town center to hit a bit harder with their arrows. More damage. Bees adding archers. He's expecting Kiljardi to have a bit more units, and the wall is not going to be complete. The horsemen are trying to save that villager away. It will be saved thanks to... Oh no, it's going to the wrong outpost. Oh, the crew storehouse is full. Run! The villager, that low HP villager, was not finding a place to hide for herself. But the sofa raid now is unsuccessful. Lost the scout for it. And Kiljardi is in castle age, already a mounted samurai in queue. And B is adding archers and donzos now as well for this, and idling the gold that Kiljardi needs for the mounted samurai for now.
I love this. The fact that B realizes, hey, I need to find a way for him to send his military to his own base instead of mine. This is the most important. He needs to ensure he keeps Kiljardi occupied. And that's exactly what's happening here. Now, ooh, we can see these horses are going to see it slightly different now as the bannerman joins this fight too. But I feel like B bought himself already a lot of time. Although, behind this, he's not too worried. He's just making more units, he's making cows, and he is just not in a rush to get to castle, which is actually pretty surprising. But considering he does have this amount of sofas, he probably doesn't feel too scared. Now the sofas getting a charge off, but the villager does stay alive, and they get 2 of the horses, and that's a pretty big pickup already, because just those 2 are not going to be enough to actually split up and go to find some damage.
Yeah, I think this is going good for B right now. Like, we know the Japanese is in castle age, but he's going to kill the first 2 mounted samurai. And he's trading, it looks like he's losing a lot more. Like, he just killed 2 mounted samurai, and I did a lot of the economy from Kiljardi already. And he cannot keep doing this, but now suddenly he's up to 9 cows. And if he gets to do this again, he will be up to 12 cows. Like, his economy mostly is going to be passive income, and as long as he's able to idle out Kiljardi's economy and keep him away from his base, it's going to be good for him.
Now he is committing this army, and this army is not something he can replace right now. This is something he needs in the base of his opponent, but the second 2 sofa raids are coming on out, and they're going to be looking for a little bit of damage to keep those samurais engaged. And now, Yumi, the next weapon of choice. Now, they're cheap. You can make a lot of them. But the question is, are they going to deal with those sofas? Because that sofa mass that is going to be quite strong in castle as well, it's going to be really hard to handle.
Yeah, the sofas having the imported armor upgrade, they are quite tanky against the archers from any civilization, so they don't really take a lot of damage from the ranged attacks. So Kiljardi needs to make a use out of those Yumi, but oh, he didn't notice the Donzo there. His Bannerman is very low HP, has to run away, and another raid on his gold. As we said, he's going for that idle time and one more villager pick off there. And now, most important thing, that he knows the Yumi were on the way. He killed like 2 of them already. But more importantly, he knows that he was considering the Yumi. Actually, he's not making new units. Yumis. Sorry.
He may have realized that this is a full Sofa army, and he needs to probably get something that handles that well. So, probably going to be doing a little bit of a switch here, but the cow eco is looking really good. 13 now. B, making this feudal age for Malians look very doable. And all of a sudden, I realize what I've been doing wrong in my Malian games. I just need to play like B. Be a lot better. Oh my goodness, it denies food here from Kiljardi as well. This man is everywhere. With the mobility you get from the Malians, you just have to abuse it. And he's showing you that even a castle age Japanese
the wood line.
not going to be able to do much.
Oh, the wood line. Oh, another villager is going down. Another big idle time, and he keeps going in. He knows the army was busy defending those berry patches, and he just keeps going in. He knows with a lot of mounted samurai, there is a lot of villagers on the gold, so he's going to snipe that Shinto priest as well. He doesn't mind losing these sofas, and now look, he has 16 cows and Grand Flani Corral, as well as horticulture is on the way. Things are looking good for B. He's playing this one quite well and is able to snipe even more villages on the berry patch. Oh, they're blocked by the sofas. Okay, no one... He didn't lose any villagers though. I think he has textiles. Okay, just as I say that, one villager goes down. But things are looking good for B. He was able to keep Kiljardi away from his base, and now he's in Castle Age unharmed and with almost full cow boom.
And with a lot of villager kills in his pocket as well. And we know, as any civilization, when you're playing against Malians, you need to be ahead of villagers. You need to find a way to punish them. But all those mounted samurai, they were left chasing around other units. And that's definitely not the optimal position for mounted samurais to be in. Because now, if they make their way across the map, what are they going to find? Kiljardi, though, he secured 3 relics behind this. So he does get that little bit of a gold drip in his base. Now, he is most likely just going to overwhelm with more sofas. We do see that Sofa's armor also coming in. And this is just going to mean Kiljardi needs more and more to respond to these sofas. And right now, that is just mounted samurai. And they are not the optimal answer when the numbers get this large. Now the boys are sneaking in slowly towards the base. Villagers gathering every bit of berries they can. But now, those mounted samurai need to do a ton of damage.
They need to do a ton of damage, but again, keep in mind the Malian economy. A lot of the income right now is just passive, so even if you idle villagers, even if you kill a lot of villagers, Malians don't really care at this point. Having 15 cows now, he's eating some of them and not really keeping them in the ranches. Like, he needs to do damage on his economy, like really big damage. But the Donzo are in position to defend, and now he's getting raided on his berries and on his wood line. He's responding quite well though in his base against the raid. This could be anyone's game, but look at that idle time. 28 villagers from Kiljardi has been idle, and now it's just going to be 5 on his berry patch, and he's desperately trying to find some damage in, because he knows, like, you just know you're going to be behind all game against Malians on the food department if you're unable to do anything right now. If you're not able to punish their 14, 15, 16 cow boom there. And B is just... So this is the beauty of Sofa. You can just make a lot of them so fast if you have cows that you don't care if you're fighting against the mounted samurai. Oh, the villagers. He's willing to lose some villagers in exchange to kill these mounted samurai there. And he keeps trying to raid on Kiljardi's economy. As we see the pings coming out on the map.
Now, it looks like he did some damage, but again, Malians, he needs to do a lot more. And with the sofa numbers just increasing, this is not something Kiljardi has an answer for. He has a lot of Yumi, but not a lot that you can start one-shotting sofas. I always say, if archers don't counter knights, you just need more archers, but these are not the numbers we need to be looking at, and Kiljardi doesn't have the resources to sustain this whatsoever. If these go down, he's going to struggle getting them back out. But now he's getting +1 ranged attack and hoping this will be enough with that second TC also at the back. It is going to be okay if he survives, but there is no surviving when there are 23 sofas in your base with +2 armor. And yeah, death on the way.
Yeah, +2 armor, imported armor. He has another town center. Like, if he survives, he will be able to come back from this. But B's food income is never going to drop. Now there's even more units coming. They're on the way. It doesn't matter how much economy you have if you have to constantly idle them out. And that's what B can do here with all this army he has. And he only has 2 archers. Like, he can torch down anything and to force a fight from Kiljardi's side. Kiljardi has to stay in his base with that town center added now. And keep in mind, I saw 2 Yorishiros in Kiljardi's houses, the farmhouses. So he's getting passive food from them. And despite that, the food income is it's just massively different right now for both players.
Now, this is the story that every Malian opponent says, how is he making this many units? And right now, there's just so many because of all the food. Those poor little Yumis are firing away at the Donzos, but even if he kills all the Donzos, this is still a pretty tough spot. Kiljardi now losing a house between all of this farmhouse going down. Destruction of the century, actually. But after this, the problem is Kiljardi just doesn't have a way to replace those boys either. Now, he does have a market here at the back, but the gold is also running a little dry. Villagers desperately trying to get to safety, but these units are just going to be able to pick off every single time as the Donzos have that ranged attack to ensure that they pick off when they're in range every now and again.
Yeah, and he can't even finish that that monastery. He has to cancel it now. And he's trying to add a lot of spears now against the sofas, but the thing is, sofas are like knights when it comes to fighting against infantry. They do a knight damage on the infantry unit, so they don't really, like, you need a lot of spearmen to be able to deal with the sofas. So, well, good luck getting enough spearmen with 2 town centers to defend yourself, because B is just going to capture the sacred sites and capture that 1 relic that he could get, and he's completely walled in. He can use all the map control to his advantage, and he can just decide how to end this game. And now it looks like he wants to add archers as he's getting poison arrows upgrade, and he's getting more and more military. It's looking 75, 78 now. And he's never going to stop making military until Kiljardi is out of this game. And now one more time, the Sufferers are coming in. This time from the east side. He's catching all the army off position, like they're between the buildings. They're not towards their base. This is a perfect fight for him. The Donzo are in position. The Mounted Samurai flank is coming in, but the Donzo will be able to respond to that. The Sofos are eating through all the infantry. They don't care about the spearmen. They don't care about the Yumi damage there. They're just eating everything. This is just a massive army from B. There is like no stopping this. There is no spearmen left on the field. No Mounted Samurai left. Only Yumi and only town centers for villagers to hide. But there isn't enough town centers. There isn't enough outposts to hide. And B is just going to overwhelm Kiljardi's base with so many Sofas. 28 villager kills, and it's 30 now as I finish the sentence, and it's going to be more and more and more. There's no way out of this for Kiljardi.
You know,
I think
what
the
a wise
TC
man
was too
said?
greedy. What did they say?
They said Ilalu, And that's exactly what B is saying, but he says it in Russian accent. Ilalu, he says, because Malians is just the civilization that he is so comfortable with. Guys, after that performance, we can see this man all the way from StarCraft. He was a Zerg player, and put him on a civilization that mimics Zerg, and he is just going to be overwhelming anyone. Absolutely beautiful play here by B. He responded. He knew what he needed to do. He kept Kiljardi in his base. And honestly, masterclass at how to make sure you punish that Japanese player who dares go for a fast-ish castle on that side. But beautiful play here by B. Kiljardi, at the same time, he tried to stay alive against this very overwhelming sofa mass. And it's just wonderful to see the type of playstyle we can get out of, B. Because I think this is something we'll see on ladder tomorrow. Are you guys ready for Malians on ladder again? Wow.
Yeah, we can't wait for more Malians on ladder. No, the ladder is filled with mostly Chinese players right now, I think. Because they see it's not the Civ that's played, it's the Civ that's banned mostly, right? And that has to be Chinese and Knights Templar for water. So I think people are enjoying their wins with the Chinese civilization lately on this patch. But yeah, you can see here they're like equal on the economy, and then in Castle Age is like the economy is there, but the military mass is just not there. I think the town center was a bit too greedy, maybe it looked like it's a right thing to do for him at that position. But again, the sofas are such a good unit that it makes it like playing against Malin is already hard, and playing against sofas is very hard as well. Like from Feudal Age and in Castle Age, you cannot use archers against them. They don't do enough damage, and there will be a lot of sofas. If your opponent is a good player, if your opponent is B, it's going to be 10 times harder to play against so many units that can punish you in so many different ways. So yeah, it's not surprising that B is so good with them.
The crazy thing is, we're getting two very Zerg-like civilizations on the next map as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed. And I say we are blessed with another HRE versus Delhi. And I am so excited to see HRE being played. Because remember when this thing got banned every single series? It's over now, guys. We get to watch HRE, we get to watch Chapels, we get to watch Fast Castles, and we get to watch B on Delhi. Which honestly, with the amount of units we can see out of Delhi, I think Kiljardi is going to need to pull out his A game. And as Sassy had described this map that I have never seen in my life, mimics Baldland, right? Lots of raiding spots, lots of Ghazi holes.
A bit of Baldland, but it's like, the resource-wise, it's like Baldland, but it's not that open. As you can see, those hills there, we're about to find out in 2 minutes. But those hills there, they kind of make the map feel more like the coastal cliffs, a bit more narrow, a vibe to it. But at the same time, there's gold on those mountains and a sacred site and relics that you can grab. So it's interesting, interesting map, especially for the first few times that you try different civilizations, how different ways you can play them, like with the boar openings. It's going to be maybe on the cards. Maybe Kiljardi will go for professional scouts, just like Lucifron did. Maybe he will go for the boar, because the boar is next to the sacred site, right? And he's playing against the Delhi, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him going for the boar, dropping a tower right there. Like, the other sacred site is really far away, and if Delhi gets that, I think... I never played on this map against Delhi, by the way. I'm just brainstorming right now with you. If Delhi gets that, it will be very easy to wall. So there's a lot of opportunities here. I actually didn't see any Delhi gameplay here. Just thinking, maybe. Let's see. We're going to find out if he's going to be able to eat the boar on this map.
Now, the thing that we usually ask ourselves is how risky could this be? Like, if you're moving out on the map Sure, you're gonna have access to the ball, but for how long? Because again, Delhi just a civilization that the moment you move out, they will punish. HRE usually has a few answers to that, but I guess we will find out. I just have a question about those sides, Sassy. Are those stealth forests as well?
Yes, those are stealth forests as well on top of the mountain. So the all of that, like most of that area is just stealth forests, and we can see right now that color that indicates a stealth forest, but there is a catch. In the middle of the stealth forests, there are these outposts, abandoned outposts, point of interests here. If you capture them, you get the vision. So if you get to keep the map in your own hands here, you will have the whole vision on the map itself. So the stealth forest doesn't really apply to you if you have the vision there.
Right, and now with that beautiful little bit of inspiration going around, he is going to have some pretty fast workers here. I'm wondering now, is this at one of those chapel instances, or is this where we're actually gonna need to make sure the mine work might just work against B? So with B here, you have a guy who's good on open maps, but like you said, that does make it feel a little bit smaller. I absolutely would love to take a look in those stealth forests because I think a lot of us in Twitch chat as well we haven't seen this game, but I love that. Look at the vision you get from this. That scout just running around, picking up what he can, but he knows. And Kiljardi, wait. Does Kiljardi know that sheep don't spawn in stealth forests?
Okay.
This is something he has to know, right?
I kind of forgot to mention this about the map. I was just talking about the layout and everything. There aren't many sheep on the map. There aren't sheep on the hills. So why I said it's a bit more like Boldland, I was thinking of the resources that the small wood lines, small gold here. So like there aren't many resources available for you to play just from your base unless you start farming or unless you're maybe Malians or Lancaster, these type of civilizations. And now Kiljardi is going for the Mimer. So there are many food available for you on the map. There is the boar in the middle. There are more deer on the map, but it's just everywhere. You can see those are on the mountains. And you can see the sheep count is just so low. It's just 8 to 5 and 2 more on Kiljardi's side, I think. So it's just very evenly distributed here and not a lot of sheep left on the map.
The funny thing is, I've actually spoken to a few of the pro players, and when these newer maps come into the map pool, a lot of them say, oh, I've never played this map. And they experience it, or they load it in once or twice before when it is part of the draft. And I'm wondering if this is one of those instances as well, because the thing is, Kiljardi chose this map, right? So this is not something that he should be unfamiliar with, because you can see B instantly knew I need to capitalize by going and ensuring I get the vision from here. But Kiljardi, on the other hand, he looked unsure about what he wanted to do. He went up, and now he went back and around, trying to find what the next step is. But with the Mightwork Palace, we are going to see what strategy might work here against B. We do see a lot of the boys on wood already, so I'm expecting some feudal age shenanigans pretty soon.
I think, I'm not sure, but I think he could justify a boar play on the sacred side, maybe, just because HRE outposts can be upgraded cheaper as well, and he will make units. It's against Delhi, so he will make units, and having that boar earlier on would help him a lot. Also holding the sacred side, maybe. But again, this is my first time seeing Delhi here, so maybe he knows the map, but he doesn't know how to play against Delhi here exactly, how it would play out. It's totally depends on like your preparation. Those are a lot of berries on one screen. Wow. And we can see B captured one of the abandoned outposts on the west. You can see. No cheeky raids are going to happen from that side.
And that's probably the only one you need, right? You don't need to have the middle ones. You can keep your scout being active. And this is something B is just phenomenal with. He knows how to scout. B has such good map awareness in general that he is just always on top of it. He knows when that first horseman is coming on out. And he doesn't seem to be bothered at all. Going for Spearman instead of our usual Gazi opening. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get the value out of this. But that horseman is poking a poor little scout, just trying to mind his own business and see what the army is about to offer up. Now, Kiljardi, on the other hand, I would love to see how he responds to when he sees those spearmen. Is he actually just going to use this mobility to run around, try to find some damage? Or is he going to... Oh, never mind. He goes for the barracks instead. And I feel like this is a pretty good answer anyway. Because you do have the option of a more diverse set of units in Feudal Age anyway than the Delhi has.
Well, the horseman raid on the gold is not going to do too much. Just B is just going to pull out a scholar to heal the villagers, and he has a spearman on the way. So it's just a bit annoying for those villagers, I guess. But not for B. And he spots the outpost on the... This is unprotected. Tazar doesn't have spears to defend this. He wants to fight it out with the villagers as the horsemen are trying to rush to help. Oh, nice body block there on the spearman. Now they're going for another villager. He can just trade it out with the horseman HP, I think. He's not going to save the spearman, but that's a nice idle time for B. And now he knows where his opponent is going for the food. And yeah, this is just... I think it's just gonna give him more time to be able to get on the sacred sites. Because that's a lot of time those villagers are spending there to have an army deal with this. Now, a little skirmish happening here, but this should be not too bad for the Delhi player. But he as I say that, yeah, he focuses the units. Kiljardi knows that his opponent is able to heal the units in no time with 6 scholars now in his pocket as the Delhi player. So he just focused some of the units and just punished me for that. Oh, what is that? What's happening? What
That
is
is
it too late, or is it the perfect timing? I don't know.
Well, it seems like something you were confident of a little while ago, but the problem is there are now Ghazis enjoying this view very soon as well. And the scout spots this, but the tower should be up in time before they can really make a valuable connection here. So he's probably not going to want to take this fight just yet. He is going to need more of those units. And no more Ghazis in production just yet. We're waiting for that food to make sure that he solidifies it. The spearmen now fighting here on the front lines. And the trade, I will say this is probably going to be a lot better for B.
It should be. He's sniping that scholar down, but the Ghazis and spears is just... Yeah, it's just going way better for B. Also, he was just taking his own deer. Now, how are you going to defend the outposts? Like, you have to upgrade them now that you don't have an army, right? Like, he fought for having the boar. That's... I think it could be maybe the other way. I'm thinking maybe he could have the boar and... okay. That villager was very low HP there. But now he has the outpost, so... And he's denying the sacred site? Okay, no, he's able to capture it, actually.
So,
Never
getting
mind.
into a position here where you can defend those villages is where Kiljardi needs to be. And all those villagers standing out here... Oh my goodness, is he just killing the boar for
Yes, that's
fun?
what I expected. Yes, just for fun.
By boar?
Denying it from the opponent, yeah. That's something you do often if you're playing as Delhi, Delhi, Ottoman, Malians maybe, Abbasid, Ayyubid. You can do it to deny it from your opponent.
No.
Yes, it's allowed in chat also, there's a question. Yes, it's allowed.
That's one of the big questions, I think, for a lot of people, because you don't really know, am I allowed to step over the lines of making that poor thing despawn like it just never existed? Look at those horses. They do find a little bit of a connection here. The villager goes down. Wall is not fully up. Now those open spaces are going to be a little bit easier to raid into. Now Kiljardi, he does have 4 horsemen. Very mobile here, but again, every single time he moves out, he risks losing a fight here in the middle because he doesn't know what B has invested in just yet. He doesn't have vision on the map, on the whole army the whole time. He is on a single scout, and that scout does not have all the information right now. He is just making more Gazis, and this means problems, especially with the composition here, yeah?
Yeah, that's so sorry. I just saw the daily villagers on top of all those berries in one spot. That's a lot of food for daily player. So there is another reason why you could be playing daily here. That's a lot of berries. That's a dream. There's so many berries there. Wow.
Now imagine a Byzantines. Ooh, no, now I'm getting good ideas. When is this thing coming on ladder? Now, reinforcing these towers, that's one of the questions I have here. When is it worth it to actually invest in reinforcements here?
I think it would be a lot more justified if the towers were like close to the sacred side, so that you could like just deny it and fight under it. Right now, I think he's like halfway through a border there, so maybe just like one of them, because he like that's the thing. You want to make defenses somewhere that you won't have to defend with your own army as well, or somewhere like a sacred site that you're going to be fighting next to it, right? So, but like right now, the way it went, he has to stay there to defend them as well. So like you upgrade them so that you can leave us also. But now B knows that's what I'm talking about. B knows where his army is, where they're located, and what they need to defend. And now he knows another spot where he's exposed. That's where he goes right now. And Kiljardi has to split his spearmen from his main army, so he has to be careful about that. As he's pushing in with some horsemen himself, there's a little fight going on in front of B's base, and this outpost is going to be defended with the villagers. There was a little skirmish. There's a spearman that went down, and look at those walls on the map, Ramen. Well, what
Yeah.
we just thought about them. Yeah, we just thought about them, and B is just walling them with the Delhi, as you do with the Delhi infantry, just walling them off. There's going to be a lot of income, a lot of the map you just deny from your opponent as well. Oh, nice body block by Kiljardi. Getting rid of a lot of the Ghazis there. They had to go the other way and being a target for those archers. Beautifully played by Kiljardi there. And now he wants to keep pushing in.
And this is a pretty scary time here for B, because you see he's been thinking about castle, and that thought is getting closer and closer. Now with that creeping along, he doesn't know if Kiljardi has the same thought. Kiljardi is floating a little bit of food, just because I think he doesn't have anything he could have spent it on for a little while. I saw about 900 there in the bank a while ago, as he was just not having enough wood to constantly produce. But now he's got a massive army. That boar has paid off, and this army is actually securing a lot. The fact that he could deny those berries, even if just for now, it's pretty massive here.
Yeah, it is massive. Where did B go for food? He has to go for the mountains to get the deer now. I don't think he's like pro scouting, or he has 3 scouts though. Oh, he's pro scouting. Okay, that's where he went back. So he has his backup plan. He's not gonna be too bothered by it. But that was a good play by Kiljardi, and he has 8 men-at-arms. That's those men-at-arms that you wanted to see in the other daily HRE game. Now we have it, but a difference is Kiljardi is going Regnitz Cathedral, going to Castle Age before the daily player. Thanks to all that idle time on the berries, by the way, but I'm not 100% sure this is going to work, because he's running out of like the map itself. Like he doesn't know his deer in the north corner, by the way, and this is a great timing from B to be raiding on the Kiljardi's economy. There, the two villagers are going to be caught trying to build a landmark. He jumps out to build the landmark, but he can get caught. He has to be very careful. That's so scary. And B is rushing his House of Learning with 19 villagers on his side now, delaying the age up from Kiljardi. And yeah, it's going to cause a lot of chaos in Kiljardi's economy. It's not just the idle time, it's also like the mental state. Like you relocate all your villagers. It's not efficient, it's not beautiful, it's just ugly. Everything's just getting ugly when you get raided like this. And now finally the age up is come in. Archer and Men-at-Arm upgraded. The first things. That's what Killjardy wants from his age up.
And instantly we see Killjardy already picking up a relic and bringing it home. With him only having one prelate, he planned this thing, but the archer's out of position and the horses are right there.
Oh.
It looks like they're going to be able to get a pretty good connection here. Those horses, they are not of the fast variety. Those guys are going to be caught up on. He is going to wall a lot to try and deter this army from connecting. And they do pull back there for a second. Men-at-Arm almost extending, but he should be able to stop this relic as well as the archers are creeping in closer. These horses making an amazing connection with the upgrades for the archers in queue now. He doesn't have the horse upgrades coming on in, but it's fine. When you have this many archers, that's exactly what you need. And he picks up so many different units. This is going to be such a huge advantage for Killjardy.
This is going to be very exciting in the upcoming minutes. Now you see B's economy is just migrating towards the mountains, but now he has a weapon to defend himself, but he's very fat and very slow. That's an elephant we're talking about here, and the guys are coming back. Maybe he was too confident raiding there. And Killjardy knows where is the economy, where is he getting food. He was pro scouting. He's looking for them. There is a green blob running away on the map in the south corner. Oh, that's a lot of villagers. The elephant is trying to defend them. Oh, half the army is busy with the elephant right now, but Killjardy adding more crossbows. He just needs to get a lot of crossbows. That's what he needs. And the elephant is going down. The first elephant is going down. That's massive loss for B right there. And most of his economy is just running. And there's a lot more spearmen. And the archers are just targeting out the archers from the daily player. And many times they found the villagers. They're fighting back with the Ghazis. They're going to be able to clean them up. But Killjardy already killed 3 villagers. And now more horsemen are coming in.
Even if he loses that whole army, he has killed enough villagers and idled enough economy to make this worth it. Now, hey, Killjardy's resources are dwindling a bit. He doesn't have the same food income as he did before, but it doesn't matter because neither does B. B's idle. He's running around. Killjardy just screaming into the skies. I say, as that relic gets picked up, but these archers are picking off everything they can. We see the destroyed value here from Killjardy. He has done the work he needs. Oh, that was actually B yelling into the skies. A prayer for all the dead villagers, unfortunately.
He keeps running around, and despite all that, B, he doesn't have all the relics as well. Like Killjardy grabbed 3 relics instantly. He's gonna grab another one that was trying to wallow his way out of there from the mountains. I think he's hiding. Oh, he's getting healed. He's gonna cross the gate without the wall there as well. I think this is looking good for Killjardy. He lost all his archers though, but he killed 11 villagers. And he's going to be with Regnitz with 3 relics. All he needs to do is decap that other site, get some farms in. Oh, he has 1200. I mean, he has 1200 stone. He's gonna just drop a keep? Aggressively or defensively?
Oh, definitely aggressively. This feels like Killjardy's moment. He's either going to throw this or he's going to be safe about this.
Maybe he's gonna take his berries. Is he gonna take his berries? Please take his berries.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Guys,
Okay.
Can we get a moment of
There.
silence in the chat, guys, for Killjardy and his very risky plays? Go big or go home, says Killjardy. He is not messing around. An elephant in queue here from B, but B is needs units right now. How many villages is that? How many
That's a lot
villages
of villagers. B is about to find out. That's 20. What's 21? 24? I couldn't really
24?
read.
It was
24 villagers. Yeah, that's 24 villagers. Building a keep very fast, and yeah, he's just going to hang out. But keep in mind, those berries are buffed. There are more berries than before because Delhi made a mill there, so he can actually eat more berries. Not faster though, but it's just more food.
Oh my goodness, that's disgusting. Sassy's going right for it. He knows.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, you don't get to see this every day. That's why I'm laughing. It has been a very interesting game.
Now, I do want to point out that that massive keep in his base does not have an answer yet. And nothing B can make right now is gonna take this down. This feels like B is holding on to simply a dream. And the dream is gonna be very short-lived as Jardy is just slowly destroying everything. The question is now, is B ready to give this up? Or is he hoping for one last hurrah? Still making units, rallying them to the back. Is he going to try and take this fight? Villagers now running for their lives. Oh, the Lancers. He loses these. It's going to be so hard to replace. He does manage to keep that one alive, and he is going back, so even if just for a second. And that keep is just firing away. But now the question is, does B just ignore this? And go find a different place to attack? Or does he need to actually handle this keep?
What's the follow-up for... Okay, Kiljardi is making a ram, so he needs to address this situation soon. But Kiljardi is acting right now like he's 100% is going to win this game, but he... I'm not so sure about this keep push. I think it's going to work, but maybe he didn't really need this. Because it's still going to be against 3 elephants inside the Delhi base. Like, he has all these relics, he could be just chilling, protecting his economy with the keep and like getting a lot of farms in and denying the other side of the map from B. Because B just keeps getting more and more elephants and more gold thanks to that sacred site. Like, these berries are gonna... You can deny them, but you eat them and then they're gone. You know? Like, oh, okay, that's another great catch. That's what he needs. Kiljardi to keep doing what he's able to do so far.
Just
Yeah,
slowly...
he totally out of food.
Map.
Yeah, he's totally out of food right now. I don't think he has single farms, he just has the sacred site.
There was no need for him to transition anywhere. So this is definitely something that he was willfully unprepared for. The Lancer doing his best now at just dealing with the ram. The elephants are joining the party because now the majority of this army is going to the north, and this could be the answer to taking down this keep. The moment you let go of this control, because keep in mind, those elephants, they work like little rams in a way.
Yeah, there are siege units. They're called siege units. I think it says siege unit on when you click on them, right? Wait. Oh, they have a siege damage. Sorry. Okay. That's yeah. Okay. They have siege damage. And he's just doing quick work of that keep. And it could be I would love this if there was a town center for emergency repairs. But Kiljardi is actually thinking of Imperial Age. Look at his resources.
Now, it does, that keep goes down, but all those villages might be going down as well. And it looks like B may have an opportunity here to completely turn this game back onto his side. Now, it's not a complete turnaround, but again, this was a pretty big throw as far as throws go, I would say. It doesn't mean the game is over, but I would put it at there's a very heavy chance that B comes back right now. That idle time from the villagers, just like you said, he didn't run out of food. Kiljardi, the problem is he has probably not transitioned either, because he's had access to the whole map up until now.
Yeah, and he took
cooked.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand why we're in this position right now. That's because he went to the mountains. He's yoinking a relic there. Actually, gonna yoink another relic. What's going on, Kiljardi? Not like this. He has zero food per minute for the past minute or two. Don't do it. Not like this. Because he went for the mountains with all of his army. Like, I don't think he needed all his army to be there. Because he's against, like, elephants. They're very big, very chunky, and very slow. So, he's gonna be against a lot of, maybe, siege units, I think. Oh, it's a lot of berries that he's trying to get. Now he knows where the economy is that he's looking for. Maybe Wait, is this going to be another landmark snipe? Landmark trade?
No.
Situation? No, right? He's coming
It
back.
works.
He's coming back to fight this. He's coming back to have a big, massive fight, and he's even holding the relic down. He's gonna throw in some Wololos there. Kiljardi is coming from south and north, and first Wololo is coming in. Kiljardi. Oh, okay, he just sniped it, but there's more scholars that can pick up. He's just sniping them one by one. It's so risky. You need to snipe that guy. He's getting healed. Ooh. Yeah, we'll wait one minute time. A few archers and a crossbow. But army on the other side is just butchering all those villagers in the north side that we can't see, and the elephants are going down. Kiljardi finally got this. He's just murdering everything that B has in this screen. Everything, all the economy, all the religious units, all the military, it's just going down. It's a total massacre from Kiljardi, and there we have it. It's going to be game number 5. Kiljardi is making it 2-2. What a game.
I honestly thought that B might have been able to win this for a moment. That was a whole solid few minutes. But Gramps, he's woken up and he's ready to take more games as they go. Beautiful showing here by Kiljardi. He is absolutely destroying. And
Yeah.
against someone like B, even just taking 2 games, if B takes this serious, the fact that Kiljardi could get this far against B is fantastic. And I'm so excited to see what he's going to be doing for the next few sets of this tournament as well. Wonderful. I'm just impressed.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
it's-
APM though. Look at those guys just right there next to each other. My goodness.
Yeah, it's it was a very interesting game for us to see. It was
For
my
us.
first. Sorry, I'm still processing the game. Okay, I'm still processing the game. It was my
You're
first time.
processing the keep.
Yeah, processing the keep. I'm processing like the elephant, the melee elephant. The elephants are still a siege unit, okay? Don't quote me on that, but they are. They have siege damage with their tusks, so they kill buildings very fast. Okay, let's agree on that. I'm processing all the so many villager movements on this game. They're running everywhere. Like these fights. B somehow survived that. Also, I think it's also very impressive that he survived that situation. And yeah, like how do you come back from this position to be able to fight? Well, he lost the game, but he did quite well, I think. But it's to be as well. It was like one moment that he got caught in the middle of the map after reaching Castle Age, and then it was total chaos. The game was just total chaos in everywhere.
Now, Sassy, you
Yeah.
keep saying chaos, chaos, Twitch chat, chaos, chaos. What is the series? Whoa, be Jardy more. Guys, we have Kerlager, and if there's any map that tends to be chaotic, we know what that map that is. That is Kerlager. Kerlager, it has all the best plays in the land. It has betrayals. It has ships. Then it doesn't have ships. Then all of a sudden there's pro scouting. Then there's no pro scouting. There's everything. This map has absolutely everything. And with what we've seen from these 2 guys, maybe they don't even go for a barracks. Maybe they play, I don't know, Delhi archers only. Oh, well, in this case, it's going to be Mongols. The Mongols archers only at this point. Oh, actually, they can do anything. And I'm honestly just ready for that. After seeing this performance, we saw a Japanese not making a barracks in Dark Age against Malians. I mean, that was on nobody's bingo cards. And Sassy, because of that, you lost all of your ranked points.
Yes.
Now what? Yes, it is what
Yes,
it is.
I'm-
But Ottomans versus Mongols. I feel like Ottomans can usually deal with Mongol early aggression.
Yes,
but
they can.
at the same time, does Mongol even go for early aggression on this map? Into those, oh my goodness, something is telling me Mangadai, running around little trees, sniping villagers, something.
No, that's everyone's nightmare. If you played some team games this season, that's your nightmare, okay? Even in solos, It's like I have seen this unit being used so much, especially in team games, that I love them. They're a very cool unit, but I think something needs to be done about that. And you're right on the money there, because this map does not have safe wood lines. So your wood line, like the starting part of your wood line, is barely in the range of your town center here. So Mongols is one of the popular picks here because, well, the rush distance is short, and you can open the docks. You can deny the opening of the docks as well with your barracks, and well, most importantly, you can be very aggressive. You can place your town center on the wood line as well, so you kind of negate that too. The Mongols is a great pick here. Ottomans 100% capable of dealing with them, but I don't know. There's many ways both players can play this, with barracks, without barracks, dogs, without dogs, or just standard, like ignoring everything. And I'm just excited. We're going to find out in 30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, we see if B is actually going to be playing Ottomans the standard way or the B way. But against Mongols, you don't really get this choice of standard, I guess. Now, what we've been seeing a lot with Mongols, I mean, I think this meta has come to an end. Thank goodness, the Fast Imperial one. The meta is over, right, Sassy?
I wouldn't say that.
say yes.
I wouldn't say that. I hope we don't see it. I'm not a fan of it, but yeah, here we go in and B with Ottomans on the northeast side of the map, playing as color green, and he's opening with just one military school. Good old opening with one military school, 5 villagers on stone. Yes, that's what he's starting with. And Kiljardi is opening with the OVO. And wow, that's a beautiful, beautiful town center by Kiljardi on the southwest side of the map. And another thing is, it's very similar to the front range, and this map has doesn't have a lot of sheep. It has a lot of deer on the map. It has fish on the map, but there aren't many sheep on this map. So all the sheep is just around your base, and you have very close deer pack in your base. So that's also very good for Mongols, that you can just like push them around a little bit and use the deer from the start. That you have the beautiful town center placement for him. But the thing is, your golds are going to be very exposed, even though there is one gold per player towards the back of their base. Still, it's a very aggressive map, I think. And now we see Kiljardi is going for a dock spotted by B right away as he's building it, and he's taking away HP from that. That's purely also because the buildings under construction take more damage, so he wants to deal as much damage as he can. And we're about to find out if he goes for a barracks right after his military school to deny this. Oh, he's actually doing it. He has a barracks. He has 2 spears in queue. He's going for it. He's going for the dock. Yeah, that's crazy.
The wild thing that I can't believe it, guys. I told you guys, he's not going to go for a standard Ottomans opening. This guy, he puts down a military school in Dark Age against Mongols. What world are we living in? But he gets it. And now he gets that extra spearman. And he's still producing spearmen from both. Now, is this going to be the day we see 0? Yes, there is no Mongol Dark Age play. There is a little dock, sure. But where's the Mongol spice? B's like, oh, I expected some spice, but actually, now that you have no spice to offer, let me show you what I can do. Where's that little dock? I'm gonna burn it down.
Give me that little dog, I'm gonna burn it down. Kiljardi is not looking to defend this dock, which is a bit concerning, I think. There's already 4 spearmen out and 2 more in queue. One of them is being from military school. It's gonna take a while, but B is 100% going to burn this dock down, and Kiljardi is not making another fishing boat as well. But wait a second, Ramen, is this all a part of Kiljardi's plan? Is this all... Did he plan all of this before? Is
actually,
this... Yeah?
Kiljardi, he read the star signs this morning. and he saw that the moon is in Leo. And because of that, he has decided that he is making a lot of spicy plays from Mongols. And because of the Leo moon, he's going to be a lion on the battlefield. These boys going for the deer stones are very standard. But he's not investing more on the dock. But it was your theory, Sassy.
I was thinking that he just wanted him to make a lot of spearmen in Dark Age and spend a lot of wood, a lot of food, so that he can play those Mangudai or a lot of archers. What about that? Because we talked about this, the wood is not really safe. There is a lot of straggler trees around the starting town center, but it's not really enough. But can you justify losing a dock and a fishing boat? I'm not so sure. And he's gonna be pushed off the gold now too. I was trying to see the light in, you know, the Kiljardi start there. The light in the end of the tunnel there from the Dark Ages. But now he's lucky if he keeps his OVO alive too. He's rushing the age up with 6 villagers. Also B is aging up. He's not too far off, despite making barracks, spears and military school. Just because Kiljardi also went for a dock and a fishing boat and now they're gone. So I don't know how Kiljardi is going to be able to play from there, honestly. He has to go for some archers, but that's gonna give enough time for B to secure his woodline, I think. So yeah, there's the right archer range. He really wants it. 6 villagers just building that right away.
So getting the archery range up is critical, right? But the thing is, Kiljardi, he is in danger. Very much in danger. But he realizes what he needs to do to get back, getting that stable out. He just wants to make sure that he can be on top of his opponent when he needs to. Now, double archer coming on out, going to be able to deal with all of those spears. But at the same time, your opponent is living his best life. He's got his military school, he's got a bunch of free spearmen, and he gets to decide what he's doing next. So now those archers are going to be heading on out, and we do see that Uwu is going to get burnt, but you know, if roles were reversed, that could be very important. But unfortunately, no gold will be given over to the Ottoman player. And is he going to pull a villager to try and repair that? We do see another orange dot moving his way out there. And villager just
that was so
in time.
close! Ah, that was so close from getting destroyed. Sorry, I didn't see a single orange pixel on my monitor there for that HP bar. I didn't see anything there. That villager
all
just
calculated.
saved. Yeah, that villager just saved everything.
Now, Kiljardi, he saw it in the stars this morning. He knew exactly when to move out. This man, he's just so far ahead of us. He knows exactly how to play this. Because now, there's a stable coming out of B. What does Kiljardi do? He's just gonna make a dock. Why? I don't know. Well, he believes this is the right move. That archer fighting against the man with the longest stick in all of the land. And now his friend comes and helps. Very nice. I'm glad that there is some
That was very
camaraderie here for the
cinematic,
Mongols.
and that was very cinematic, and because that archer was like, he wasn't kiting, he was about to die, and then the friend just like saved it in the last moment possible, the last second. So it's a lot of production for B here, and a meta in Q. I believe that's from the military schools. And what? Oh, he went for the imams. Okay, he went for the imams as the first vizier point. So the longer this goes for, like, longer this game goes in feudal like this, without any significant lead for Mongols, I like it more for the Ottomans, just because they have the healing from the imams and they have the meta. So they will have the better army, I feel like. So unless Kiljardi is able to get in some raids, talking about raids, a villager that just made a dock is just going to go down for the Sipahi very fast, activating Fortitude there. Yeah.
Fortitude makes him susceptible to everything but archers. So those archers also coming out, not really going to be... Ooh, heading anything, but as we say that, 2 villages going down. Kiljardi, not asleep at the steering wheel. He's actually in the driver's seat, and he is making the plays happen. I say as he doesn't react with that spot instantly. Villagers all predicted. Kiljardi says, I will not lose anything else. And just like that, now the archers are going to start chopping away at these. But yes, Ottomans, they love stretched out feudal games because they know you get units for free, you're going to keep on paying, and it's always going to go in my favor. So B probably doesn't feel too bad about this. But the question is just, is Kiljardi going to put pressure and actually do a little bit of damage to him to stop him from enjoying this feudal time?
I just don't really like Kiljardi's position. Like he's making a demo ship out of that dock, but he's not going to be able to connect to those units, so he has to come out and defend. As I say that, he's just taking down. I didn't realize that was a place where a demo ship could be, and he killed 2 spearmen and damaged a lot of those other ones. But he still needs to defend it. He still needs to defend it.
But those ones are walking away not just with physical damage, also emotional. So even if they get it back to base, get healed up by the Imam, never mind. Never mind. He's got the units here. They're gonna take a poor guy down with them. The horse is now a kebab. And unfortunately, the rest of the archers will not be able to catch these horses, but the spearmen...
It was stuck there. It was stuck between the spearmen. His own spearman just pushed him to death. Ah, the pathing. It was blocked by his own units. Ah, that was sad.
Is the story of the horse pathing. The man must make the ultimate sacrifice for the Reddit threads to come online so that we can get pathing more standardized. So, thank you for your sacrifice here, Eshik.
Yeah, but the military count, like rather army value, is pretty close. The military count is also very close. B, having 2 of his units, like 300 of his army value, is actually monks that are healing his units. So Kiljardi is not that far behind, but the income per minute is not looking great for him. And B knows he's there. He saw him there. He can see him there. And he's looking to cut off the reinforcements and jump on this army. It's going to be really critical moments as a spy is coming in from the flank. The spearman has to respond. The wood line is helping him at the moment right now. And the Keshik is trying to defend those archers, but now he has to stand and fight. And the spearmen are getting picked off by the archers quite fast. I think Kiljardi's numbers are dwindling down very rapidly here. He cannot defend this army. He has to run away with Han, just leaving all those units behind to die. That's a very sad ending for that army. That's massive destroyed value for B.
And now, as we head into this stage of the game, Twitch chat, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine you just lost a significant chunk of your army to the unknown Ottoman death ball. They have 2 military schools, and they're both boosted by blacksmiths. You don't know what's coming out there, but you know it's not good for you. And you're just sitting there, waiting, slowly losing fishing ships, making a military ship on a little lake that won't last long anyway. And guys,
Last arrow
that is the
got him.
end. That is the end of this beautiful series. We not yet, but B wants it to be. And honestly, I believe in him. These are the demo ship. He wants to connect, but now these archers say, "Nah, not today." Sapahe's looking for damage. Look at those imams, just keeping everyone alive. They are making their prayers, and the archers, they are firing real good. As the Mechter is now beating its drums, empowering that whole army, they are finding the way onto the wood line. And when you close your eyes, you can hear the villagers scream, as they will be taken down on that wood line pretty shortly. But actually, gold is also a viable choice.
Yeah, B is so ahead that he can actually just go behind Kiljardi's base and push him off the gold there. I think the opening, there's something went wrong for Kiljardy there. I think what he needed was his town center defending his gold and his ovo. I'm not sure. It's very hard situation to be in. Like, I think it's a hard matchup on this map here, and as he's losing his last bit of military units here, B is taking the series. But what a series it has been! Oh, it was beautiful, very entertaining series, very active, a lot of great plays from players. Yeah, I'm very glad that I got to watch the series here.
You making notes, you're like, I'm never making a barracks in Dark Ages Japan again. Kiljardy, my goat. Thank you for teaching me. No, I honestly think Kiljardy put up an amazing show here today, because I think a lot of people coming into this, B is obviously the highest seed to go against Kiljardy here. So a lot of people would have said, oh, this is B's game. But Kiljardy didn't make it this B series. He made it an insanely close set. And honestly, hats off. I am so excited to see what Kiljardy can do in his next sets. But we can see they might be spicy. This might not be standard gameplay that you get from the good old boys like Wham and Puppy Paw, but we will be getting a lot of spice from both of these guys. I mean, from B it's to be expected, right?
Yeah, from B and from Kiljardy as well. They both played quite well. They really gave their all into this series and put up a great show for us here. And there was a lot of critical moments in this series, and like what ifs. If he did like one tiny thing different, like that first game comes to my mind, this could be completely different series, and this score in the end I think is doing the justice for the type of the series we just had here. It was beautiful, and we're going to see Kiljardy tomorrow playing again. For the elimination matches, and be
we're gonna look at the brackets for that.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the brackets now. Marine Lord in his group winning against Myriad 3-0 there, and so we elimination round tomorrow. We're going to see Kiljardy playing against Myriad. I think it's going to be very close games there.
I'm so excited for that one. I feel like Myriad is the kind of guy who he plays standard, and sometimes when he executes something, he executes it so well. Kiljardy, though, we've seen what he's cooking. Is Myriad going to be prepared for this? We'll see. And next one, we do see Core versus Demu, and honestly, this is the match I didn't know I needed. But I'm getting it. And you guys, you'll be getting it with me tomorrow on EGC with Soccerton. And we'll make things great again happening here with Core. Good memes, good dreams for Demu. We'll see what happens. Let's go into the next one. Group C. As we see Scatterbrained Numedan being our match for tomorrow as well. Also one, I think it might go a little long. That's my prediction. But matches up there, Anatan and Numedan. I like the fact that Anatan... Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's switched around. I was about to say, did Numedan win? Because I see the score there, but I think they just accidentally switched those around. It's about to get shocked. Yeah, Scatterbrain Numedan. Who do we believe in, Twitch chat?
I think Numedan has a bit more experience there, but it's going to be... all these games are going to be very close and very high quality games, I think. And on Group D, we have Louis MT and against Lucifron in the winners round. That's like beautiful. Beautiful. I want to watch that series. And on the elimination round, we have Meo Maika against CSO. They're going to play tomorrow. And CSO played very close series today against Lucifron and very strong performance. Since I was curious how he will be performing, because we haven't seen him in qualifiers since he was invited, so I was curious to see his performance here. But yeah, tomorrow he's going to be up against Meo Maika, and we're coming to the end.
And Sassy, thank you for sitting through these last two best of five with me. I know it was a roller coaster journey. We went up, we went down, we went in every direction. Guys, we did a few flips, and I'm really glad we all got to experience them together. Winston as well, doing an amazing job for the first two. Ladies and gents, that's going to be it for the show for today. Tomorrow is where the real games will matter to see who gets eliminated from these groups. So make sure you have your snacks and your tea and your coffee and your Red Bull if you are such an enjoyer of the late night shows that we will be bringing right back to you. So, guys, thank you for joining us today, and we will see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. Until then.